I didn't hear it. I didn't hear any of that.
Anything?
I didn't
for
hear
God's
anything.
sake. Oh, I bet nobody else heard anything either.
Well, I know. I bet they did. You just didn't bring me in, and so I didn't hear it.
Bring you in.
As in, add me to the thing, even if whatever.
Oh, so I don't know what's going on.
I'll take everyone's word for it.
Good
That it was
evening.
great. Hello.
Did you hear anything?
Did you hear the musical intro?
No.
Oh, for fart's sake.
Who's
I don't
Geza,
know.
by the way?
What?
Who's Geza?
Geza. Yeah.
You're a bit of a Geza, apparently.
Bit of a Geza. Oh,
You need to swap one of those Zs for an E.
Yeah. It's meant to be geezer.
Yeah. No, I'm a bit of a Geza tonight.
Oh, there you go. I mean, whatever one of those might be.
I've been a busy boy.
So have I.
Oh dear. Yeah, well you've been doing toothpaste impressions. It's all right
Yes.
because we know what
Chocolate
you're doing.
toothpaste. Yeah, we're dropping the kids off at the pool.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you want to see? How about this? A Rolly Rise 2.
Except
Except it isn't. Yeah.
it's beverages, right?
Now, what we'll do is if Bridget Hilton comes on and we go, hey, look, Rich, look what I got. He'll be like, oh, get off my lawn. So, anyway, yeah, so this is the Mr. Wiggly bus replacement service.
Bus replacement. Oh, there was a lot of those on the M25 yesterday.
Oh, was there indeed?
Yeah. Well, I think Euston's closed, isn't it? So there's a lot of stuff going around.
Hello, buddy.
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right.
Hi, Andy.
I've got exactly half an hour before another goddamn work meeting, so I thought I would pop in for a bit.
On a Sunday?
I was patch weekend all weekend. I was up till like 2 a.m. working on stuff, and this morning as well. So
Well, that's hideous for a
I
start.
hope they
joys
pay
of
you.
IT. So
I hope they pay you incredibly well.
I do okay, but I buy too much crap. So in the end, I'm kind of screwed. So.
They clearly pay you very well, so that's good.
Yeah. This seems to be running concurrently. That's clever. How did it do that? I don't know.
Caffeine is my friend. Otherwise, I'd be screwed.
Yeah, so... talk amongst yourself, I'm still eating.
Oh, God. I can't eat another
How was the trip to Epsom yesterday then, Rob?
It was all right, apart from a crash just before Dartford crossing. But by the time I got there, it started to move. So it was all right once I got through that. There was just a pretty normal sort of passage, and then I get to Spong Towers, expecting to park on the new driveway, except it's blocked by Kent cars, not on the driveway, on the road, and a ton of bricks as well. So I had to park down the road and walk. Oh. But no, it was very pleasant.
Do they have residence parking there, or is it?
They have limited parking. No, most places. I think most places have got little driveways, or they've converted their front lawns, haven't they? But there's parking outside the front on the road. It's just a bit of a narrow road.
Oh, that's just... Mind you, you know that little blue car that was out there? That was between
yours and mine.
before... Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one that got the cat.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I didn't succumb to the vandals. Not that they could take a catalytic converter from mine, but
We know that we call them vandals, we know exactly who they are.
well, yeah, quite. Yes, but no, it was a very pleasant afternoon. I surveyed the lawn, and from new shed. The new shed is awesome.
Can't really call it a shed now, can we?
No, it's not a shed.
It's a workshop office or
it's
studio office.
Well, it should be a studio. That place would be brilliant as a studio.
We might be able to do a live stream of it in a minute.
Yeah,
Because we've got internet down there now.
there you go.
Wow.
So,
You've got a DX1, a DX7 1.
7. Yeah, a Mark 1 DX7, which I've just borrowed. But then it's not behaving very well. Because it's not.
Yeah,
Well, is that you or me?
that's you.
Is it me? Who's there? No. All right. Anyway,
Who's behind the green door?
so the first thing I noticed was the top B flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was like a little, slightly jaunty angle. I thought, what's going on? And I pressed it and it just stayed down. I thought, okay. I thought maybe the springs, because they have those kind of leaf springs, don't they?
Yes, yes.
So I thought, maybe that's popped out. That's easy fix.
It's possible that's what it originally came in for.
Could be, yeah. Well, I tell you what it was. It wasn't the leaf spring. That was fine. It was the weakest point on those keys, which is the little hook at the back.
Oh,
And they just, and if you push down too hard, they then sort of ping off. But I did notice that when I picked it up, I heard something rattling inside. And I thought I was praying that it would be the bit that snapped off, because it looked like a fairly clean break, and if I got it, I could probably super glue it.
It doesn't work, I've tried.
Well, I couldn't find it. The bit that actually that was rattling around was one of the prongs at the front of the key that stops it from pinging up beyond the path of travel. So, a new key for that's £6.50 from Adam North, I think, up in, is it North, whatever. He's somewhere down London way. So £6.50 for a new key. That's a genuine, from an old DX7. So that was an order. Then I noticed that the G below middle C wasn't doing anything. It was moving, but there was no sound. And so as I popped the key out, I could see the leaf contact had kind of dropped away. And I couldn't get it.
Bend it back down.
No, I couldn't get hold of it. It was, and I don't know whether. Yeah, I could see that it looked like it had slipped a bit. But again, the same guy that I got the key off was selling a full key contact mechanism for £29.95, all fully operational.
Can't query that.
Cannot query that at all, because I searched for, because that. You got the board. It's a long strip with the connector on the PCB, and then you've got these sets of 12 blocks of 12 keys. One's 13, I think. And I found the bloke selling just those blocks. I thought, that would be easier, cheaper. Oh no, he was about the same price as that whole mechanism. So, so I've ordered that as well. It's because it's coming from the same place as the key. Hopefully that'll be here in a few days too. So that'll sort that out and give me some spares, which would be nice. And then the only other thing is that that memory issue, which we thought was okay when we tried it out at your place.
Yeah.
But when I got it back home, plugged it in again, all the internal voices had disappeared. And yet the battery is showing voltage, and it's not coming up with a battery low error or anything.
Okay.
But whoever dropped it off at you, or maybe somebody in the past, has put a battery holder in, so as opposed to welding the battery on itself.
Yeah.
So that's good, but unfortunately they've encased it in some sort of
Looked like in the photograph. It looked like a used glue gun.
yeah, it looked like a glue gun. So hopefully, with a little bit of warmth, I can peel that off. But it's sitting on all sorts of components around that. So whether that's got something to do with it, but yeah, I tested it a few times.
He glued it onto the board.
I think what he's done is he's got the prongs from the battery holder and probably soldered those onto the PCB. But because of the design of the board, it's not big enough for a battery holder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it
it sort of flops around. So I guess he's just thought, I'll use some of this glue stuff and it won't affect any of the components. But I know that sometimes when you desolder the old battery or solder the new one in, if you leave the iron on too long, it can damage one of the diodes near the thing. So that could be the problem. But the other thing I noticed it was doing, as well as not holding those after you've unplugged it from the mains, is when you load up the sound bank from the cartridge all the sounds go in, and they're all fine. And then you get to patch 26, I think it is, whatever that patch is.
Yeah.
And some of the characters for the patch name are a little weird. And then when you play the patch, it's not the same patch as if you played it directly from the cartridge. So
Sounds like a memory corruption.
yeah, exactly. So I'm just hoping it's not something that is not available anymore. But we will see. But yeah, nevertheless, it's fun to sort of have a play around and
Hello, young man.
heavy fuckers as well.
Evening, Andy.
Hello.
How's it
Hello.
going?
Do you need to take a drink, or is that working all right?
No, that's fine.
It's
Bloody
fine.
hell, Kent did a really good job getting this sorted out, didn't he? Yeah, well done, Kent. Thanks.
He's
for
famous for that.
What's that?
that. The sound,
did I do?
sound card working, sound coming through,
Oh.
working, sound.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, good. No, good. I thought we might have done something stupid again.
No.
Oh, that's all right. Well, that must be us there. There we go. Right. I was just wondering whether we could do the roving report a bit.
You guys want to see some mid-90s gear porn here?
Oh, go for it. Come on.
Nineties.
We're always up for that. Oh, gracious. It's
Oh, wow.
dripping in 90s, isn't it?
This has all the upgrade cards in it too, so it's really awesome
Wow.
actually.
What is it? Sorry for being ignorant.
No, I don't know either, so you're fine. It looks like it was a Korg or something. Or a Rowan.
And Sonic
And
MR61.
That's in Sonic, I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, and Sonic,
Yeah,
yeah.
with the upgrade cards. So it has killer world music stuff in there, like monks chanting and Japanese percussion and gamelan stuff, and it's really awesome.
Very 90s.
Yeah, I spotted the Sonic, I just wasn't sure which model that was.
Yeah, I have the rack and
I'm-
the keyboard version. So.
I'm amazed I haven't got any Sonic gear in here at all, because I always really sort of hankered after it, but it never quite happened. At the time, I remember umming and ahhing about the EPS 16 Plus rack
Those are great.
or
Yeah.
the ESI 4000, and I went for
Yeah,
the
that was
ESI.
sweet.
I went for the ESI 4000, which I still have in a box somewhere over there.
Mhm.
Somewhere. Yeah. So, but yeah, there's something about them, and I still think that if I see an SQ80 at a good price, I might be very tempted. Or a
Yeah, it's
or
it's
a
trying to find them
VFX.
at the good price bit. That's
Yeah,
the
it
problem
is
though.
now. They're definitely going up, Sassy. You're right there. Or just buy Hydrosynth and shut your gob, Brooks. One of the things.
Well, the Hydrosynth is a solution, I think, to many problems.
Oh,
Yeah. Want a
I'm a bit
CS80?
quiet.
No,
Am I
get
a
a
bit
Hydrosynth.
I'm a bit quiet, blimey, because that was.
You are a
on the
bit,
top.
yeah, you are a bit on the quiety side.
Blimey.
By the way, the show you guys had on Thursday was hilarious. I finally caught up on most of it. I'm sorry I missed it. I was in stitches. So.
It did get a bit mad, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it's great.
How's
Is
that?
it one of
Is
those
that any better?
podcasts? Sorry.
Hmm?
So I was just going to ask if that's any better.
Yes.
Yeah, a little
It's
bit.
lovely.
Is
All
it
right,
a
okay, we go.
podcast you listen to at work then, Andy?
Oh, I could listen to it. I was just so busy I couldn't even listen to it. That's how bad it was. So. But I mean, I love irreverent stuff, so it was quite irreverent. So.
Oh, cool. There we go.
You mean rude? It was just vulgar. Really.
Well, sure, vulgar, rude, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Did Fiona finish off that bottle?
No, but I tell you what she did do. She went out to the Tesco. There's a Tesco Express that she goes to, and what they do in there, they do this sort of like off-the-shelf, ready-made Chinese food,
Oh yeah.
and
yeah,
it tastes like exactly like you get it at a Chinese restaurant, and you just bung it in the mic and whatever.
Mhm.
So obviously you're talking about Chinese, getting a Chinese that night, and of course what's happened is that it's whet her appetite and she's gone out and bought a load, so I had a lot of that.
Should have come round.
I don't think she. I think. Well, she says she didn't visit the wine, but I haven't seen the bottle anywhere. Do you know what I mean?
You don't want to throw that bottle away. You want to keep that bottle.
Right, I'm going to see if this works.
Go on then.
You ready? Oh,
There it is.
There you go. Oh, look, there's the Rally Race 2. The only one in the world.
Name on there? Can you please change that name on there? Can you change it to ending in ER, not an A? Altair. There you go.
That's the Latin version.
That's twice I've spelt shit wrong.
It'll just upset me, Kent.
It's really. I'll leave then.
Altair.
I've got to go back in now. Hang on a second.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting ready to go back to school, you see. You can tell, can't you? It's not tomorrow. It's Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow, but it's the day after that. So I'm just getting warmed
No,
up.
you went off a week earlier than everyone else, did you?
Yeah, we did. It actually gives us an extra day, if you think about it. Sneaky.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, because...
I was going to ask, what percentage of people are homeschooled there?
Very few these days.
Very few, very few.
Is it not allowed, or is it just not? Is it frowned upon?
Oh no, there is homeschooling.
No. Oh, you can do it.
Homeschool. Any
Just a lot of boxes need ticking.
It's very,
Sure.
very difficult. The state makes it very, very difficult for parents to homeschool.
Because to be honest, the average person who does it here is usually a whack job. So
Sorry,
Yeah,
man,
same.
I was just looking to what camp
He's doing all that, is it?
what camp spring.
Whoa, loads of feedback.
wow,
Wow.
done all 70.
That sounds like it's episode of, like, the...
God, that was Quatermass gone wrong, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was going to say Twilight Zone, but yeah, it's...
The Twiglet Zone. Here we go.
Twilight Zone. Here we go, so, here we go. This... Oh, no! Noah!
Don't get me going on Kant either.
Down the stairs.
Down the stairs.
Just to his left, there's a CS80.
CS80.
Hello, Fiona.
Hello, Fiona.
Show us the CS80. Look, just down to the left. No. Unless he's moved it. There he is.
Oh yeah.
You know, just casually lying around the house.
Yeah, as you do, you know.
As you do. You wait till you see in the kitchen.
Oh, God.
Lights. There you go. Over to the right.
Yeah, this is.
Over to the right.
Can Ken hear you?
Right, let me
Or is he
turn
just
off.
wandering? Oh right, you can.
I have kind of a similar setup, but I don't have all the cool vintage stuff. So
In the parlour, which is, well, it's more of a larder than a parlour, isn't it? What did I see there? There was either a Rev 2 or Rev 3 Profit 5. There was an ARP something or other.
It should come back. Swapped over. No.
Yeah. Put the outside light on. Otherwise it's a bit
It
rough.
trips over.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
wow.
Yeah.
Big old girl. You should be able to see it from outside, ain't you? Ah, that's good. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. That's it.
Nice.
You still got that memory mug on the floor.
Yeah. Dead memory mug.
I thought you'd sorted it.
Yeah, I've got to put more parts in it. I'm going to change out
right.
the trimmers on the two top voice cards because they keep dying. See, they're quite simple.
Only a couple of wires.
Only a couple of wires. Yeah. Oh. Go on, Husky Pants, up you go.
Great dog.
Husky.
Oh, Charlie. Wait, Charlie. Say hi. Say hi. Oh.
Are we going to get a tour of the shed? Oh, that's going to be ace. It's obviously very dark in Surrey.
And that's the
They can't afford street lighting, that's what it is.
They turn it off after 6 p.m.
Yeah, it gets very dark when they turn the street lights on. Little buggers. Right, this will drop out again in a minute, I would imagine. Yes, it doesn't.
What you need is a mesh network. He's gone now.
Yeah.
We'll see him reappear in the top left-hand corner in a minute. Siri's just got up, so yeah, tail's wagging.
On
There
the
he
shed
is.
talk, I keep thinking of Ewan McTeagle's "Can I have 50 pounds to mend the shed?"
That's better.
There you go.
There you go. Outside broadcast as well. Bloody hell! Come on.
A round of applause.
I'm getting spoilt here.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Oh, that's something I did as well. I bought a vape yesterday.
Yeah.
Kill your lungs are just in a
What
slightly
flavours have
different
you
way.
got?
No, Rob, that's not right. That's
yeah,
really not
it's
right.
I just covered it in propylene glycol.
No, it's not.
Yeah. I
No, it
got
really isn't.
crystal meth and what was the other one? and drain cleaner. No, I got Virginia Original. So I
And
thought
how
I'd
does it-
ease myself in before I go for peppermint and
Raspberry.
yeah.
How does it
It's
taste?
weird though. It's weird because I'm going to say it that I actually only really took to these once I'd come off the tobacco-ish
Oh, hang on a
flavour.
second.
So that's
Hello, Grumpy.
oh hey up.
It's Buster Blood Vessel.
You know what? If I didn't have, no, it's a good job I haven't got a fucking complex with you.
If you turn around and go like this, do you look like a big toe? No, you've got to turn around. It's got to be the back of your head. There you go. Do you look like?
Oh, beautiful. How are you, darling?
I'm all right, thank you.
Saw
Good,
you on
good.
telly last night, Ty. It was lovely.
You saw me. Was I on Britain's
I
Got
was on
Talent?
Friday night.
Was I dressed up as the little kid?
Yeah, something like that, or a pterodactyl or something.
Yeah. Did you? Yeah. You see, Robbie hasn't seen it, so he hasn't spotted his bell. I got the
No,
whole thing remixed. Just
I
to
saw
have
the
his
first
bell.
half.
I was
Well, the
listening
first.
so hard, but I didn't spot it either. I'm sorry, but I would go, look at the pterodactyls. Where's this
I-
bloody bell?
I can promise you, you wouldn't have spotted it in a million years. It wasn't going to happen. So, it is in there though, as proved. But
No, I must because it was on Friday, wasn't it? So I was doing the show, so I only watched like the first
yeah, and you think
10,
that's a good
15
enough
minutes.
excuse?
Yeah,
Selfish fucker.
but I even recorded it on the
Record on
telly
video.
box.
On video.
Yeah,
You got your VHS out. And
yeah, for the
recorded it.
authenticity. But yeah, no. Was it done in UHD on the iPlayer?
You're asking me. I think
I
it
am.
might be. I don't know. I don't know if I'm honest.
If it is,
I'll
I'll
say
give it a
yes.
look on that.
I'll say yes.
Cool
So can I
beans.
point out that so Pip was overhearing you lot talking a minute ago, and she reminded me that she actually has a DX7.
Oh,
She actually has a Mark One DX that her brother's looking after.
Got one just down there now.
I know. But she,
not very well, but-
she turned around and said, "Oh, I was upstairs. I was upstairs having a shit," and
It's funny how our lives run in parallel.
she turned around and went, "Oh, they're talking about DX7s." I almost posted in the comments going, "I've got a DX7 Mark One." So she turned and went, "Do you want it?" Her brother's looking after it. Do you want it?
Do I want it?
No, not you. Fuck you.
that ain't
No.
you got one now.
Well, actually, technically, I've got another one because I said Matt is unless he's taken an absolute turn to it and doesn't want to let it go. He
That's not going to happen. Don't worry about that. You know, I did actually say to Ken yesterday, you do need to understand, I had one, I mean, I say all this about them, but I had one for years, and I did loads of stuff with the DX. So then I told you, then I had a TX802,
Mhm.
and I've got an FS1R, and I've got a Montage, and so it's just nice to kind of keep baiting you about it, bearing in mind every time I appear anywhere near a program where you're on, all you do is turn and go, oh fuck, it's that ugly fat twat again.
it's our thing, Ty. It's our thing. It's our special
I
place.
start worrying. I've always said this about people. Always start worrying. If I'm nice to you, if I'm really nice to you, honestly start worrying. Yeah. You know there's something wrong. If I'm
Didn't
really
even want
nice
to talk to
you.
me yesterday.
I did, but you were busy.
Did you see my Rolling Rice too?
Oh, have you? Do you know what? I think I caught the very beginning of it. Pretty shit. And is it essentially just you with some Yes, I'm going to say yes. Your official rights to, which is obviously totally legit.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I'm going to put it on eBay. So, get it,
Yeah.
you know, early
Get some
window.
idiot. Yeah,
Yeah,
get some
probably.
idiot for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I
And of
think
course
it
it's
was,
totally
it's
legal.
quite good in silver. I can see why they did it.
Did you glue a fake MIDI port on the side too?
No, what I'm going to have to do is get one of those little, you know, B's to C converters. Put it on the side and go, oh God, mate. Honest to God.
Anyway, I'm
Yeah.
not going to hang around late. I'm not going to hang around long tonight.
Ties
Because-
on a promise.
No,
Promise
You're
not
not
to
working today, are you, Ty?
I've worked today and I finished today. I finished the episode today, so I have taken.
Yay.
I finished at lunchtime, and
It's
so
sexy time.
and it's my and it's. You gonna show your face? No, she's not gonna
on.
Show her face.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
Go on, just show your face.
Come on, I show
Show your
mine.
face. Come on, show your face. Come on. Come on. I don't know what your face looks like. And so she's.
You didn't know, did you?
There
You didn't know. Oh dear, oh dear, oh
There
dear.
we go.
No.
Hello.
So, hello. Is that
Hello.
it?
Hello, bye.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, bye. So
I thought she was
um,
more baboon looking.
He said he thought you were more baboon looking.
Well, that's just my ass.
Ah, the last time I saw her, she looked a lot more baboon than that.
I know. Well, fortunately, she went and had electrolysis and had all that taken out. So anyway, so I finished today, and so I've had a day off, and Pip goes home tomorrow. So I'm.
Oh, good man.
But I'm still, because I love you so much, I thought I'd pop my face in and just say hello.
Uh-huh.
Very kind.
So yeah,
I wrote you a track today.
you wrote me a track.
Yeah, I wrote you a track.
Oh God, this okay. I'm just worried about the way this is going now,
Why?
because this can't be genuine. You can't have written me a track.
Mm,
No, there's got to be some. No. There's got to be. There's another side to this.
oh yeah,
Okay.
there's always
Of
another
course there is. Go on
side.
then. Go on then.
All right, yeah, okay then. All right,
Go on.
all right. Here we go. Then.
Go on.
Hang on. Run this up.
Yes, those are the chords to the theme tune. Yes. You've got too much time on your hands. On your hands. This is fine. Is the tune going to come in?
Yeah, all right. I do it on the rolly.
Go on then.
I know.
Almost right.
No, I know.
oh, you did it so well in rehearsal.
I know.
Oh.
Oh,
That's a
Automatically
really good
improved
one. I
it.
like that now.
That's it. Beautiful.
come on, it was close. But there's definitely something you do the second time round or the third time
Yeah,
round.
it
And you
does
do something.
change.
You do a different change
do.
down in the bottom end, and I haven't looked yet. I've only spent an hour on it.
That's all I spent on it, to be fair. I claim that it takes me ages. I just basically do that and then just sit and wank in the
No, it was,
studio.
it was it was weird because
I don't agree.
I She, I watched it last night anyway. And then when they were doing the weird flappy jobs, and they're playing the lead, and then you finally get to actually hear some proper music without, and so it's here, and over the top, right? And you get to hear that theme for them. And it's been stuck in my head all fucking day.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The only way I'm going to deal with this is I'm going to actually go upstairs and try to play it.
Well,
Did you do that all by ear, Ken? Just from listening to it?
Yeah, I've only heard it once, and that's normally enough. And then come up and I will find, 80% of it, 70% of it.
It's pretty impressive.
It's not.
Yeah, that was great, Ken.
Anybody can do that.
No, they can't.
Nope.
Yeah, give me that.
It was missing
No,
something
Ken,
though.
they can't.
Yeah.
Was it missing a bell of some sort?
There was no bell.
There was no bell. But to be fair, the bell
Probably
isn't in that
ought to find
bit.
It isn't. The bell isn't in that bit.
No, the bell is during the
End of the world scene.
where all the tsunamis and all the rest of it. It's in
Where
there.
all DX7s go to
It's all
die.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you
And
want
if you listen really, really, really carefully, you can't hear the bell.
If you want some real earworm, the thing I'm doing now, this Spectacular Earth thing, the main theme to that is even, it's you can't get it out of your head. It's a good tune.
Yeah, a good tune is the one you can't get out of your head, and I do like that
Kylie.
one.
So it's a good tune.
Out of my head. Sorry,
Dum,
I've
dum,
just
dum,
lowered
dum.
the tone again.
Back down to Kylie.
Ah, bless her.
I won't hear a word said against that woman.
Well, except for the appearance in Street Fighter, right?
Well, yes.
Well,
She's
yeah.
Street Fighter as well.
Yeah.
No,
And neighbours, they weren't good.
Yeah, well.
yeah. She only did one good track for me. That was it.
Mm.
She did Confide in Me, which I really love.
Mm.
But that's basically it for me. Sorry, I'm not really a Kylie man. But
It was mainly a visual thing for me, I think, rather than auditory. But
yeah, but she hasn't aged that well, actually. Do you not think? I don't think she's aged that.
Possibly.
I think recently, I think
She's been
she's.
very ill, though, hasn't she?
oh,
Has she?
didn't she have breast cancer?
She had breast cancer.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Ah.
Oh no,
Yeah,
she.
but
I should
that
breast
takes
cancer.
a massive toll on your body, though.
Oh, okay. Are you trying to make me feel better? I feel better.
No.
I feel really shit now. Sorry. Okay. No, she looks great for her age, especially considering.
Yeah. Sorry, I, that wasn't my intention. I apologise.
No. But yeah. Anyway, I'm more of a Natalie Imbruglia man myself.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, okay.
Torn was.
I'd
interesting.
kick neither of them out of bed.
No, I like Natalie Imbruglia. It has to be said.
Yeah, but for me, it'll always be. Oh, that's better.
What's that?
I don't know.
Don't know. Honestly, don't know. It's
What was that?
something. No, it was me trying to do something clever and it just failed miserably on its arse.
Oh,
So
Welcome to my world. Anyway, is everyone else good? As I said, I'm popping in, saying hello, just checking everyone's good, everyone's well.
we're all upright and perpendicular.
Good.
Studio looks very bright today. What's going on?
I'm not in the studio.
Oh, yeah, that would. See, I'm
I
not
mean-
used to not seeing you in the studio.
Look, piano and everything. Hang on a minute.
Oh, yeah, of course. You're in the
Blackpool Illuminations in there.
in the
Oh,
living
sorry.
room.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm in lounge.
Loungy.
Lounge, so yeah, so all good.
Good stuff.
But yes,
yeah.
so I got the episode finished, so I'm just a happy bunny. I'm just until
3 to
tomorrow.
go.
Yeah, tomorrow I start on episode 2, which is meant to be done within a week.
Of course it will be.
So we worked out it took 5 and a bit weeks to do episode 1, and now I've got 1 week to do episode 2.
Are you going to do
Are
some
you able to
revisiting?
Yeah, well the thing is, theoretically, yeah, and thematics, yeah, I can reuse themes, but the problem is that I haven't seen the second film yet, and the second film I've been here before, where I was saying earlier, where you kind of plan on kind of reusing themes and all that kind of thing, and then you watch the film,
Yeah.
and suddenly realise that everything you've done on the first episode is completely useless and totally inappropriate for the second episode, and you have to start from scratch. So right at this moment, I have no idea whether I can use any of it or loads of it or whatever. But there's no point worrying about that. I'll worry about that tomorrow. I'm not going to worry about it today. So
Fair dues.
but
do you download the film, or do they send it round on a hard disk or something? Or
no,
CD,
they
or-
just download it. So,
We transfer.
yeah, it is. That's all it is. Yeah,
Can I ask, Ty, do
of course you
you
can.
all the pieces of music? Do you yourself sync them to the actual music? Sync them to the actual film? Do you say, right, this goes here, this goes there, and actually put it underneath so that it all fits and works as you see it, and then send it back to them?
Yeah. So what happened?
Do they then have the opportunity to say, well, we don't like that, but we'll take that bit out and put this bit here?
Yeah. So this is why the dub for this episode is starting next Monday, and they basically want a week. That's why it got delivered. It has to be delivered by tomorrow, so that got delivered today. For them to lay in tomorrow morning to put together the film, and they've got a week to make any changes before the dub next Monday. So I got the film whenever I got the film, and then so I sit there with each part of the film and write the music for that section of the film, and then I do what I call everyone does it a different way. The way I do it, I then open up what I call a placement project, which basically means that I then assemble all the final pieces together to form en masse files. So I send them all the files. So it means that they can change the levels and things of each track and whatever, but I send them that as one long thing, but they can then come back and do changes. So although I say I finished this one, it doesn't mean I have finished it. It just means it's the whole film is with them. They've got music for the entire film. And it is literally wall to wall. There's music from the very first second to the very last second of the film, which I hate. It's rubbish. Anything that does that means that you're trying to make up for problems in the film, because you should never have a soundtrack for a film like that goes from beginning to end. But they'll do what they did with the dinosaur thing. I have to say that the thing on Friday was some of it was a hard watch, basically, because what they did, because they had the stems to work from. I mean, some of the bits, that you literally heard a quarter of what they had, or less than that. I mean, one of the scenes, I was there going, oh, there's a beautiful bit of music coming up, and that bit of music just never happened. They just played.
Yeah, that
they
must
played.
Be hard.
Yeah, well, it's
But
only
it's
the only
their
reason.
decision, isn't it? What
It
they
is their
use
decision.
and how they use it and when.
The only thing that's hard about it is the fact that I just sit there going, oh, that was a day and a half wasted, or that's the only thing that's hard about it.
But they
yeah,
paid
there
you
was
for
some-
it.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, I learned years ago, I used to be really precious about it back in the day when I used to actually, I don't want to say care, because that isn't right at all. I still care. When it used to, yeah,
It was,
they were all, they
When
were
it used
all
to
my
hurt
little,
you.
they were
Yeah.
all my little babies.
Yeah.
Every piece was a little baby, and then when they used to fuck around with it, it used to, I used to. But you just learn basically that once they're out of your hands, they can do what the hell they want with it, and they do. I mean, sometimes some of the edits, some of the butchering that I've heard of music, because ironically, even within the first 30 seconds of this film, I knew something was going to go, because at the very beginning of the pre-titles, there was one bit where they stuck in, and I think it was like about a second and a half, and they just stuck in a second and a half. They extended a scene. And automatically, the first thing I said was, "Oh fuck! This now means that everything else from this point onwards, obviously, is going to be out of sync for that piece of music." So they basically had to then duck the music. So I knew it was going to happen at some point. They had to then duck the music to then bring it back in. And so it's tough, but you just have to just let it go and just go, yeah, it is what it is. As you say, I got paid for it, and I know what the track should sound like, and no one else is going to know. No one else is going to listen to it and think it sounds shit. It's just me. So, but there we go.
No, it sounded absolutely fine. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, again, I
Really,
watched it
really
and
nice
I thought
track.
it sounded lovely. It worked beautifully with the actual TV program that I was watching, and I thought that was you know, a cracking job. I mean, but that's us as end consumers of the whole package, and I'm just sitting there on a, you know, whatever day it was, Friday night, eating my tea, watching. Oh, this, oh yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, no,
All
that's
ties
what it
music
should be. You know,
yeah.
all I'm doing is providing a service. I'm just one of the team that's doing my bit, really. So, you know, it's fine. But now it's just on to the next one. So
I don't know how you do it. I really don't.
it's like anything. Honestly, you do just get used to it. It's not, you know. I think the problem I've got is, I've said this before. The problem I've got is that when I was doing it all the time for 20 odd years, it was all the pure adrenaline, and so it was easy to do. It's harder now. It's a lot harder now that I've had the break and the time off, and now coming back into it is, it's tricky now because I just, my body's just, it's old. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
My body's now just
But you
old.
don't want to be stuck in there all the time now.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be stuck in there all the time. You know, so it's, but it's fine. So anyway,
Well,
Good.
evening, Robert.
hi Robert.
Advantageously.
I thought you'd just come in so I could swear out my tie.
You could swear at me if you want to.
No, I'm missing the normal bollocking from you today.
Oh,
you've got an
you
opportunity.
you want a bollocking? Fuck me, you're a pervert. Wow.
Masochist.
Yeah, exactly.
Very keen. Very keen.
Excuse me, I'm just expecting it. I didn't get it in the chat today from you.
I know. Do you remember what I just said earlier? Start worrying when I'm really nice to you. Yeah. Hey, Robert, how are you doing?
Oh my god!
Quick, run!
Do I need to send you some of our music to critique
Yeah, no,
so
tell you
that
what.
I can...
Yeah. Do you know what? Play us something. I'd love to hear something. Please.
Check if he's got a knife.
I'm going to be ducking out. I will be back a little bit later.
Quick,
Bye, buddy.
I'm going. Yeah.
Okay. Look,
I will
I am.
see you
I am-
later.
I am going.
Bye, Robbie.
Bye.
Take care.
Cheers,
man.
Rob.
And on that note,
On that note,
What note was that?
On that
It's got to be a C.
He feels the need.
is that
Anyway.
7? Is that the 7?
that's actually OPS 7. It's not the one that, because that's
Okay.
a bit poorly. So, but no,
Yeah.
it's OPS. Anyway, enjoy. If you're still going, which I'm sure you will be, I'll be back later.
All right. Then.
Cheers, Rob.
Bye bye.
So, yeah.
See you later, Rob.
See you later, Rob. Well, I won't. I'm going to go.
All right, dear.
Well, see you time.
So, just so you know,
Cool chatting with you.
can't it's chill.
What's that?
I've already got boxer shorts on, but there we go.
On your
Well,
marks.
I'm in pyjama bottoms, so that's me.
See, there you go. See, this is that. What's that? Is it the what's the name? Oh, who's the comedian who does the show where they basically
Angela Rippon.
No, one of them's not wearing any trousers, and you have to guess which one it is.
No idea.
Ramesh.
Ramesh
Yeah.
Ranganathan.
No,
That's
right.
the one
yeah.
on his show.
Oh,
They do
yeah,
the
yeah.
entire thing online and on a Zoom call, but one of them isn't wearing any trousers, and you have to guess which one it is.
There was I can't remember which old comedy series it was, but there was that thing about Angela Rippon behind the news desk and what she was actually wearing behind the desk. It was all slightly.
Yeah.
And so was it Morecambe and Wise?
Morecambe and Wise, I would have thought.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a Morecambe and Wise again. Then she comes out and because they see all the legs and she does the ballroom dance and the.
Oh, is that what you want me to do? Is that what you're implying?
If that's your thing,
Oh,
Ty,
you
do you
give
want
us
me
a-
to just get my dress
Slip
on
on,
and do?
yeah,
do you want
slip
to
on your
get-
chiffon.
you want to do a foxtrot? You
I'll get a dress on
away.
and do some ball dances for you, sure.
Bit of chiffon, yeah.
There may be trouble ahead.
Okay, guys, I'm going to disappear.
Okay.
All right.
Well, cheers, Ty. Take care.
You take care.
Look
Put
after
that.
yourself, and
Busy as always.
I will see you. I probably won't see you later. I hope
No, you
I
probably
don't see you
won't.
later. No, I don't think I will.
I think you're tied up for the next couple
I
of months.
will. I'm not seeing you later. No.
No. Not
I've
not
just heard
not
a-
in.
I've just
not the usual
heard.
way.
I've just heard a laugh. I'm not seeing you later. I will see you soon. Be good.
Indeed.
Have a great
Take
one.
care.
Thank you, buddy boy.
Ta-ta.
Bye,
Bye,
yourself.
bye, bye, bye.
Ta-da, ta-da. Here we
My
go.
eyes are
Oh, God.
I really don't know how Ty does what he does so well.
It
Think
makes
of the
my
money.
heart boggle.
Phenomenal.
Got to think of the money. That helps.
Well, yes.
That's what gets me through a CS80. Just
Yes.
think of
So
the money.
that resistor's just cost him £10.
Yeah. Damn thing. Damn it to hell. Yeah. So. But. Ooh.
Oh, that's me. Sorry,
Oh,
folks.
that's you. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Oh dear. Are you sitting there waiting for more food, dog? Hmm? Yeah, you are. You little moo, aren't you? Oh dear. So what's been going on, Sass? What's been happening in your world?
Not a lot, very quiet. It's nice bank holiday and the weather's been good. Got the garden mowed. Tomorrow, if it's good, I'm going to be hacking the shit out of some of the bushes and stuff to try and create space for a studio. Not quite as good as yours, but I'm planning on building something. So
Yes. Well, good. Good. Yeah. I must admit, yeah, it's a lovely little room, but my God, cost enough. Bloody thing.
yeah. Well, you filled it up pretty quickly as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's all got to be sorted out and filed away and allocated. And then there's a big shed going in that'll house all the CNC and 3D printers and blah 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 and all that stuff. All the manufacturing type of things. They'll go in the other one, but that'll be more conventional sort of wooden shed. But we're going to line it and make it into a bit more of a suitable kind of room, really.
Yeah.
But what do you want, sweetheart? What?
I'm just absolutely astonished at how much the price of building materials has gone up. And even just things like timber.
Yeah.
Well, that's been for more than a year now.
Yeah.
That fight started in 2020 when they were in lockdown up in Norway and Sweden. Well, and Finland was probably the worst when that started happening. And then they went on their 2 months of summer break. And then it was like, oh yeah, no wood until September, October.
Yeah.
That was a very interesting time around November 2020 when if you were trying to get wood at that point.
Yeah. But I must admit, it's everything's been going up, but without any real reason why. Nobody's given a really satisfying reason for why everything has been going up.
Well, it's a mixture. I mean, there's issues with shipping still. So, timber imports from the likes of Canada, etc., are non-existent. The cost of energy has gone up, so things like brick manufacturing is now considerably more expensive than it was. Also, demand has gone up because more and more people are working from home, so the demand for home offices has gone through the roof, and I think there's a bit of exploitation going on there. But I mean, I went shopping yesterday and half the shelves were empty. It's a very, very weird feeling.
Yeah. Yes. It's been a bit weird all round, hasn't it?
Yeah. But just things like, coffee is suddenly 20 or 30p a jar more expensive than it was a month ago.
Yeah.
But at least passports are now blue.
Yay! I don't know why that's a good thing or not, really. But what? You have something to say? Yeah. Well, I don't know. There's one thing's for sure. Won't be buying any PlayStation 5s anytime soon, anyway.
No.
Nah.
Well, I mean, the price of electronics generally is going up.
Yeah.
But oddly, it doesn't seem to have affected TVs. Still buy a TV, flat panels, etc. They obviously didn't stop
right.
the manufacture of those.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think that's enough of a supply chain for others.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe there's a
but-
backlog of them or something.
But when you see, 60-inch TVs, or the other day in Costco they had an 85-inch TV. It's just, okay, it was $2,000, but that's nothing compared to what TVs used to cost.
Yeah. Thing is, it's just this knock-on, isn't it? It's, the price of, like here, I mean, the price of parts goes up, so the price of getting the keyboard repaired goes up.
Yeah.
The price of shipping and all the rest of it goes up, and it all ends up being dumped on the bloody customer at the end of it, poor bastard.
Yeah.
Making up for the shortfall of everything else.
Well, just imagine how much, the average consumer is hit by the increase in fuel prices. Just imagine how that feels if you're running a fleet of trucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, was it a year ago? Fuel was £1 a litre?
Yeah. Yeah, but the price of oil has fallen more than that since then. And yet,
Oh, yeah.
the fuel's gone up. They go, well, hang on a minute. But it was like that thing, wasn't it, when they said about, the reason that fuel had gone up. When was it? This was back in about 20 years ago, wasn't it? They said, the reason the fuel has gone up is because it's index linked to gas, and gas has gone up, you see. So the price of a barrel of oil against, gas and everything like that. So when one goes up, the other one goes up. And I go, and then the price of gas plummeted. Oh no, the price of oil plummeted and gas stayed the same price. And I go, I thought they were index linked. And it went, no, it only works one way, up. When it goes down, it stays where it is.
Yes.
So it's only
Yes.
it's
Full
index
profiteering.
linked. Yeah, it's index linked in favour of whoever owns the fucking stuff. So.
Yeah.
So again, but it's very weird that, a barrel of oil drops by about $12, $15 and fuel goes up by pretty much the same in the opposite direction. It's like,
Yeah.
why? There isn't an intrinsic reason for it, other than pocket lining.
How are things in the States, Andy?
Gas-wise? Well, in this area, we're not necessarily the best judge because Silicon Valley is always overpriced for lots of reasons. But gas is around, on average, about almost $7 a gallon. A little below that sometimes. So those apps where you hunt for the cheapest price are coming quite handy right now.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't matter that much, they're all pretty consistent compared to normally when they're very wildly usually, but not now. They're all pretty much playing the same game.
Yeah.
And gas stations have shut because of pandemic for some reason or other reasons. So sometimes there are less gas stations in a given area. In general, we're just getting reamed. No matter how you name it, we're getting reamed. So.
Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes those very sexy 7.5 litre V8s always seem to feel like not such a great purchase when fuel gets this expensive.
Yeah, I have an SUV, so I'm basically driving very little these days.
Yeah. I bet there's a few Hummers parked up as well. Oh, nah, I'm not
Yeah.
driving that today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, 6 miles to the gallon.
Now, granted, my SUV now is way more efficient than my previous one. Previous one was a V8, and this current one is a V6, but just about as powerful as the V8, and more fuel efficient. So, but it's it's a close margin. It's not like, oh, this is so much more efficient now, But they have hybrids. Maybe I'll get a hybrid eventually, but I would never get a fully electric car at this point. So
No.
I don't think there's enough infrastructure really for it to be.
no, I mean I go to Yosemite,
Easily
I'll be
viable.
stuck out there. I'll be stuck in the mountains with nothing if I use a full electric. So.
Yeah, because you get those videos on YouTube, don't you? With somebody with a Tesla trying to charge it up, and they go into the charge points and they don't work, or it doesn't got a different connector on it or something. They go,
Well, there's a line. I mean, there are only so many, and you got to plan your route, and it's just like, oh boy.
yeah, it's a lot more.
I have a car for the freedom. I don't want to be limited to a pathway,
But also, it's, electric cars are effectively disposable, aren't they? Because who's going to buy a second-hand electric car when they've got to shell out 20 grand for a new battery?
Yeah, and some of the products are pretty nasty, and they don't really recycle them as well as I don't think they say they do. So.
Yeah, well, wasn't there something with I think it was with the Prius, that the amount of pollution that the manufacturing of Priuses caused, they'd need to run the cars for about 200 years before they do the carbon offset of making the economical green car.
Plus, most people charge at home, and most areas are not green powered. They're using fossil fuels for your home power, so you're not really saving that much,
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like everything else, and they go, we're trying to cut down, greenhouse gases, and separating our plastics from bloody cardboards and stuff in the bins. And then a volcano goes and blows its tits all over the place and goes, oh, yeah, that was a waste of time.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Volcano. So, we did all that hard work and you've gone and ruined it.
Yeah.
So,
And it's sort of, it's Tuesday, China's just opened a new coal-fired power station.
yeah.
Wednesday, India's just opened a new coal-fired power station.
Yeah. Also, another thing is wars. I mean, they start blowing shit up all over the place as well.
Yeah.
Releasing heat and energy, dirt and dust and everything into the atmosphere. It's like, well done. I suppose you can't have a green war, can you? Well, not yet.
Unless you go in and recycle everything afterwards.
Well, yeah, I suppose, if we ended up having a war for resources, then yeah, you could have a green war, I suppose. No, it is silly to try and clean up the environment while the country next door is like shitting into the river.
Yeah. Well, I mean, or most of the plastics in the sea are not emanating out of America or the UK or Australia or New Zealand. They're coming out of Asia.
Yeah. But there again, we kind of gave them the keys to the workshop.
Yeah.
Say, here, you lot make all the stuff for us. So we can't really complain about the fact that they're making a bit of a mess out there.
Yeah.
I suppose, because you want that bloody.
Well, everyone wants everything cheap.
50 quid
Yes.
TV,
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's there isn't really a reasonable solution for any of it apart from a sort of like to flick the switch and do a reset, and then everybody agrees on doing the same thing. So,
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
no, probably not. No.
Yeah, as Cresshead points out in the chat, Ukraine creates about 20% of the world's wheat supplies. So any food product containing wheat is going to go up in price.
Okay.
Well, lucky those bastards with a gluten-free diet.
Yeah, but you're going to have have people in trench coats in alleyways selling Weetabix. Want to buy some Weetabix? Black market Weetabix. I mean, fucking hell, that's what we'll end up at.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, you got milk and sugar. You'll be all right, mate. Yeah. But this is it. I mean, this is part of what globalization did, where they're literally allocating countries to go, right, you make all them, that country can make all of that, and that country can make all of that. And then when one of the country goes down the toilet for one reason, you go, oh, well, what are we going to do without that?
Yeah.
So,
Well, that was effectively what the EU was trying to do. So, Germany would be the manufacturing, the UK would be the services arm, France would be agriculture.
yeah.
And, that's how it seemed to be structured.
Yeah. Yes, but see, there's a lot of land that's been reclaimed for housing here, and if we asked to be more self-sufficient, which they are making noises towards at the moment about going, we should start becoming a manufacturing country again and a farming country again. You go, yeah, dude, where? You built fucking houses everywhere. You're going to have micro farms, maybe. That'll be out here.
Well, it's not too bad where I am. I mean, we're surrounded by countryside here, and there's there's Wales, which is effectively empty.
That's where dragons be.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, they've been selling school fields around here, left, right, and centre for the last 20 years. There's hardly any school fields left.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Just lots of really fat kids wobbling to school because they're not getting any bleeding exercise anymore.
How else are we going to pay for the upkeep of the school, though? That's the sad part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I
But
mean,
then
the school across the road here has just had a massive. I said, we wanted to build 4 more classrooms. And the planning went through, and the 4 classrooms they built, the building is bigger than the old school put together. Because they're much fatter kids, I suppose, so they need bigger classrooms. Because if that's 4 classrooms, yeah, right-o, mate.
But a lot of childhood obesity is, I hate to say, parents' fault. When we were kids, we played outside. We still read books, we still did homework, but we weren't sat in our arses watching TV. And we cycled everywhere, we never got driven anywhere. Yeah. Or we'd walk places, or, It's what we did. Didn't complain about it. If you wanted to go around and see your mate, you cycled round. Or you ran round, or...
Yeah. But even then, that was.
Well, it's more garbage food choices and marketing too. When I was a kid, we had a few of those things that were temptations, but we were still active. But now there's more and more garbage than ever catering to kids and kind of brainwashing them to eat crap.
Yeah.
Yeah. But one time a day, you could go into a grocer's and greengrocers, and you could buy a pound of carrots, and it will cost you 10p. But if you want to buy a chocolate, it's going to cost you 30. Now it's the other way around. We see. Now the staple cheap foods are expensive, and the shit is as cheap as possible to get you on it.
Yeah.
So it's inevitable. You give a child 50p to go down the road. It'd never occur to them to buy a pound of carrots anyway. Because the thing is, you go down to shops now, there isn't any bloody greengrocers. All there is hairdressers and somewhere, somebody doing Hoover repairs because of supermarkets.
And you're right about the home thing too. The one advantage I had as a kid is my mom always gave us good homemade food. We didn't go processed food that much. Or I had McDonald's hamburgers maybe 3 times in my whole life. We always made our own burgers at home. Even as a kid, I made my own stuff and had good quality food, quality control. not tons of preservatives and other nonsense in there. And it made me very picky, but at the same time, it's a lot better for you, but safer. So
Yeah, but it's like they did that thing where they took some bacon, pre-wrapped bacon from a supermarket, and what the program did is they had it analysed.
About 30% water.
Well, no, it wasn't so much what was in it, but it's what the bacon was. And they found that they traced it all the way back to, it was from, or some of it was from a pig that had been killed 4 years previously in Argentina.
Wow.
And it was only on the supermarket shelf that week. But they traced that the pig came from here. So we were shipping pigs out there. They're doing the slaughtering, the packing and everything like that, and then freezing and all the rest of it. And then it just eventually gets shipped back here, and then it goes out in the supermarkets. Fresh bacon.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So you don't know what the hell it is you're eating half the time.
well, we had some stores here. It was a chain here called Food Lion that got busted by that show 60 Minutes, where they were taking the old turning purple meat on the meat market shelf.
Oh, and bleaching it.
No, putting sauce on it, repackaging it as something else, and selling it as a new item that's now been sauced. And the sauce covers up the unpleasant color of the old meat. And, man, they got busted big time. It was great.
Yeah, because I had a ready meal a couple of months ago now. And I don't know what... I took a mouthful of it and it was like, oh, there's something wrong with that. And I said to Fiona, I said, you try that. She goes, what sort of mystery meat is that? Nah, I don't fancy that. No. So you don't know what you're getting. And and a lot of supermarket chains aren't particular about where they get some of the stuff from.
Well, the
So you go,
horse meat scandal.
Well, yeah, because I think it was initially Tesco's that got taken to task with that, didn't they? But then they found that Sainsbury's had suffered from it as well. They'd been buying them in with that.
Well, it was everyone, basically.
Yeah, because it was... Now, the thing is, horse meat isn't like, horrible.
No, I like it.
But it's... If you're putting horse meat in something, you got to tell people you're putting horse meat in it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So... that beef lasagna, well, apparently it drove past a cow on the way to the supermarket. That's about how beefy that
Well, it trotted past, yeah.
Yeah, he goes, it showed it a photograph of a cow. He goes, this is what you've got to try and taste like, all right? Now, try harder. But...
is it sentimentality?
Yes. I think with horses, yes.
Probably.
Well, I mean, what else are you going to do with a horse? I mean, it's a shit ton of meat.
Yeah.
And it's lean as well.
France, France love their
normal
horse.
in other parts of the world.
Or like a
here where
lovely,
it's not.
or like a lovely salami, which could be a nice donkey or mule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, occasionally Lidl still sell, or they used to. I don't know whether they still do, but they used to sell basically donkey salami.
I mean, that's what salami should be. Ideally, a really old donkey. That is like the best salami you can ever have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's that cognitive distancing, I suppose. It's like you have a lamb casserole, something like that, but you're not imagining the lovely little fluffy lamb leaping around the
I do.
field.
We're surrounded by them here, so.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. Lamb is the one thing where I do think like that. I go, oh, no, I don't want lamb, thank you. Yeah. So, but not so much with chicken. So, it's... I don't know. I mean, if I was prepared to just eat bread and
Well,
stuff,
gone
it'd be all
are
right.
the days where you'd walk past a butcher's shop and they'd actually have, a pig hanging, or half a cow hanging.
Yeah.
And I think that society is sort of distancing itself from the realities, so where I live, I suppose, quite lucky that have some very, very good butchers and some very good game butchers, and we also have fishmongers. So kids can walk past and look, they can see a whole fish or an octopus or something, or a squid, and it's not wrapped in plastic and trimmed, and things like the difference between farmed salmon and fresh salmon it's night and day.
Yeah.
But not everyone sees that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's all part of the. As far as the food cycle is concerned, I think it got contaminated a while back. It's sort of like literally shitting in our own fucking soup now. It's gone too far. Destroyed a lot of our natural food sources.
Yeah.
So that's cheery, isn't it? Yay, everybody! Yeah, happy Easter.
It's funny you're talking about horse and cow and stuff. McDonald's did get busted for, I think it was 10% horse meat in their burgers for a while.
But they did taste better.
I suppose.
Normally they're grassed by milk cattle these days, I thought. But that's like just end of life dairy cattle, just shred them, and that's it.
Yeah.
But from what I can remember when I grew up in Germany, McDonald's was about the only place where you were guaranteed to get 100% beef, because that was after the big scandals everywhere else. But they actually just ended up buying whatever cheapest cow-like animal they could find.
Yeah, but it's it's something you never thought you'd end up finding yourself in a situation where the burger that you're eating on the Sunday won the 100 guineas on the Friday. Do you know what I mean? It's
Well, that's the old joke. My steak had a mark where the jockey was hitting it, right?
Yeah. Come on, you bastard! Move faster than that. So yeah.
I like hitting my bacon nice and soft while it's still alive. But,
that's called pig slapping.
no, like. But, I mean, I love pigs as animals. As much as I love to eat them, I also think that they're nice, lovely, cuddly, cute animals.
Yeah.
And. Or maybe like I think the first time I saw half a pig hanging in the bucket must have been 4, and then seeing him making half a pig into small things to take home.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm a bit more disconnected with the rest of the world.
One of my mates was he's got this pig. And he's come up to it and he's rubbing his ears and he goes, "You are lovely, you are. Why do you taste so fucking good?"
That's about me. Yeah.
Well, I suppose I was lucky. My grandparents used to have they used to keep some animals. I mean, my grandfather used to cry every time he had to kill a pig. But my grandmother used to make brawn. So, you'd walk into the kitchen, she'd be sawing a pig's head in half and putting it in the pot.
Yeah.
And so I just grew up knowing that these animals were, they might be cute to play with, but they were primarily to eat. And that was it, no questions.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's something about, a small holding, a couple of animals, and every now and again, like, the turkey disappears on, just before Christmas or whatever, or the lamb disappears, during spring and all the rest of it. But then when you get into the whole mechanised thing where you go, well, where it's, killing 300 cows an hour and stuff like that, it's like, oh man.
The first massive slaughterhouses was like, as much as the animals are treated poorly, I mean, the people working there, it seems like they're treated even worse. If you see like all the stories of how terrible, I mean, in the UK it's not as bad, but considering how terrible it is in Germany with those workers, I mean, that's utterly disgusting.
Yeah.
But that's because the EU changed all the rules on slaughtering, so all the small local slaughterhouses in the UK were shut down because they had to have a vet, literally sitting there watching every animal, and the small slaughterhouses just couldn't afford it. So all the slaughterhouses in the UK now tend to be very big. And it's impersonal. I mean, it's much better if a farmer can literally walk his beef herd down the road to a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
The animals aren't stressed, and they're dispatched.
How tasty are you?
Humanely.
Eh? How tasty are you? Yum yum. What would you be like with gravy? Eh? Yeah, you're looking worried. I know.
I thought dog is best in soup.
Yeah, that's soup. That's a good move, isn't it? Soup. What do you reckon? You're not you're not interested
Well,
in that.
sadly, my friend from Singapore told me how good dog actually tastes. So
Oh.
It doesn't.
Chow chow.
I don't like it.
But what if you mean about chow chow, what that means in Chinese, it's just like, yeah, tasty, tasty.
Yeah.
No, other than fish, I don't think eating animals that eat meat is necessarily a good idea. As the BSE scandal showed us.
But how else are you going to dispose of family members if you don't have pig to feed them to?
long pig, family members.
Yeah.
Oh no! Come on. What
Conversation
was
is.
that a reference?
Am I saying too
Of
much
course,
again?
it was a reference.
What was it?
Chianti,
So-
yeah.
Yeah,
Long-
nice
wasn't-
Chianti.
Wasn't long pig used in Cannibal Holocaust?
Basically, yeah, a lot of things. Even Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I'm going to have to move that, aren't I? You're just going to worry me for the rest of the evening. Yeah. Oh, you haven't told Charlie yet. Right, I'll take this downstairs. Back in a minute. Follow.
I don't know, mate. Is it nostalgia that I look back at old horror films very fondly? I think
They were great. I mean, I was a
slasher
huge horror
movies
fan
in the
most of my life.
70s.
Yeah, just
But is it more because they're a big shit and fun to laugh at for being slightly terrible in so many ways?
well, depends what era you're talking about and
But,
who's the director.
Well, I think the black and white ones are scary. When it went color, then it suddenly went a bit. This is slightly ludicrous and no longer scary.
Because Alien's technically a horror movie and it's amazing.
Yes,
And
but
the Thing
again,
remake from 1982 as well is insane.
again, think about the color in those two films. It's mostly shadow. It needs to be a very subdued color palette. When you have horror movies that are
Yeah,
a bit
The
thing is,
Shining
wide.
didn't need that. The Shining was bright reds and all kinds of crazy stuff, and that freaks a lot of people out.
and Zombies
It's the
Dawn
most
of the
frightening
Dead.
film I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I have seen the whole thing, but I went to the cinema again to watch The Shining. It was a double showing of The Shining and The Witches of Eastwick.
Yeah.
Honestly,
What a mix.
Yeah, exactly. They've both got Jack Nicholson, haven't they? So
Sure.
there you go. So, I had to leave. I could not stand it. I can't. I still think it's one of the most disturbing things.
And a brilliant score by Wendy Carlos. It's awesome.
It's true, but I can't do The Shining. It's just horrible.
And Suspiria freaks a lot of people out too. Dario Argento was quite good.
Yeah.
Bright colors
Well,
and all kinds of weird
I
stuff.
think Dario Argento was quite disturbed as a person, though.
Well, and so was his daughter, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
Well, anyway, can we talk about something cheerful rather than all this killing animals and going to horror films?
Oh.
Grace
Some-
says
something
hi, by the
cheerful.
way. It was Grace on the phone when that went off.
right.
So Grace says hi to everybody. She might pop in a bit. So
Hey, Grace.
Grace is in London right now.
Oh, of course, yeah.
terrible.
She's doing the
choirs thing.
sound for the choirs.
Yeah. Yes. A big gig. Yeah, so she's down there.
Does she contract
Is it-
out to different companies, or
How
is she,
could
her
you
gig
cope
takes
with
her all
that
over the
level of
place? The same
That's
same
nice.
company.
Sorry, what was that?
Is she contracting out to different venues, or is she part of a company that basically just does all these different gigs?
Andy, you're asking. I'm not entirely sure what Grace's business arrangements are. She obviously has connections to the inner workings of the live performance industry, and I don't know if she's contracted to some people and they say, well, we've got this job, so go and do that, or whether it's all freelance. I suspect. I mean, I know she has her own business which she uses to pay herself, and it all goes through the business, whatever that is. But exactly how it works, I really couldn't tell you. I mean, if Grace pops in, I'm sure she'd be more than happy to answer that, but I honestly I don't really know. 'Cause I'm just-
I mean, not normally you would either you stick with a company for a long time, or you go freelance, and then just by going all the connections you have assembled, and jump from job to job, and eventually you should have enough connections to sustain that very healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it, Robert. I mean, I know that way back in the 1990s, Grace was working for a company, or was, I don't know if contracted to or part of a company just outside of Cambridge. I can't remember the name of it. I've got the word panic in my head, but I don't know if that's right or not, or whether I'm just making that up. I think it was a big company that used to do all the PAs for all these massive tours and everything, so that's how that came about. But exactly how that functions today for Grace, I really don't know. We'll have to ask Grace when she gets here, if she gets here. So.
Well, how do things work in your industry, Robert?
Well, it depends. I mean, nepotism. How else? No, but seriously, most jobs, because you know somebody that they say, oh, you're vaguely competent, and then either you bully yourself into it, or well, mainly it's been, oh, there are not enough people. So it constantly everybody is asking somebody, do you know somebody who can do that, and you just pass people on. So that's the main reason I went to drama school, just
You make all the contacts.
to make some well, I could have been a lot better, but it did get me in with a higher company that I have worked many times for when I didn't have anything else going, and that's given a lot of contacts. So well, yeah.
Oh, but
Otherwise,
did you go? Sorry, I was going to. Did you go to drama school to learn the audio side of the theatre, or did you go there to do the?
No.
Method
was-
acting.
I was not there studying about Stanislavski. No,
Okay.
I was there.
Or Verfremdungseffekt
I was there in the dark side.
in the
and I
dark side. Okay.
Studied
The
that.
dark side of the theatre. Don't talk to those people. They're on the dark side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I mainly went into it to learn about theatre, not about audio. Let's put it that way, because I didn't know too much about some of the specifics of theatre audio, but I did know more than enough about audio and making things work my ways beforehand.
Where do you work now, and what are you involved in? Because I know you've worked in the theatre, but I'd love to know, because it's actually a really fascinating side of things. Please do tell us, if you can, of course.
Well, you don't need to tell us the theatre, but
Okay,
Big
I will
building.
say so. It's a big building, late 90s, early
Got a
2000s,
stage.
with a 19th century facade. In Chelsea,
Alright, yeah.
you can probably guess which theatre it is,
Yeah, right.
given
enough
that
said.
entertainment in Chelsea is not quite it's not really allowed.
Entertainment in Chelsea isn't allowed.
Yes. You weren't aware then of all the last club was shut down, I think, in 2015. by Kensington and Chelsea. That was left.
Oh, it's in
Uh,
London. It passes me by. Sorry, Robert.
No, I mean that was posh club. I mean very posh club, and I mean yeah, even posher residents who don't like disturbance of peace by people around at 2
right, I
a.m. How terrible!
Blimey.
But
You must hate football then.
well, I can't imagine how people around there. Oh, well, that's nearly Fulham, Chelsea Stadium.
Oh,
So
bloody Fulham.
that-
That's where I lived when I was living in London.
but Chelsea Stadium, it's basically Fulham, but it's not really South Kensington Chelsea anymore. So that's fine, different borough. It comes under Hammersmith, I think.
So is it a play that you're doing the sound for, or?
Yeah, so I'm normally just contracted on a show-by-show basis, or if there's stuff in between that building-wise that they want me for. But I'm just contracted as operator for that show, and then if it's gone and there's some space between the next show and they don't need me, then I'm not there. So but I'm not I am self-employed, but 0 hours technically for them because they want to do it all through PAYE rather than invoicing, which is fine by me.
Well, doesn't that get you around the IR35 requirements as well?
It's for them. I think it's more that they just have everybody the same on the payroll, and the finance team only has one thing ever to deal with, and they don't have to ever care about random invoices for staffing.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it's small enough that it makes sense, and large enough that.
Heaven forbid that anybody in the personnel department should have to think about anything.
I mean,
That sounded a touch bitter, Andy.
they recently changed the payroll systems, and now it's like all the pay slips are encrypted emails, encrypted PDFs, and the whole backbone for that system. That's been some fun where they sent out the occasional erroneous pay slip. It's just like, are you sure about this? I definitely didn't work that week. I'm happy for the money, but I'm pretty sure I didn't work that week.
Should have kept your gob shut.
No, it was fine. It was under the amount of holiday pay I was still owed, so they just rearranged numbers internally afterwards to make that work, I think.
So does the director sort of sit down with you and tell you what they want? Or
no. I'm ultimately just a monkey. Well, in this theatre it's a bit special because it's mainly about it's all about new writing, but and the focus is more on the writer than the director. So it's ultimately director and writer who will. Well, mainly still the director, who will look at a creative team of designer, lighting designer, sound designer, costume designer, video designer, or whatever, and then those designers will hopefully before they start rehearsals work out something. Well, the set designer definitely will have to work out something before they start rehearsals if they want a set. And then normally sound designers, they probably do a bit more than everybody else in rehearsals, because if you like actually try to interfere with what we're saying, you like have to be present and put it in early. So for the current show, although that's technically remounting something that happened before, but it was slightly changed, so that's slightly different. But normally you would then the designer in the rehearsal room would do whatever they want to do with the director. So if they want to put a whole bunch of gunshots in, then that might happen, or other such fun things. Or in this show, there are big music numbers and movement sequences. So the sound design composer, she wrote that stuff and put it in there. And then ultimately, I'm just a hired gun at the last stage who's there to operate every show. So I just get there for Tech Week, and in this case again, not having seen anything, just try and make it work. It's great fun. Well, I wasn't around for this Tech Week, of course, because I was having the lovely double lines.
So, do you get bored?
When there's not a lot to do between button pushing, then I get a lot of reading done. In this show there's also a bit of fader moving, but not as much as the last show. I mean, the last show, they were all on radio mics for effects, and there was quite a lot in some scenes, so it's just like, Jesus, I can't read, I actually have to do something. I have to push some faders up and down constantly. It's terrible, but no, the show, I'm like 200 pages into Dune at the moment. I think I started last Monday, something like that. So it's going great.
Good.
Good stuff.
Is it the sort of thing that, dare I suggest, could actually be fully automated?
You have somebody calling the show who, in theory, could be pressing all the buttons. However, for this menu, it is just, well, a decision by higher management that you have a sound and lighting operator always on the shows. But also, there's always, as soon as microphones are involved, there always comes the question of if you don't have an operator and something goes wrong, you would normally have a kill switch that shuts it off, and then that's it for that show. So that's then also a creative decision where, well, in a commercial context, you'd have a producer and director fighting of the director wanting a producer not wanting to pay for the person, and they need to find some sort of agreement of are they happy if they were to lose this.
Interesting point. But then again, also, you've got to remember that they're never in the same place twice, are they? They can't be. They're moving around, actors, they're doing something will be different every night. It can't be totally automated, or you just go and see a film.
But if you think about it, pretty much all lighting is completely automated. I mean, the timing can be different. When you hit the button, it's different. But pretty much every person should, during Tech Week and previews, put in a time, and then that lighting change or that movement or that fade out is going to happen over 3 seconds, and it doesn't matter that it changes. So the only thing during the run of the show that the person calling the show might be aware that this person is doing this a lot slower, so just wait a bit longer before going on this queue.
I mean, that's the sort of thing I was meaning, really.
Yeah.
Not that people are necessarily on a big show going off and extemporising or giving an unscripted
a new monologue.
or a
Well, actually, in this show, we do have some interesting audience responses at times, so that then occasionally gets some responses, which is always fun.
You know, I used to go to the theatre a lot, and in the last 2 years, obviously, none, and I've just not got back into the habit, so I really should try and get myself back to going, because I love it. I'd much rather go to the theatre than go to the cinema. I mean, I love films, really do, but there's something about going to a theatre and seeing a good play being done by good performers. So I just love it.
You see, I used to like going to Amdram performances of farces because you never knew which bit was actually scripted and which bit wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it was really fun and entertaining.
Yeah. What do you like your restoration comedy then?
Oh,
and that sort of type?
Yeah, that sort of, crud. Or
the
deflated mouse.
Mill, the trestles come up, was it? The trestles come off the treadle. What?
Yeah.
But I saw in I think it was Stoke-on-Trent. an Amdram version of some of the Yes Prime Minister sketches,
Oh, okay.
and it was absolutely brilliant.
Because
Oh,
they're
I can
quite
imagine,
wordy.
actually. Oh,
Yes.
they're great. They're so clever. Oh, how Nigel... what's his name? Nigel Hawthorne.
Yes.
How he did that. I watched the back. I've no idea how he did that without. I mean, how many takes must it have taken? There must have been countless outtakes, but I love
Yeah.
those. I really love them to sort of
But
see.
the thing is, if you read the scripts, I still find them very funny, just reading the script.
Well, they are.
Yeah.
And it's timeless. It just works.
I mean,
But
if
it,
the text is
that's
good,
the
then it's
sort of
good.
thing I liked.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, ultimately, if the text is good, then you can read it and you can see it performed on stage, and it's still going to be good. It might be a lot better seeing it performed, but if it is good, then it normally reads fine. And well, I mean, after like 5 or 10 pages, you of a script, you should be into it and sort of get the timing and get a feeling for it, and it should read a lot better than the first few pages.
But it was things like the actors could, break the fourth wall and sort of, talk directly to the audience.
Yeah.
Gosh,
And
I
it
hate
was
that.
just, it was just, I just find that sort of, I find it quite witty sometimes. When it's done well, it really works.
We have some start of Act 2. It's basically just fourth wall breaking, and it's interesting. I mean, for this show, it works. Well, I'm more of a person who likes audience to just with most of works we normally have just sit there in misery and be perplexed and sad and tearful and shattered at the end of it and just have a nice miserable time and sit there in silence. God forbid they laugh.
Yeah.
That is sort of my ideal type of theatre, which apparently doesn't line up with most directors, writers, or producers. Apparently, that's not very good to sell merchandising, or well, in our case, sell playtext and booze in the bar. If everybody is fearful
Miserable.
afterwards.
Yeah, when your audience is suicidal at the end, perhaps something isn't quite right.
I don't know. Leiden des Jungen Werthers. That's only allegedly. That book famously.
Cresshead asked, have audience numbers returned to normal?
I mean, if you want to get a ticket for the current show, good luck. But that's all I'm going to say.
Right.
That's
So
encouraging.
It's well,
Yeah, good.
the first show back, which was social distance, I didn't do, but did the one after that. That we had to move to the smaller theatre because we had some water damage in the main one, and the structural engineer said, "Ha ha ha! No, you're not having an audience." But then once that got somewhat sorted, we were. I mean, occasional nights we didn't have the balconies at the top level open, but most days it was stalls and even matinees, stalls and circle, fairly well sold. And it wasn't the sort of show that was going to attract a big audience. This one sold out beforehand in November when they did it the first time, and got some quite good reviews. So this coming back, and then being quite popular in previews and generating buzz online, and then again quite good press on press
yeah,
night.
that's good.
Meant
I think
that
people are
it's-
keen to get back, aren't they?
yes, particularly this year, people seem to no longer care about. Well, COVID is gone, of course. It no longer exists.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. By the way, how old are some of those theaters? Are they pretty fancy historic places?
Well, as I said, this one, the facade is. The rest of the building is fake. I mean, a lot of the auditorium looks like it was original. I mean, I think that there's some metalwork in offices above the theatre, which is still original, but mostly it's just the facade. And the inside. Well, and where most of theatre is anyway alive, like Theatre Royal in Drury Lane, that it looks like one of the most lavish places on the inside, with like marble everywhere. But it's theatre, of course. There's not a fucking piece of marble anywhere in there. It's all just it's all just textured, all those massive columns to look like a lavish place.
It's funny. There's a bunch of houses these days that have these like nice wooden facades and all this kind of ornate stuff, and you tap on them and they're just painted, textured styrofoam.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, whenever you see a Doric column, you can guarantee that it's not stone.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the West End facades, they're definitely quite legitimate. But then behind it, I mean, a lot of it is listed buildings, so the auditoria are normally quite good. But then on stage, do we really want something listed? Like again, taking the example of Drury Lane.
Yes, for Andy's sake, a listed building is basically protected from any alterations.
Historic, okay, so it's
historic
forced to
listing.
stay that way, right?
Yeah. And there are the different grades. So what is a grade 1? Basically, you can do fuck all. Grade 2, you can do some stuff. Grade 2 star, you can do a bit less.
Yeah.
And most theatres are lucky to be only grade 2 star if otherwise you'd be really fucked trying to do anything. But
Well, also, one of the problems that we had with theatres in the UK is that a lot of them, when heating systems were installed in old Victorian or Edwardian buildings that previously hadn't had heating systems, when that was done, they used a lot of asbestos.
Oh yeah.
Voids of the West End are full of it. It's lovely stuff. Well, actually,
Yeah.
less and less so, because more and more lighting and sound cabling wanted to be installed, and I think since the 90s, crawling through an asbestos void in the UK is no longer as legal as it was beforehand.
Yeah, my house as a kid was built in the 50s, and it had the textured popcorn asbestos ceiling, which we had to have scraped out. So
Yeah.
I think I'm quite lucky that the original building was torn down in the late 90s. That there's no asbestos. It's like one of the few theatres in London where you can say that's hard to find asbestos. National Theatre, that's like the greatest place for that. Do you like concrete and asbestos? Because that's about the only thing that building is held together with. I mean, okay, a lot of rebar.
yeah.
But like one of the greatest things is if you've been in the National, and they have, well, it is brutalist land piece, but all the inside foyers with these open staircases, you have these lovely concrete balustrades with a wood panel and then the metal handrail above that wood panel. That wood paneling is 1 mil wood veneer on top of 2 mil asbestos. It's like, that's lovely to know. I'm never going to put my hands below that wood paneling again.
Wow.
It's just like,
Wow.
nice that at least in an open space, so well ventilated around.
Yeah, it's funny how much of that crap they used back then, and all the other stuff they did. Like, kids used to collect butterflies and use carbon tetrachloride to put them under, and that's nasty stuff.
Well, we used carbon tet in school.
Yeah.
In chemistry. It's just what you did.
It's like I said, that thing I was reading about when they used to use fake snow on the Christmas trees and sprinkle it around.
Yeah, asbestos.
Asbestos powder. It was like, what? Okay.
Well, it doesn't burn. Right.
No, that's true. Yeah.
Well, I mean, uranium glass. It's
Looks quite nice.
it's beautiful. Yes.
That nice yellowy greeny hue to it.
Did you guys have that radon scare back in the 80s, 90s with all the detectors and stuff?
We still have radon. In certain areas you have radon drains.
But they made a big deal out of it, as all the these detectors, and you got to get it checked out. And all, no one talks about it anymore.
I mean,
there was no radon detector in my nan's back garden.
Well, radon, I mean, it's only really a problem in the basement with bad ventilation where it build up.
Breathing it in.
I mean, yeah, in Switzerland, one house we lived in, they had their wine cellar with the stone brick floor for natural ventilation. So that's going. Well, it was advised that you should probably keep a window open because ultimately, if you would keep that room just with the door sealed and window closed for a few years, there's probably going to be some radon build up in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we also have a bunch in this area because of all the high-tech stuff that came and went as silicon chips were getting crazy around here. And these Superfund sites where they've supposedly cleaned them up, certain point, cap it off, and they put houses on it. So I'm surprised a bunch of us here don't have like extra arms and stuff. So
It comes in handy for the house cleaning.
Talking of building on things, some neighbours of mine when I lived in West Yorkshire lived in a row of terraced stone cottages that was basically called, Kiln Mount, and it evokes, history, and he was having a new central heating system put in, and they lifted the floors in the living room, and the houses had literally been built straight on top of massive brick kilns, and there was about 100-foot drop straight underneath the house into the kiln. So the kilns hadn't been demolished. They had just removed the top of the kiln chimney and built houses over them.
I mean, not nice basement with a bit of sulfur, but
well, he ended up with a bloody big basement.
But also, that sulfur you could scrape off the walls nowadays would be quite a bit of money.
Could have taken up pottery as well, was that?
Yeah, and you get the pottery that comes from Mexico and stuff has uranium in it, which is nice. So.
Yes, it's very collectible.
Something that Kent would love, right?
Yeah.
Sassy Jim says that, can you tell Sassy that since he's changed mics, it's loads better? I meant to say that before today.
Thank you.
Well done,
And
Jim.
if David Serchek is listening, it's a Behringer microphone.
Damn.
Ty's going to show up. Where's Ty?
Now you need to say it three times in a row, unbroken.
Yeah,
three times it must be
Whilst
spoken.
turning around,
with a candle behind the mirror.
and suddenly Ty will appear.
Yeah, it goes, bed and drop. Yeah.
It's like
That would be a
Aladdin's
horror
lamp.
That would be a horror movie for Ty to score. The story of Behringer.
Yeah. Do you imagine if he got that? If he got commissioned to do... If you go, oh, all right, I'll fill it with DX7. Or do it with Behringer gear, that'd be even better. And he'd actually go out of his way to try and make it sound as awful as possible. It's just replete with bum notes and stuff.
Just let me play it then.
I can play bum notes on a CS80.
Yeah.
I have before now.
I'm sure you have, Ken.
Yeah, I sat back, I forgot it was there.
Oh,
Well,
you played
I mean,
Metal Gear
just because I play badly doesn't mean that I don't sound musical to myself.
It's like singing in the shower, right? Everyone likes themselves in the shower. So.
Yeah,
Exactly.
everybody sounds good in the
Bloody hell,
shower.
I don't.
Well, I
Where did that
actually,
come from?
No, I mean, Fiona does not sound good in the shower either.
I was asked to
really
mic
bad,
up.
really bad.
I was asked to
What,
mic up
Fiona
a
in the
friend's.
shower? What are you doing? Sassy, come on, please.
I was
Honestly.
I was asked to
You get
mic up
arrested for that.
a friend's bathroom because he loved the way that he sounded to himself in the shower, and therefore wanted me to be able to record how he thought he sounded. So
Regrets,
Il- il-
I had a few.
yeah, 11
but then again,
microphones.
Too few to mention. I missed a bit. Oh, bloody hell, I've cut myself. Sorry.
Well, the most fun part is when you hit the resonant frequency of the room. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, obviously with a nice small bathroom, you have your 3 modes quite close together as well. When you normally
I
have
used-
like
thing is,
I
one
used to
dimension being quite close to
practice
the ceiling.
voices in the bathroom. It was a good place to practice doing impressions and stuff. Because you get to hear
I'll do a
that
tie on you in a
slight
minute,
delay.
Robert.
You get to hear it back.
Well, if I'd known about impulse responses at the time, I would have recorded impulse responses and
Made it
used
up.
that instead of miking the
But you're not
miking
getting
him up.
you're not getting the real thing of the person moving and changing the sound by moving around.
Yeah, the sound of water slapping off buttocks.
Yeah.
Yep,
Or
that's
being,
what
or
I
being
captured.
slapped in the face repeatedly, told to shut up. Just shut up, right?
But it really is interesting how the room design and the surfaces affect sound to our ears. It's once you get into it, it really is fascinating in a very sad and geeky sort of way.
Yeah.
But it's
Well,
like
that's
reverb, natural reverb in
acoustics.
churches.
Yeah, exactly.
How terrible are most of them? Well, it
By what quality do you mean how terrible? You're talking about
no.
recording, performing?
No. Let's say for some churches, it was designed. Or well, if we think of classic Christianity, where you have somebody at the front giving a sermon, then some buildings were designed that you could hear that person everywhere. So you normally try to have a decent distance to the wall, so you don't have too much direct slapback, which would muddle it, and then you didn't care too much about your reverberation time because it wasn't that in any way. So
That's interesting, Robert. Do you think that those spaces were designed for that purpose? Because I don't. I think that they were designed along mathematical principles, so they stayed upright as long as possible.
some were designed. Well, why do you think you have a parabolic curve at the end for the chorus? I mean,
Do you mean at the back of a church, an abside lend? You mean a curved end?
yes. Why?
yeah.
Well,
I'm sure.
or
I
as in
don't
Germany,
know.
it would be called the core.
Yeah.
That thing.
The abs. I'm just interested. I'm not saying that isn't true, but I just think that the architecture was far more about keeping the things upright.
It was a dual.
Is an effect of the fact that these are big spaces.
No, it was.
And if you're
I think it
standing
was a
there
dual purpose, Andy. I think when you look at the design in terms of using buttresses to keep the building up, yes, that worked. But then the interior, where the ceilings were shaped, the position of the organs or where a choir would be, it's not just the outcome from the design of the building. It was actually factored in because there was no amplification, and in order to get the power of the voice, they used the reverb of the space to aid that.
But again, like famously, Lyndhurst Hall, which now a very famous recording studio, that was just designed by a very mathematically obsessed architect to project the voice of the person at the front giving the sermon. I mean,
And where was that, Robert? Say that again.
Lyndhurst Hall.
Lyndhurst Hall.
Air Studios,
Oh, right.
where
Lyndhurst. Sorry, right.
that was designed.
Was that a Methodist chapel that had been reordered?
I mean, chapel. Yeah, you couldn't call it chapel. Some people would call it cathedral. That size, but I think it was a Freemason architect, considering how mathematical that is.
Most architects were Freemasons.
Yes, obviously also, but I think more proper Mason than let's say the British Masonry is a bit like, oh, you're so public about it, but that's not what I'm used to from Masonry across other places in the world where it's this whole bit of secrecy.
Freemasonry.
Oh, I know loads of Freemasons. It's basically a drinking club.
Yes,
In
yes.
this
Again,
in this country, Sassy, yes.
in Britain, we also rely, for example, the Grand Loggia system and all that jazz. It seems to be a very open thing, whereas from my other experience, where in other countries it's all a very still hidden thing.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you get wankers anywhere. It's you know.
I was going to say that how ironic that some churches weren't intelligently designed.
Well, some people get it wrong, and then the golden ratio sometimes outweighs the standing waves.
Well, the Catholic cathedral in Liverpool was a complete and utter architectural fuck up.
Don't they also you get the nice standing wave of a tuba of the organ, which I mean it's one of the loudest anyway. But I mean the Anglican is even worse. I mean that tuba. I mean don't fucking know what pressure they run that on. But
The Anglican Cathedral in
Liverpool.
Oh,
I mean the tuba on that church. I mean I don't know what air compressor they used to run that, but seriously, that's like complete overpressure, that thing. And farts along the entire room, and it sounds like you can hear it at the other end of the city.
It does sound good though.
I mean, it is. I mean, that thing particularly. If anybody wants to say an organ sounding intimidating, that thing definitely can hit the brown note at full volume.
Well, am I alone in? I actually like the sound of church organs. There's something
very
very visceral about
the
them.
original synthesizer. They're great. They're just incredibly powerful.
But you feel as well as hear.
Yeah. Pipe organs are
yes.
lovely.
But again, also depends on the room.
64-foot diapason.
Yeah, me and Richard Hilton send each other pipe organ videos. It's one of the weird things we do. Listen to this one. This one's from Italy. Check this one out. You go, oh yeah, it's nice. How about this one? He played me something from some godforsaken place somewhere. I showed him one. Bloke had walked round inside this organ, and there was a bedroom in it.
Yes,
Up in the
I watched
pipes.
that.
Yeah, where the guy could have a bit of a kip.
Wasn't that the? I've forgotten which church it was.
Yeah, it's UK
quite
based,
famous.
isn't it? Yeah. And I cannot for the life of me remember.
There's
what
several
it was
great
called.
YouTube clips of Rick Wakeman playing in different churches. They're beautiful.
Yeah. And of course, there's that classic video, isn't it, of Matey Boy playing a mini moog with an organ
Oh yeah.
as well, which is
Sounds great.
yeah. Well, I think that's the whole point. 9 times out of 10, everything sounds great in a church.
Well, you just have to play slowly. Or again, but there's a lot that Bach played in a relatively small thing.
Yeah.
Then
The
ultimately
beautiful thing about
Bach-
church is acoustically they amplify everything perfectly. Because I can remember at my dad's funeral, there was somebody at the back of the church did this enormous trouser trumpet. It was such a loud, slappy, wet fart, and it just reverberated round the entire church, and everybody pissed themselves laughing. And it was right in the middle of, even my mum was laughing. It was my husband's funeral, for Christ's sake. And my nan was saying, she goes, oh, he would have appreciated that. It's a shame he wasn't here to hear that one. She goes, Jesus Christ, the bloke's trousers must be in tatters. And he was. But it was beautiful. Even after he'd stopped, you could hear it go through the rest of the church for a little while afterwards. It was like fucking brilliant. Everybody pissing themselves laughing. Brilliant.
Those great big train stations like the Grand Central Station here in New York, you get those
can you imagine?
Frank
Yeah.
Ellis reverbs,
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, wow, man. Trains here.
like Waterloo International here, like those stupid caverns that they tacked on.
Yeah.
It's like, it was quite funny because obviously that all moved to, where is it, St Pancras? So that was all unused for a long time, and then when they slowly started renovating that, then like the first platform got diverted via that, and then it was just like occasionally a train and a bunch of commuters going through that massive cavern, and you literally have 100 people in there, and it's so loud, and you can hear everything. It's just like, well, that architect did a great job, but it feels louder in here than the main hall of Waterloo. Like, seriously, how can you fuck up that much?
Oh man. I don't know.
Well, always find it interesting how architects very rarely take into account acoustics in a building.
Oh, yeah, there was an interesting panel discussion. I can't remember. Was it at Plaza even? Some trade show, I think it was, in the UK, for all the events where it was basically the title, was the curvacy of death? That was the title of the discussion, with the subtitle, Modern Architecture and Acoustics. And it's just, it's sometimes surprising how terrible they can be.
Yeah.
But then again, if you've been to the the monastery that Le Corbusier designed, that's like very nice acoustics.
Yeah.
So he was quite competent at doing good ones as well.
Mm.
You know, it's fascinating. There's this whole kind of weird numerology thing at some of these historic sites, but if you've ever been to the ball courts at Chichen Itza, they actually have this thing where you actually get 7 echoes when you clap your hands. And they made a whole big deal about this number 7. It's like, personally, I think it's BS, but it's pretty cool acoustics there. Just weird, you hear weird things there.
Well, that means you have 7 distinct reflective surfaces that absorb very little energy. But normally, I would say if you have that many distinct reflections that you can hear that are spread out with such low density, you would consider that a very bad reverberation.
Yeah, it's a weird phenomenon, but it's just fun to be there and to do that because it's also fun to realize too that the winners were the ones that got beheaded, not the losers.
Oh, hey, heck.
Because you were giving yourself to the gods, so
Yeah.
On a different note about that, Grace has just popped up in the chat, but the guy that Grace and I were in a group with way back when in Chillish People, Professor Rupert Till, he's done quite a lot of research into the acoustic properties of ancient sacred spaces, including Stonehenge and others. Yeah, he's done that, and the reflection of things, and what resonant frequencies there are, and what these things induce. And it's like woo, way above my head. I don't go, but it's a thing, and he's done. He also did an album of music based on that, and I'm not quite sure to what extent that actually influenced how it all came out. But it is something that people are looking into seriously. Like he was in some of the caves in France with the rock paintings where he was hitting drums and things and picking out how that affects and the way it works. It was actually I did listen to him on the radio giving a whole talk about that. It was really very, very fascinating. So those things are a thing. It depends to what extent you choose to subscribe to it. I mean, if it's in a natural space, it's one thing. If it's in an architecturally designed environment like Stonehenge or a cathedral, it's going to be something else. But it is actually quite an intriguing idea.
Yeah.
When you think, the Egyptians basically invented modern mathematics, and they were pretty keen on architecture. Had some fascinating architecture and amphitheatres. The Romans also had amphitheatres.
All the Greeks before then.
Yeah, so that the understanding of acoustics, I think, goes back a lot longer than many people think. You know, these civilizations were not stupid.
No.
But it's actually an interesting point to go from the Greek point of the amphitheatre for Olivier of the National Theatre, which was basically an amphitheatre. When it was originally designed, there was a design document intending how it would be suggested to use it, which was basically on the drum revolve you put a big bloody wall, and then you'd have your acting in front of it. And then you have your nice back wall, or well, in the classic Greek would be proscenium. You would be standing in front of, so that all the sound from your back would be snapped back forward, and you could actually hear something. Obviously, the bleak designers of since the 70s or even the 60s like to have no set, and then they wondered why you can't hear anything. If you don't have that massive wall behind you throwing everything forward.
Yeah.
But
they were smart people.
Well, some things turned out to be. I was actually fortunate to see a lecture by Stephen Jay Gould at Stanford in the 90s, and before he died of cancer. And he had a really interesting lecture. It was all about historic stuff on top of evolution, a bunch of other multidisciplinary stuff. He had a really good point he made about structures arising and structures having a new form and function as time goes by. And he took the idea of the Gothic cathedrals with the arches and these spandrels, these kind of side compartments to form the arch. And for a long time they were just structural, because that's just the way it was designed to hold up and to be robust. But over time they had these pockets of areas that had no artwork and stuff that we should start putting some artwork in there. And it ended up becoming a design going forward where people thought, oh, they always intended those to go there just right as the artwork. It's like, no, that was an afterthought because of the structural design, and just things continued on from there. But interesting points about it wasn't intended to be that way, but it turned out to work out that way.
Yeah, because it's probably actually similar to some of the very early cathedrals, because it wouldn't have exactly had choirs in there straight off. They might have had a few guys with one of those stupid long trumpets, and that's about it. Hello, God, and all that sort of stuff. Not really go, oh, that sounded good. I wonder what it's like if somebody sang in here. A lot of it's probably by accident rather than design anyway.
I mean, music wasn't allowed anyway for the longest of times by the Roman Catholic Church. So
yeah, but the Roman Catholic Church have banned so many different things. They have faces. Oh, okay, sorry. Whatever the whim was of the week. No more potatoes. Oh, but not really. Yeah. What was that? Christ, I remember Mum telling me Ireland in the 30s. There was a decree came through. They were banning something. What was it?
Obviously not sex with children.
Radios. Things about having radios in the house. the devil's speaky box. No. And
yes, you might learn something that doesn't come from us.
Yes, like you might find
just imagine religion is bollocks.
Now what are you going to do?
Alexa.
yeah, exactly. And they were trying to ban radios in the house because they were just beginning to get popular in Ireland. No, we'll have to clamp down on that because we've got no control over that. Oh, can't have that. So
that's like you shouldn't read any book other than the Bible. The Bible is all you need.
Yeah. I tried to fix my washing machine, but these instructions are fucking shit. I sprinkled holy water on it, and then I took it to the river, and then I brought it back again. All right, and blessed it and everything. Fucker still leaks all over the floor. So it doesn't work, what I mean?
Because your faith wasn't strong enough.
Yeah.
Is that not how you fix it, CS80?
Well, a lot of it is prayer, I must admit. Sort of like, please, just for fucking once, just fucking work, will you?
Yeah, you see,
Or
they missed a trick. You know, at least there was Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance. So, you know.
Yeah. So you got synthesizers and they just bullshit it through, mate. You'll get there in the end. Tell the customer it's a design issue. You know.
It's a feature, not a bug.
A feature, yeah. Why is there a tree growing out of my DX1? It's a feature, mate. Yeah.
Yes, it was planted there.
Yeah, mind you, after the stuff I found inside since, I just wonder.
That's what you should do for bad customers. Put a little, some seeds and a wet sponge in there. And have something to grow out.
Yeah, but it's like the for the bad customers to get the frozen prawn under the under the power supply board. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay.
Or
What is that smell?
you should put cress or mustard on a damp sponge.
God, yeah. Yeah. Board gardening. It's an interesting hobby to have.
Oh dear.
Using a DX7 as the base of a bonsai garden sounds perfect.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like I say, from plectrums to brown shoes to somebody's porn stash, what isn't inside a synthesizer, beggars
You
belief.
should get some. You should get some plectrums printed up with, Kent Spong was ear,
Yeah,
and
so
literally
plectrums that
tape
say-
one inside every synth that you repair.
Yeah, super little plectrums that say genuine CS80 plectrum. Guitarist going, what's a CS80?
And then wait for somebody to sell one on eBay.
Yeah.
CS80 Plectrum.
I must admit, I was absolutely pissing myself when I saw that touch digital controller for sale on Reaper for $4,000. Okay, it's true what they say. People will fucking buy anything. They really will.
Well, people will try and sell anything, whether people are stupid enough
Well,
to
it's
buy
sold.
it.
It's sold.
Oh,
'cause
you're
they said,
joking.
oh, it's rare. Oh, yeah, it was gone like that, mate. And I remember when we first released them, I had nothing to do with the pricing on them. And I was getting people to go, oh, bloody hell, mate, $795. That's a bit expensive, isn't it? I mean, fucking hell, it's an empty box. And we said, mate, no, that's far too expensive. And I go, well, actually, although I can't say that publicly, yeah, I agree with you. But when I saw one for 4K and it sold, I went, vindication, motherfucker. Do you know what I mean? It's like, because it was rare. Rare seems to have a very powerful effect on a piece of equipment. If you say, there isn't many of them.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an absolute twat to repair.
Oh, well, no, it's relatively straightforward to repair. I mean...
No, but I mean generally, not necessarily your products, but, if something is well, it's like, trying to try and find a DSP board for a Kurzweil,
Well, yeah.
Might just find another Kurzweil that works. Take it out of that one, right?
Yeah, but that's the problem. When you have
No, the problem is finding
these-
another one that works.
when you
That's the
have
problem.
exotic things, they are inevitably going to bring problems. It goes back to the old classic car thing, I'd love to have an E-Type Jag, but can you imagine trying to get spares for that these days?
But you always compare with classic cars. They're actually not impossible to remake,
No,
unlike other parts. But unlike digital parts, where
Yes,
the designer
yes.
might be dead, and the original company might not even have the documentation anymore. So it is actually, unless you scan the chip or corrode it down to layers very precisely, which you probably have to do a few ones to get it actually correct, is quite a lot of effort.
Yeah.
But whereas, like, I can remember one of the motor clubs with a 1902 car at uni, where when a part broke, it's just like, oh well, This
Yeah,
is what
they can be
this,
remanufactured. Yes.
this is what the remnants look like. Let's try to work out what the original part might have looked like before 100 years of damage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, people are happy to repair something like a Sinclair Spectrum or a Commodore 64. You can't see them doing that with an iPad Air or a, you know.
Yeah.
People aren't going to be looking at devices that we use these days. Well,
Also because there's a lot of
not
surface
me,
management
obviously,
stuff,
but
so not so easy to fix.
they're not
no.
going to be trying to fix an iPhone in 40 years' time, are they?
Maybe first generation iPhone for museum piece in
Yeah.
40 years time, but that's about it.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I-
it
I-
all
I
depends
Still
on
meld
how
Apple
many were
Newton, it
made.
works great.
Yeah.
I've been watching a channel called Curious Mark, and if anyone's interested in space, it's a fascinating channel. And basically they are completely reverse engineering and repairing old Apollo space equipment.
Right.
And
Well, that's going to be fun with
For-
all the
for-
core memory for all the computers involved. Trying to read
exactly,
those.
yes. But they are designing circuits that can read the core memories. It's absolutely fascinating if you're a sad geek like me. But the effort that these guys put in to understanding the technology that was used back in the 60s and 70s to send people to the moon. And actually one of the teams that they work with was actually commissioned by NASA to fire up an obsolete satellite, because there was no one left at NASA who could understand how to communicate with this satellite. It's just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Curious
Well,
Mark,
I mean, that
would definitely
happened-
recommend you follow them.
That happens all over the place. I mean, Yamaha send anybody who phones up Yamaha and asks about
What, they send them into space? Oh,
yeah,
remind me not to do
anything
that.
even vaguely CS, they go, oh, well, the person you need to talk to
It's Ken
is
Spot.
Ken, and and they give them my number. They wouldn't. Nearly all the stuff. Well, definitely now, all the staff that are at Yamaha wouldn't know a CS80 if it fell out of a tree on them. They wouldn't have a clue what it was, apart from it says Yamaha on the badge, and go, well, apparently we used to make this. What is it? That'd be
It's
it.
an organ.
Mind you, don't worry, Ken. Novation are exactly the same about their base stations.
Yes,
But that's
did
a
hear
different
this.
company, technically. Didn't they go bust and assets were bought? Or did Focusrite Group buy them just
Okay, I've
before
still
they
got a
went
base
bust?
station that's buggered.
Yeah.
Yes, but if it's legally a different company, then there's sadly nothing they
Now,
can do about that.
That's,
Right,
That's
me,
the
Robert.
Now,
You're not
that's the excuse that
theoretically-
that's the excuse that Waldorf has always been using. Well, to be
Theoret-
fair, that's because other people actually bought some of the intellectual property.
Now, theoretically, you can send that base station to Simple Solutions.
Simple solutions.
Simple Solutions, and spelt with a C, and they would be able to
Kimple
repair
Solutions.
that. They would, yeah, Kimple Solutions. They would be able to repair it for you, but you'd be better off buying two
Another
more
one.
base stations
All right. I'll look to it
than
then.
trying to get it repaired.
It didn't sound
Probably
that good
cheaper.
in the first place, so sod it.
Even a teenage engineer told me to send my Myopia one to a place on the East Coast because they weren't accepting repairs for a while.
Yeah.
Chris, that's a simple solution. Skip.
That is a very simple
Yeah.
solution, yeah.
It's going to have to be, Cressy, yeah, unless anybody wants a base station that they can use for spare parts. Because
But it's-
honestly,
What was that thing? What was that bloody thing? No, it's gone. There was something. Can't remember. No, it was. No, it's gone. No, I was just going to impart some interesting information. It's fucked off. No, it's gone.
Was actually fun things like that. Technics, of course, that Technics famously never made synthesizers. That they will try to deny that. Matsushita seems to have completely forgotten that they ever did that foray into synthesizers.
sorry, Robert, can I just stop you a second? Just look what Inky's put in the chat. Andrew, to be fair, it's base station 1, 3 question marks. No, loads of people know they should fix shit for free. Yes, me too. I've had that too. So stop shit slinging, you Yorkshire twat. Oops, drink cider. What?
Sounds like Inky.
She
Some
gets
pe-
very
some
aggressive
people
on cider.
Supported novation.
Don't we
in
all?
there earlier. I've got a fucking great big supernova here, and I've got my base station over there. What?
Well,
Yorkshire- right, I'm going to come
Cress
out and
had
come back in
saying
this-
that he had a base station 1. It was the only thing not stolen from his house.
Yeah, there's an indictment for you, isn't it?
You-
In fact, they probably left another one behind, right? So they.
Yeah.
I mean, I would dare anybody to try and steal this console, getting it up the stairs with everything removed, all the modules, was painful enough.
Yeah.
Anybody who manages to get that out under 5 hours, probably, I just have to say, well done. I mean, impressive.
Yeah, but
I mean,
not only did they not steal his base station, they used it to hold the door open while they stole the bin.
Anyway, Inky, I'm not even from Yorkshire. I was born in County Durham, so shut it.
County Durham.
County Durham, man. I was born right up
Aye.
north.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry
I'm
for
really a
you.
Yorkshireman. Fuck off, it's beautiful.
Oh, County Durham is. I'd happily move up there.
That's full of racists.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah, but hey.
Well, that's the UK for
Do
you.
I want to move back? No. I'm happy in Sheffield, which is also full of other kinds of people.
It's famous for its knives.
Yes,
It is.
and they used a lot in London.
Yes.
Well, you need to sell your produce somewhere if you can't sell it up there to the people.
Cutlery. Sassy. Cutlery.
Yeah.
Cutlery.
Yeah.
Yeah, but,
Actually,
Phone,
like-
hand,
like-
sells very
steel
well in
cutlery.
South London.
I'm sure it does.
Trying to think
quite
what
like
Surrey's
Sheffield,
famous
I've got to
for.
say. It's,
What's Surrey famous for apart from oligarchs and leaves?
Posh
yeah,
people, posh
Russian
wankers,
oligarchs.
wankers, posh people, posh wankers, wankers.
Do you know what? You never fucking see them. They're all in gated communities.
yeah.
Communities, excuse me, they have their
Chuck
own
and Wentworth.
mansion locked off. They don't want other people anywhere near them.
Yeah. And there must be something we. What do we make down here? What's it? Oh,
actually,
Kenton. Kenton
well,
Midi.
there's
Surrey
a-
is just a suburb. That's it.
We've got Kenton Midi at least. There you go.
I went. Are you gonna?
Bonjour.
Bonjour,
Hey.
Grace.
Hi, Grace.
Sure, ça va, ça
Let
va.
me out-
Can you
they
hear me
let out of
okay?
Yorkshire.
Yeah, lovely.
Excellent. They let me out again. I'm going to be doing a bit of that this next few months. I've been stuck in Yorkshire for 2.5 years.
Not long enough.
Andrew, I've just sent you something on a WeTransfer.
Right, I'll pick it up. Thank you, Grace.
On a what
Service
transfer?
manual.
On a WeTransfer. WeTransfer. It goes wee over the internet.
Oh, flub, blub, blub.
Like
Yeah,
Nintendo
that's
Wii
it.
transfer.
That's the Bill and Ben joke.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I won't say that.
Oh,
So how are things, Grace?
Yeah, good. I've been patching a hardware jams together. Me and Andrew did a much more ad hoc hardware jams than we have been.
oh, very.
It's
I'm
another
really- I
change.
can't wait
Yeah.
to hear what you've done with it. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's fun. It's nice. It's good. You did good. So yeah, things are hectic though, Sasquatch. Short answer. Hectic.
When do the concerts start?
First show's on Thursday, but I've got rehearsals tomorrow and Tuesday here in London, and then we actually go back to Sheffield on Wednesday and do a production rehearsal, put all the lights and the sound system in, do a full dress rehearsal, and then shows Thursday, Friday, and then next week it's four different venues in 5 days, which for
Bloody hell.
this show is actually that's quite normal, but for this show it's mental because this show's got an awful lot of gubbins, shall we say. Yeah.
Wow.
Enough tracks
it-
to leave things nicely pre-rigged, or everything need to come down properly?
Can't pre-rig. Can't leave pre-rig stuff in because there's other shows when we're backwards and forwards to all the venues quite a few times, Robert. And as you know, it's nice to leave the steel in the roof, but we're not allowed to because there's other stuff going on. We do these venues like the NEC, Manchester Arena, the O2, Sheffield Arena, but we do them the wrong way round, apart from Manchester. So.
Oh, okay. That's another thing. Surrey.
Put the stage at the other end. And,
that's another thing that Surrey's famous for. Robbie's wife was born in Surrey. There you go. So it's Kenton Middy and Robbie's missus.
And you, Kent.
And you.
Me? Yeah. Sure.
There are very, very fine speakers made in Surrey. EM Acoustics. They make very lovely speakers, in my opinion.
Do they build their own drivers though, or are they using someone else's?
No, but it's mostly precision devices, which are which is founded originally by the Turbo Sound guys, and or I think it was from Western Turbo Sound before they became Function One. It's pretty much most things are made in the UK, or a lot of the capacitors and inductors come from Germany. And some of the drivers are made in Spain, I believe.
Bema is Spanish, yeah.
Yeah, and then some of the other stuff, like resistors, I believe, are Italian, and some other voice coils are made in Italy. And I think their latest fancy milled compression drivers that are completely milled directly into the slab of aluminium, they're made in Italy as well.
Wow.
Fancy
Evening, David.
Hey, possible Easter bunny.
Hey,
Bonjour.
David.
Hey there.
Do you have YouTube on, David?
I think you got YouTube on, David.
Hey. Thank you.
David, switch YouTube off. Go
He's watching the wrong stream.
It's off.
It's down your whole cup of tea in one.
Yeah, I did that earlier. We had a whole 2001 episode.
Oh, it's a rookie mistake for sure for me. I remember doing it, and I'm like, oh, it's wrong. What's happening?
Well,
Oh, what is happening?
Hi, Fiona.
Hi, Fiona.
Hello.
Anything
Well, he
normal there,
says-
then?
Hi, murderer. Oh, Siri,
Right.
help.
Every time we get sleepy.
This is called foreplay. See?
Only in Surrey, right?
I'm
Absolutely.
in Surrey.
Just a little off the sides, dear.
Am I the only
Not that
Sado
side.
here who's actually tried making their own speaker and winding the voice coils?
Oh, no, my first speaker was homemade. I stole them from the school that used to be above the blackboard and then put them into a wardrobe.
Oh, you got the Easter bunny.
Let's say I haven't gone to the stupid idea of trying to make a voice coil because I know how terrible I've been at trying to make DC electric motors and failing at them. I mean, my AC electric. My AC electric motors work, well, they normally work. My DC ones have been mainly failures. So trying to wind a voice coil, that ain't happening. Trying to repair a voice coil, that's already bad enough. And, well, I'm sure you've done it, Grace, where you, like, try to, when it's been inserted enough that just one wire came off, but you then, like, were inside with the gas-powered soldering iron, trying to get one wire back onto the voice coil. And then the next gig, of course, it melts through completely. And you might as well have not spent that half hour in there.
Yeah, it's better off on the phone ordering another one, aren't you? Yeah. Sasquatch, have you ever wound guitar pickups? That's
Yes.
a much more achievable thing than a speaker voice coil.
Well, I used to make Tesla coils,
So you know what to do then.
I was sort of quite set up for doing coil winding.
Yeah, I know quite a few guitar roadies who've wound their own guitar pickups.
Yes. You can achieve. So I'm well, like everything. I'm a really shit guitar player, but you can get some really good effects by winding your own coils.
Bring it backwards.
Yes, or upside down, or just handing it to someone who can actually play the bloody thing. But Yeah.
Do you know what's
it's-
just dawned on me? I played.
Fiona just did.
I
She more than
played.
dawned on you. She well helped you with a cushion.
I played a track to the original composer.
Yes.
What the hell did I do that for?
Ridicule.
And he didn't take the piss out of you. Oh,
No,
okay.
it
I
was
mean,
fine.
he
No, no, no,
winced
no.
quite a lot.
You,
but,
you,
you know.
I think he was
you
very
haven't
impressed,
seen
actually.
Messenger since.
You destroyed my music, you bastard!
I think he has his own special key for the word fucking idiot.
Macro.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to say I think if he's done that, he's been very unfair because I think it was a remarkable thing. So you say you listened to it once, you've come back upstairs and recreated it like that.
That was great.
Kent, that
That
was
was
really cute. That was
No.
actually-
It's easy. That stuff comes to me very, very easily. It's the.
Well, look at you.
Do you know what I can't do? To save my life, mixing.
B flat minor scale.
No,
Mixing.
no, I don't. I don't know what any of the chords are anyway, so it doesn't confuse me.
B flat minor. That's easy to play on a piano. It's a.
Yeah,
What's
all
a
right,
piano?
Robert. It was just came into my head.
No,
Came into my head. Yes,
it's
I
for
know.
fa-
I could play B flat. Yes.
It's the sharp keys that are annoying. Trying to play sharp keys is just like, ugh, why
Oh,
would
I don't.
anybody?
I don't play the
No,
black ones. I
flats.
keep
Can't do
thinking it'll
flats.
explode if I do that.
Hang on, is this Andy Brooks who got upset when I said let's do it in D, not C?
Well, it's the setup of all keys.
Yeah.
You can
No.
play all the black keys too.
No.
That sounds nice. To
Yeah,
you.
but see, Keystep Pro, it's not set up for playing in D, is it? The Keystep thing there. It's set up for playing in C because it goes from C to C. So
What-
you
what-
play from C.
Well, you first
No.
tune your
It's a
modular
proper
to whatever.
keyboard.
As soon as you do it in D, as soon as you do it in D, you're missing a note at the top. It doesn't go
No,
far
you-
enough,
you-
and you got to press the bleeding button.
Go back down
So
the
I-
hill.
But you can.
Pay good money
go
for
to
this
transpose
keyboard. I
key.
want to use all the keys. Okay.
I mean, you could just retune your synth, Andy. You could just retune it to whatever, and then still have C as your base.
Or you can
Node.
You
What-
clever
what?
bastard. Why didn't I think of that?
Get another Keystep
It's
Pro.
because I never tune with a tuner.
Keystep Pros, and you'll just keep like, oh my god, then you're gonna be stuck again. So you get another Keystep Pro.
I just, no, I'm sorry. You're all missing the point. All I really want is for Robbie to send me that KX88 and I'll just be happy. That's what I want.
You're not
And I'll
bringing
take
that round
round to
mine,
Grace.
mate.
No, put it through the door. It won't through my door either. So, Robbie, if you're listening, I know you're just having to bugger off again, so it's all right. I'm just saying it. Just, you know, I know you've told me not to mention it again, and I said I never would, but I've just lied.
I
I guess the
think
question is, do you have
David's
room for a KX88?
It happens.
Yes, I can fit one in here. I can't fit it in here.
No, you
I will move
can't.
everything. I'll just lift this up a bit and stick it underneath. It will go in. I've had an H8 note keyboard along here. Yes, an H8 note will fit there. But
I mean, KX88 would just about fit here.
Keystep Elite says original synth. Yeah, that's what I want. Keystep Elite with H8 note weighted keyboards. That'd be brilliant. What? Right, Arturia, get onto that.
And,
You've got all
Andy,
those H8 keyboards.
What,
so let's have one with all the-
88 note mini keypad?
I'll
No, not mini
when,
keys. Not that Casio thing.
when I
Sorry,
come up
Sassy.
for Synthfest in October, I'll bring my 2600 and you can borrow that.
It doesn't have a keyboard on it.
What a Kurzweil K2600.
Oh, Kurzweil.
X
Sorry.
doesn't
you say
have a keyboard.
2600, my brain goes to something else.
Oh no! It's a
Sorry.
full-sized 88 key. But the thing is,
Well,
you'll,
you can
you'll
carry
have,
up the stairs. Don't ask me to help you. Fuck off.
I'll carry it
I'm
up the
4 floors
stairs.
up.
I'll carry it up the stairs, but you'll have to buy a proper stand.
Yeah, I know. Well, a double braced X should do, actually.
Yeah, right.
Right, do you need an 88 note?
Have you got a spare one, Kent?
I
Yeah.
might have. I'll go and look in the attic for you.
Oh, yeah.
I think I might have an Oxygen 88 up there.
I don't have no idea what that is.
Yeah,
Uh,
double
Uh,
brace.
No, I don't.
Double
Actually,
MIDI
Double brace
controller.
X is fine because I have a Fusion 8HD on there, and that's a heavy mofo.
Yeah, I don't think the Oxygen's too heavy actually. Not like the Studio Logic SL88. Holy shit! You'd think there was something in it.
I had one of those. They're very heavy.
Yeah, because it's real wooden keys, isn't it?
Did you have one of those? Yeah, I can.
Yeah, the kids destroyed it.
Oh no, that's a shame. Is yours the grand version, Kent?
Yeah.
Is it the SL88 Grand? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, if not a KX88, that's me. That's my master keyboard of choice.
I've been tempted by the Kawai VPC1 a few times, which is basically one of their upright pianos actions.
I tell you what,
it's a MIDI controller.
A better one to get. I'll show you this one.
Oh. There goes the MPC. You found the on button there, Kent.
Yeah. Now I know how it works. All I've got to do is just throw the keyboard at it. One of them.
Yeah, throw your keyboard at the MPC. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
very long, yeah.
One of these.
He's going to take up the whole room.
I've got two of them buggers.
They're really
Why do you have
nice.
two of them?
One for each hand.
Yeah, he's got two.
Dude, seriously, come on, think.
What appendix do you play the SL88 with then?
Have you seen the president of Ukraine do his comedy act?
No.
He did a comedy act before he was president. And what he would do, he would pull his trousers down and he'd pretend to play a keyboard with his knob. Look it up on YouTube.
Well, that's put him in a different.
That actually happened about 20 years ago on a show called Howard Stern out here.
Just
So.
lost all.
Yeah, he was a comedian before he became president of Ukraine. And I think that's something we should adopt because I think he makes a better lead than any wanker we got around here. I tell you
But
that.
he's funnier than our comedians as well.
Yeah, but he's funny for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. But he tries to be funny, but
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's technically an act, isn't it, that he does? So
I did a show in January 2019, for a private party, and it was very, 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 very rich people raising money for green environmental charities.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where they paid £30,000 for a table.
Jesus.
And had an auction and all that.
80 grand for a chair.
It was stupid. And yes, a certain prime ministerial sort of person was the guest speaker before he was the prime minister.
When he was still a mayor of London?
He was a very
No,
good
he
guest
was
speaker.
an MP. He was an MP.
Yeah.
He'd been booted out of the cabinet by then. And
No, he resigned from the cabinet.
yeah. And
How much was the cabinet if the table was 30 grand?
7 grand.
Yeah.
And he did that thing. He did that thing of giving a speech that I then saw a few weeks later verbatim on the TV.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And that
Oh, yeah.
thing that Jeremy Feinberg wrote up once and did the same, not the same speech, but it was a different one. And
Yeah.
with all the same jokes, all that stuff, absolutely just straight off. But he gave the impression of being chaotic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's
it's
all an act.
massive
I
act.
mean,
Yeah,
I've met Boris quite a few times, and he's a very, very entertaining man. But he's actually considerably more intelligent than people give him credit
Oh,
for.
sure,
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
It must be, yeah.
And
Oh, it is.
he
just
all
frustrating,
politicians
though.
are actors because they are performing on a stage.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that their performance affects all our lives.
It's just some choose to base the performance on different qualities. And others.
Mind you, have you seen Halle Berry in Catwoman? That affected everybody's lives.
Different ways.
Well, it definitely affected hers.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
No, didn't affect mine in the slightest.
Oh,
You're
you
just not a
haven't
cat
watched
person.
it?
You're not a cat person, Andy. That's what it is.
No.
I don't think anybody would be after that film.
Oh, there's your cat person.
But you know, when you've got a guy who can speak Greek, Latin, Russian, etc.,
Like a native.
you know,
He's no
it's
fool. That's the frustrating thing, though, isn't it?
well, it depends on your political perspective. I mean, I like
Yes,
Boris.
I understand what you mean, Andy, because I always find I'm very, not envious, but in awe of people who can speak several languages and,
Yeah.
very educated and articulate and stuff like that. And then, but when you apply it to Boris, you just go, ugh.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, it's one thing to have a good memory, to have skills and all that kind of stuff, but it's your actions are more important than your aptitude.
Yeah.
And there's different types of.
Bullingdon.
But
boys.
it really depends where you come from yourself. What is your own political compass? So, I look at someone like Joe Biden, and I just think he's senile. He shouldn't be there.
He's been an asshole since the 80s. I mean, I can quote
Well,
plenty of
yes.
things he did back then. So
Yeah, well,
nobody likes
Wait a
that.
minute. How did that?
Didn't
I didn't
Obama
get
say
that
that you give anything to Joe Biden, he's guaranteed to fuck it up? I mean,
Because he's from
I mean, he
Delaware.
plagiarized Lincoln and didn't know he
No,
did
he's
it.
actually from
he
Pennsylvania.
he plagiarized Neil Kinnock. I mean,
Really?
yeah. Joe Biden ripped off a Neil Kinnock speech
That
Why?
was written, but that was written on the back of a fag
because he's a
packet.
twat and he's senile.
Well, that's probably a
let's
speechwriter's
just be
problem.
careful.
But they don't write.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know where you were going to go with that, Sasquatch. I was hoping you were going to talk about his upbringing or something. But you just
No, he's just a twat.
Well, he, as
was
usual,
just
he says he
mortified.
has these meager
Well,
beginnings in
that's fine.
Scranton. Meanwhile, he had money, so
Yeah, well,
didn't
that's
have
the
money.
thing. Money doesn't always.
No, Biden didn't have money. I mean,
I mean, not immediately, but you get in the
He
right
does now.
circles, and pretty soon he's.
that's like saying
like
if
the
I
Bush
get a
oil
little bit of
money,
I'm a
right?
twat. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I mean, Hunter gives him 50% of whatever he earns, so
but some of my brothers are assholes too. I mean,
They should go into politics.
it is what it is.
They have a first quality of a politician there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I found the wrong.
No, I think the funniest thing is it Nancy Pelosi, and Twitter banned an account that was tracking every investment that Pelosi made because she's the most successful investor of any American politician.
She's been there. I don't know. She's been there a while. Her husband's pretty shrewd. They shouldn't be allowed to buy stock or anything. I don't really understand that.
Especially ahead of decisions that are being made. Yeah. It's
But they
quite
all
like
do
that.
it. That if you single one out, you'd be missing the story. They all do it. That's what's so.
Yeah.
I don't really know what they know so well that makes them more qualified than anybody else. To be honest with you.
They're not.
They
Oh,
don't. And Congress is worth
that's
more.
really,
Has more
and their
idiots in it than ever.
education, their own personal education versus making thoughtful decisions and
Well,
understanding,
I find it funny that someone like Alexander Ocasio-Cortez can get
Oh,
elected.
man, you're just going to destroy every Democrat in this country.
No. I mean, they're Republican assholes as well. I mean,
Like,
but it's
All of them.
like,
It's just the some of the crap that is spouted by politicians, not just in America, but
oh, I understand.
all over. I look at someone like Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand, and I think, how the hell could she have been elected? I look at Macron in France.
Small
and just
population.
Think, well,
Yeah.
yes.
Small money.
Very
Smaller
few people
population of
qualified.
Wales.
But you're saying Macron, yes, but then you look at the alternative of who might become the leader, and you just think, well, if your option is something really bad and something slightly awful, I think slightly awful wins over the fascist for most people.
The thing is, I don't think Le Pen is fascist.
Oh shit!
I think actually
you're allowed
she's
to
a
call her
hard
that legally.
socialist. Her father was a fascist. I don't think she is.
You are legally allowed to call her a fascist by court ruling.
Oh yeah. I can believe that, but then French courts work in very interesting ways.
Well, it's like you
Well,
can
I
call
mean,
Boris a
not-
criminal. You can officially call him a criminal now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. We never have to use
Well,
the
actually, no, you can't, because it's not a criminal offence; it's a civil offence.
a civil twat then.
He's a
Yes.
he's a civil criminal. Yeah.
Yes.
While we were not doing anything, while we were all not going out, while we were all not having parties,
Yeah,
while
but,
we were all
yeah,
not going to funerals of people who had died
Yeah.
that we wanted to go to, he was
Are
having
you going to say the same about
Brilliant.
Nicola Sturgeon?
Oh, I don't give a flying fuck about it. I'll just slap her around the face with one.
Always be wary of people named after fish,
Like Michael Fish.
like Michael Fish. Yeah, look what he done.
You got it wrong.
He
didn't you?
There
destroyed the
is
south
no
of England.
tornado.
He destroyed the south of England.
Yeah,
Oh, the poor man.
And Alex Salmon.
yeah, Alex Salmon.
Alex Salmon. Oh, no, oh dear. Oh, this conversation it gets madder and madder.
And Denise Trout.
Oh.
I think
the
you should
fuck
start
is
talking about
Denise
fish
Trout?
sticks again. It's about that
Denise
time.
Yeah, oh no,
Trout.
we're back on the fish sticks. Oh no.
Are we carping on a bit too much?
So I'm,
Oh, Grace, get in there. Whoa, wicked.
Oh,
I'm just watching Steve Elbows and Jim Glue melt down in the chat.
getting all the jokes in a row.
Oh dear. That was bad.
Oh, that was pretty grim, wasn't it?
That was good. That was a good bit. Well done, everyone.
Because I ended up doing Richard Burton due to a fish finger sandwich. And
Ken, that was just ace.
And the
That
pla-
was
and the
good.
plank.
The plank.
yeah.
The plank. Well, I placed the plank across my... Oh, you know...
What
I don't know how you did that.
if I could just say, I find it really funny that I am a libertarian conservative with a small c, and what I
What's
say.
there, a small wanker?
Well, the Caspian.
Well, no, I'm a big wanker, but I'm a libertarian conservative. What I say and what I think has no effect on anyone, and the fact that we can have a laugh and joke about politics, and it doesn't matter who any of us vote for, because in the whole scheme of things, we are immaterial. We don't matter, and I don't care that people don't necessarily agree with me, because
It would be boring otherwise.
who is affected by it? Yeah, we're not all the same,
'Cause you go,
and I
"Oh,
really enjoy the fact that we can have a laugh about this.
Yeah.
And you're not. Well, I hope you're not going to ban me, Kent. I mean, you're not going to deplatform me, because I can take the piss
No,
out of any politician.
But that's only next month.
He's not sassy.
Yeah,
he's
but,
just
this isn't
bad.
Twitter.
yeah, but it's
Facebook,
like
so-
everything else. You see, if
There's a
everybody
silent
agreed,
vote later, but yeah.
like if somebody said, "Oh,
Pat
you know,
is up.
insert politician's name here," and go, "Yeah, they're a twat, aren't they?" And everybody else went, "Yeah." That's a really
Yeah.
short conversation, isn't it?
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
could have somebody go, no, hang on a minute, they did this, that, and the other. And you go, yeah.
Doesn't
But,
change
yeah.
it, we're still a twat.
But
But you can't call him that. Apparently, he owns a sea. Has his own sea, for God's sake.
Who does?
Sass.
Oh, Sassy. Yeah, he's got his
Yeah,
own little
yeah.
small sea.
Yeah, Caspian, I think. Was it the Caspian?
Middle
It
sea.
was, yes.
Hey, look,
Caspian.
the joke's on him. I got my system one for $300. So I mean, he's,
Yeah.
yeah,
You bring it back to something sensible, David. Well done.
yeah. Who's really winning?
Oh,
Well, none
Well,
of us, because we're all going to die.
I got my Hydrosense Deluxe for 1100.
Well, that was true. None
That
of us
was
are
bloody
immortal,
good,
are
yeah.
we?
Yeah.
For that price, I regret buying an Andromeda. Well,
Oh.
You know, I was all freaked out about the oh, it's on. I was all worried about the synth action because I knew it was like, oh man, it's not going to travel that far. But the thing is, it was replacing my Korg MS-20 Mini. So this action, this like, wow, these keys are great. You know, I was like,
Yeah.
but I tried to do a battle of the worst keyboards ever.
Yeah, I was just say I had to actually take mine apart because it had some triggering issues. And when you see how cheap those are, just like those $30 kids keyboards, they're really shitty inside there.
it doesn't feel that bad to me actually, though. It just
Piece
doesn't.
of crap.
It's just like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, but the microcorg
Totally
is light years above
unplayable.
the System 1 keypad.
Is it really?
Really?
Because I can't play this thing for love nor money. It drives me.
Yes,
so,
Got to play it over. I can only play it over MIDI.
Have you ever seen the videos of Jean-Michel Jarre playing it in China? How hilarious it looks, him trying to really play the microcorg. I mean,
It's just awful. It's amazing. I mean, that's
It's like
that's a
watching
mini
him play
key
the
thing,
laser
but
harp.
it's so much more playable. Well, that's all a farce anyway. No, that didn't even work in the first place, did it? It's all
Nah.
a con.
I mean, the Korg
I mean,
mini
it
It
log
was all
keys aren't
Michael
very
Geiss
good
in the background on an Elka. Boom,
Yeah.
boom.
as I said, the current laser hubs, they definitely work. I mean, well,
Yeah.
the Hubleys, they work. When they work, they work. When they don't work, then they definitely don't work, and they really hate you. And they have some very fun features where...
Well, by burning a hole through your hand every time you do that. Fuck up.
No, though what you shouldn't do is when you turn it on, before the shutter goes in, it will power the laser at full, and the scanner is in the middle. So if you lean over and turn it on, you should stay leaned there. Yes,
Bango, your retinas.
until the shutter goes in. If you care about your retinas, or you're just aware of that, and if you ever do maintenance on one,
Well, plus you don't have to use a
you
1
just
watt laser. That's overkill.
I can't remember how much. Well, but again, the Hobley that he uses, you want it to be seen fully in an arena, right? So
I know, but I have a 1 watt blue laser that will burn through your hand.
no, but that means a 4 watt laser wouldn't be outrageous for or have 3 1 watt lasers in one. Or well, maybe half a watt green and then 1.2 watt blue and 1 watt red. To
We'd
try and
burn a
get
nice picture of a lion's head on your hand, wouldn't it?
Well, Robert, they're asking what are the 4 units behind you
well,
on the, in the rack?
4 times Waldorf pulse.
There you are.
Pulse times 4. I've just stuck it in the chat just in case anybody was wondering. I got there before you all. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just saying because I'm.
Yeah,
such a
sorry,
fucking
smart
nerd.
ass.
But it's
Very constructive of you.
Thank you, Grace. You're lovely.
You gotta get some lights on there. Yeah,
I did
so
put
can see
question
the
marks
mod-
on the end just in case I was wrong.
What I need to put some extra light on
Yeah, oh, see, that actually helps.
if I turn it.
I see. I got all this nice light on me now. Isn't it great?
You look lovely, David. Yeah, you look very lovely. Very
I was
nice.
just trying to light up my system green. System green.
Well, at least it's not in Vegas lighting.
Yeah. I gotta
You've
do it on
just,
folks.
you've just given it a new name there. It will be the system green from now
Yes.
Well, it's perfect for Easter too. Nice green color. So
on. I have
Yeah,
discovered
yeah, do that
purest
right
green.
Oh man, my lava lamp's green too, so I got it over there. So I'm gonna have a little green area.
Is it? I know I keep banging on about fucking Vegas lighting and all this sort of stuff, but looking
with
at
you on that
You
one.
do, yeah.
looking at that, I just think that's just too much lighting. I mean, light up the control that you're using, or use it to provide feedback. But just having that lighting would just irritate the fuck out of me.
I mean,
You've never seen an Avid S6, have you?
Yeah, exactly.
well, the Keystep Pro has a crazy light show.
a good one. Yeah.
The very first time I saw Vegas lighting was, Robert will know this, the DigiDesign D show, the big one when it first appeared, and which is a big old digital console, which I don't know how many years ago. At
early
least a decade
2000s,
ago.
like
Yeah,
I think
probably
early
15 years.
2000s. I mean,
15 years
profiles
ago.
were a bit later, but the
Yeah,
details
yeah.
they were definitely
Yeah,
early
15 years
2000s.
ago,
I
I
think.
thought I saw that at least, and it's a big desk, and it did the whole thing, and everybody who owned one was like, "Look at my D show, it does this."
Yeah,
But it sounds crap.
Right.
Why? Really, just why? And
Well,
I
quite
do
like
understand the idea of not burning out things. And,
There you go.
but
Well, on the
Good
S3L,
on
they've done
Steam.
it more tastefully with all the OLED displays. They actually have little screensavers, which are because of its monochrome
they're
OLEDs.
needed.
Yeah, but also the screensaver is like just some ping pong balls, pixels moving, tracking around over the screen. So that's actually quite nice, rather than the full flashing out But yes, the SXL, that's definitely something to behold. Seeing the full
It's not to
6-bay.
be behold.
No, seeing the full 6-bay version and some American dealer showing it in full Vegas mode. And look at our sound test here. It's amazing, isn't it? And you're just like,
So my Typhon has an OLED screensaver, but sadly the Anima feed, they forgot to add that. It just stays on.
Just looks like with the Hydras.
There is a way to defeat it on most.
I like the room with that thing. Look at it.
You can turn it off on most things.
I do think that blue LEDs should be banned.
See, look at that.
Wait a minute, Sasquatch.
Well, it's the bloody
We can't
room.
ban politicians, but we can ban lights.
Yes, absolutely.
They can use blue, but they could use a less intense blue, like filter it more or something.
I mean, you can just put a larger resistor in, same with the LED if you don't like it.
No, I just remove the buggers.
They can just use
Sassy,
a darker blue shell.
I've just switched off a light bulb, which probably uses considerably less electricity than that thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'll leave it up.
Yes, Steve Elbows, I do want to deplatform blue LEDs. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that green's something else, isn't it?
I like the green, David.
Yeah,
I
but it's the
always
same with
did.
the
Everyone
hydrogens.
goes, "Oh,
I
horrible
turned
those
off.
iris are that are green," and I think they're nice.
I mean, the
Well, I
question
got
is
one.
how,
I
how,
think they're nice.
how much green should they be? And I think they got just. I think they
Robert,
used
shut
all
the fuck
green.
up.
Like,
Can you have,
That's Andrew's tie moment there.
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
I
I'm
wanted
trying-
to hear what David was saying.
I'm trying to get the pulp.
oh, I don't. It was.
Pulse is
Phantoms have that
working.
yellow orange too with the pads.
well, I turned off the display, as it were, on the Hydra. You know, when it goes into the sort of like screensaver mode.
Yeah.
Those Novation launch pads of those, the circuit, mono circuit. God, I got that thing and I was like, jeez, that's a lot of color coming out. And then I realized I had to learn those colors, and I was like, oh no, I can't be bothered with this. And I put it
That's
back
not that
in the
bad.
box.
It's pretty easy
Yeah.
to get.
Yeah. I mean, even
Yeah,
even
for
my
you,
keyboard.
Andy. But you can use a microscope and do all that. I mean, I'm pretty simple.
Well, there's nothing special about that. Trust me. So.
See, this is green. I gotta learn one color. You know.
But going back to the blue LEDs, 20 years ago, I can remember depth charging you extra for, and
Oh,
everybody
yeah.
wanted the fancy blue LEDs 15, 20 years ago.
That dark
It's like-
energy.
No, but all the modulars and also
Okay.
even back the MIDI controllers, the Schaltwerk and Regelwerk.
They were really expensive back then.
Yeah, they were.
And it was like,
blue LEDs are quite pricey.
per blue LED was like €2 more, or 2 mark more.
At least, yeah.
Whereas when, on the Schaltwerk of 60 blue LEDs, it suddenly added up.
Yeah, they used to cost like £5 to a normal ones being 50p, didn't they?
Yeah.
Times more expensive at one.
So you used to have them just as on lights and stuff like that. You go, there you go. That's as much expense as we're throwing at it. You may have a blue one there.
But yeah, on the easel clone, I've put the LEDs I'm using are definitely less current than the original ones and less brighter. And I've put in bigger resistors even than suggested, because I'm just like, this is pissing me off. I mean, when I was outside in the glaring sun on Friday, it was just like, maybe I regret that choice. But then also the amount of, if you have 5 LEDs draining the same amount of current onto your ground, when you're using a sequencer, envelope pulsar, and triggering both low pass gates, when you're just like, it's actually nice to have some stability by having chosen to keep that current to minimum rather than the original designs, because that definitely clamps on the power rail, and it just puts the ground a bit higher than it should be, quite a lot bit higher temporarily.
It was something I was repairing. I know what it was. An MC707, and one of the, particularly the LEDs down the bottom end, and they had these LEDs where they weren't content with being really bright blue. but it had a magnifying lens on the top of the LED as well.
Oh, yeah.
And when you looked
Sandpaper.
over to do something like that, you got corrective eye surgery. Looking over, it's like, I can't bloody see anything anymore. They were really, really stupidly powerful. And funny enough, it was the guy, he bought in his memory Moog and asked me to replace all the red LEDs with green ones.
No.
Yeah. Because he thought it looked really, really nice and green. I went, but okay, so I did. I replaced all the LEDs with green ones. And
How bright did they look?
well, they weren't very bright. I mean, maybe I misread the brief, but I thought you don't want LEDs. You just want LEDs to go, this button is turned on. You don't want an LED going, this button is turned on! Right?
No, but you're saying it's already green. Being in the middle of the spectrum, it appears much brighter anyway
Yeah, you're right.
than a
Yeah.
red LED will ever
Yes.
read.
It's
But
the caps lock of LEDs.
Yeah, but the thing was, he wanted these greens, and I got what these rather dark green LEDs, as opposed to the sort of like, the lime-coloured ones you get. They're sort of like this business. And I fitted them, and he went, nah, what about purple? I said,
Oh, that's
Mate.
even worse.
yeah. He just wanted to have different coloured LEDs in it. Then he asked me, could I put multicoloured LEDs in it? And I'm going, well, no. The secretary will probably go, no. So I think he settled on, what did he settle on? I think
Well,
he
you-
settled
you
on
could-
yellow.
You could have fitted the WS8120s or whatever, the multicolour LEDs, and then just say, here's the programmer, sort yourself out.
Yeah. To be honest with you, by then I'm just fed up dropping the front of the pot panels out of it, which is a nightmare. Dropping those bastards out, 'cause they never go back in properly because of all the ribbon cables between the buttons,
Yeah.
so it never sits flat. But mate, the amount of memory Moogs I've had to drop those pot panels and then remove all the springs from under the buttons.
Oh, God.
Because although there was Moog put out that notice, didn't they, to say, to all repair stations back in the 70s, early 80s, to remove the springs from under those buttons. You'd be surprised how many people just think, nah, fuck it, it's too much like hard work.
Which it was. Yeah.
Which it was. But of course, then you push this button, the spring goes ding like that, shorts out the button, and the computer blows up, and you go, oh, that's not very good. I wish I'd taken the spring out now. So, madness.
Isn't the main complaint about the memory Moog is the tuning is just really hard to nail?
No, it's not. If you replace the resistor packs on the voice cards with 0.1% resistors instead of the somewhere in that
25%.
region resistors that resistor packs used to have, you can turn that thing on and it's playing in tune without any trouble, and you don't even have to push it with tune. But if you want to get it real tight up in the 2 foot, hit the right tune, hit bang on.
Yeah, but
I think that's the
but
sense
Kent,
that. Oh, man.
they do say that the beauty of all these old analog synthesizers was that they were noisy as fuck, never stayed in tune, and 2 synths from the same manufacturer made next to each other would sound completely different.
Yeah, but you
because
still
the
get that.
component tolerance was completely off.
Yeah.
But was it really that they sounded so different in the 70s, or is it just that 50 years later?
No, even when
well,
they
no,
were
I
brand
mean,
new, they
It's the
sounded
age and the
different.
heat and all that, right?
Yeah, the thing is, when you have to explain to a very, very young person about, because it was a TR-808, and the guy brought it to me saying, he says, you haven't calibrated it properly. And I go, yes, I have. He goes, no, you haven't. And I'll tell you for why. He says, my
doesn't sound
symbol,
like-
my crash symbol is half a second longer than my mate's one. And so I explained to him, go, yeah, because
Yeah,
they're
but-
not all exactly the same.
That's a shit electrolytic capacitor that's been in there for however many years, that has a tolerance of plus 50, minus 25.
So it says, so they're never exactly the same as each other. It's not like digital stuff. And he was like, It was like saying to him that if you bought your PlayStation from Tesco's instead of Argos, the games play slightly differently. It was like saying that to him. He's like, "Man, it's bullshit, isn't it?" I was like, "No, mate. No, they all sound slightly different from each other, but slightly, not fucking hugely."
But it didn't like Vangelis when he had like 8 CS80s at one point. He still mainly used one of the two in his studio. He preferred one over the other for sound of.
No, he had three that he used. Say for instance, China. He'd have 3 80s. He'd be playing one, and when one of the voices went out, they stopped the recording. Dusty would wheel it out and wheel in the other one that he's just tuned. Wheel that one out, and then go 3, 4, 5, and start playing again. So as you're listening to one track, you're hearing 3 different CS80s in random order.
Oh man!
All the time, because the early ones were fucking shit. I mean, really, really, really gruesome. Anything from, because the first 20 or so went to various people. It didn't go to musicians as such. So from 1040 to about 1390, the VCOs in them were god awful. They were all over the place.
What's my stress for VCAs, or also the power supply not being up to spec?
No, it was the chips themselves. It was the VCO chips themselves. They were a work in progress. Yeah, they were just a work in progress,
Wow.
and they kept changing the dies until they got it so it worked. So they used to have these little stickers on them that used to show the heat compensations. So you tried to put the same amount in, so at least it all went out of tune together. That's the most you could hope for. So hopefully that when it got up to temperature, they were all roughly at the same pitch. But if you opened the door over here, about 6 of them would go out of tune, and the others, the other 12 would, stay, sorted.
Well, but isn't that like Bob Moog using transistors to act as temperature compensators?
A 901 has no temperature compensation. That's just two matched transistors, which if you ever tried using his matching circuit to match transistors, you need a whole bunch of transistors if you want to do it, and a whole heap of time to have them at the same heat, having them in there. Basically, well, you need to have them in a running circuit for 10 minutes to then measure again for the second pass. So I mean, the amount of time to try and match them, I'm pretty sure they didn't match them with that precision that the service manual tells you to do.
Yeah.
Because
somebody come up with a tech up in Scotland, come up with a technique for matching transistors.
Oven baking.
Yeah, which was the oven baking on an aluminium strip, and then let them cool down together, and they're matched.
But didn't Perlman nail to stabilize them before Moog did?
Well, Perlman just sanded them down and put them together. So after matching them, they would, because they're thermally very close, they would eventually drift. Your exponential converter would drift the same amount, so it would be fine. That was more Perlman's idea. And also, I think the high-frequency compensation is definitely a bit more intelligent than the early Moog high-frequency compensation.
Well, a friend of mine sent Tom Oberheim a video of something I was doing that I'd put up on YouTube, because I got an email saying, "Good on you." And basically what it was, when I was repairing this SEM, you couldn't quite get it to tune across the keyboard properly. And because the 0.1% resistors are really expensive, they had the 5% ones. And what you do is you measure it, and you go, well, if it's got to be exactly 100k, and it's about 98.4, and then what you do is you get a long nose pliers, and then you just heat it up with your lighter, with the circuit tester on it until it reads 100k, and then dip it in water, and then solder it in the board. Boom, sorted.
How do you discover this stuff, Kent? I mean,
I'll
ask
around.
I'll find my lighter, then I'll stick it in a fish bowl.
Yeah, just ask around. Afternoon.
Oh, Inky's joined us. Oh no, it's Robbie. Sorry.
It's difficult to tell the difference, isn't it? But
don't know how much cider you had.
Cider?
Not as much as I have.
Ooh.
I only drink cider when I want to feel like I was 18 and poor.
God, I can't
Sorry, was
remember.
that controversial?
And want indigestion.
When's the last time I
Just
tried
Katie.
something?
It's good.
I think I haven't drunk
So you drink
cider
red
since I've
wine
been
instead?
18.
White. What was
I
it?
haven't
White
felt
Diamond.
I haven't felt 18 for ages and ages. I lost a number. But it wasn't.
What was it? It was White Diamond, wasn't it?
What?
The cheap stuff in the big 2-litre bottles.
Oh God, yeah.
White
You get
Diamond.
completely
Sitting in the park,
rat-arsed.
looking cool.
It's only my 18th birthday in 3 years' time, anyway.
Who remembers? Who remembers Theakston's cider?
Oh,
Who, Theakston's?
Theakston's old
that shouldn't
peculiar,
happen
but
anyway.
never. I don't
No,
remember any
Theakston's
cider.
made cider at one point.
Yeah.
It was brutal. If you
Yeah.
remembered it, you weren't drinking it right. It was one of those.
Well, I used to live
No.
opposite the Gamers Cider Factory in Attleborough in Norfolk, and apart from the smell when they were obviously making the stuff, which was a little bit rank,
and fishing the bodies out of the river.
yeah, they were fishing them out of the river, fishing out
Every
the
half
sluices
an hour.
every half an hour. No, they used to leave bottles of Gamers Old English on our doorstep. It was almost like the milkman because my nan used to know the people across the road.
Yeah.
But we literally walked out of my nan's front door, and there was the factory right, just the other side of the road. Glorious.
Wow.
Our
I was
American
in high school.
friends.
Wine coolers were all the rage.
Oh God, I got absolutely wankered
Yeah.
on wine cooler and Tennant Super.
Oh, Tennant Super.
I think it
tell
might
you
have been
what.
the tenants that did it, Rob.
I'll tell you what, Robbie, when we get Hans on the show, we've got to tell him about when he used to drink Tennant Super in the studio. He used to get wanked on that.
I was going out with a girl. I must have been about 18, and her stepfather, who was a very odd fellow, but he was a tech sergeant on RAF Lakenheath. He was an American.
Sorry, Sass.
And he would have
These
these
things pop into my
parties, and at these parties he would, they would just stock up on all this, wine cooler, all the American stuff, and then they used to take, because all the USAF guys used to kind of like try to make fun of me because I was the young English kid going out with their tech sergeant's daughter.
Were they all called Gordon?
Yeah.
No, Lance and Buck.
Was he a moron?
Sorry, Sassy. I've done it, haven't I? I had to. I just had to.
I
couldn't help
know.
myself then. I
It
couldn't.
was
help
I
classic.
feel like I've missed something.
Yeah.
Gordon is a moron.
Moron.
Gordon is a moron. Just to fill you in there, Robbie.
It was about the dating bit as well. It's,
He said I was going out with a girl and her name was, and I just said Julie. La, 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 la. All the way to the chip shop and all that business.
Who did Gordon is a moron? That was
John Shuttleworth.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, Jilted John. John Shuttleworth.
Pigeons in flight.
Pigeons in flight. Pigeons in flight.
Ledge.
and then there was
John
what's
Shuttleworth.
his name, Doc. He did the winking song.
No idea. Austin Ambassador, why Reg? Why Reg? Why Reg? Austin Ambassador, why Reg? Because it's the car that I own.
You have had a long day, haven't you, Anthony?
I have, yeah, sorry.
You're digging out all the classics now, aren't you? Yeah.
Surely you remember the winking song.
I remember a
familiar.
very similar song, but not the winking.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
no, it was the label was the winking song, but obviously the lyrics weren't.
I remember frigging in the rigging.
Because there's fuck all else to do.
The
Yeah.
captain of the
It's
ship,
Doc
he
Cox.
was a Susie Barker.
Who did that?
No, doesn't ring a bell.
No.
Some of those more wacky songs ended up on our Dr. Demento show over here for a while.
The Winkers song.
Yeah.
I'm a wanker, as you know.
And it does me good. Like it bloody well should.
It does me good, like it bloody well should. Yes.
Aye. You don't get comedy songs anymore, really, do you?
No.
Is that
Because life's too
past-
bloody crazy as it is.
Is it a past genre?
That everyone gets insulted,
I've-
you just can't do it.
Ivor Biggin. That was it.
I think Weird Al's still going, isn't he?
Not prolifically. Not
Yeah,
since
no,
Eat It.
Well-
Yeah.
Uncle Chrome says,
I
"Hey,
think
oh,
Amish
Usual
Paradise
Suspects." I used to
was his
play in a
last
band
one.
called Usual Suspects.
Not Uncle Crime.
No, Uncle Chrome just said hello,
Ah.
Usual Suspects, and
Suspects.
I used to play in a band called Usual Suspects.
Uncle
Highly
Chrome
original
is a pretty
name.
good band name.
Bunch of wankers. What?
Uncle Chrome. That is a pretty good band name.
That's very good.
I have a big thanks, Sassy. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I just posted that for your
the Synth Addicts.
delectation.
I'm going to say to Synth Addicts, if you get a chance, do have a check out of John Shuttleworth. 'Cause it's-
Oh, well, yeah. I haven't heard that
He
one.
has a fantastic collection
it's
of
very
Yamaha
silly.
Porter sounds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's very silly, and he's this middle-aged bloke
Yeah.
from Sheffield who still has aspirations of being a pop star. Sounds
Wow.
familiar.
He's a little bit more than middle-aged now, I think.
He did have that radio show, didn't he?
There's a
The-
brilliant
Yes,
picture
yeah.
of him
that
and
comedy show of
Martin.
his. All right, then.
Have you seen that picture of him and Martin where they exchanged sign? They both signed, like Shuttleworth signed like a Yamaha PSR or something, and
Yeah.
and he I think Martin might probably something like a Juno 106, and they signed them and they exchanged. There's a picture of them exchanging because they're good friends anyway. But
Actually, who was the geezer who used to have the little, like, Casio keyboard and he used to do stand-up with Roland Rivron back in the day?
Oh God, I haven't heard Roland River on for years.
Do you remember the two of them together? You had the guy with the little round glasses on.
well, there was the two of them. They had there was the act, wasn't it? Because they
Yeah.
did that classic sketch about the guitar chords book that was written by Ralph McTell.
Mm.
Have you ever? Yeah, you must know that sketch. It's just so
It's Raw Sex, Simon.
Raw
Bigg,
Sex. That's it.
Simon
Raw
Briggs.
Sex. That's it.
They did.
And they did this thing where they're in their little room practicing stuff, and Roland Rivron goes off on this fantasy about how he's gonna take Ralph McTell to court because nobody can actually play the chords as they're laid out in the Ralph McTell 100 songs you can play on guitar book, that kind of thing. And so he then goes off into this fantasy land where Dawn French is the judge. And Roland Rivron is presenting his case, and he keeps calling these witnesses to the stand to prove that Ralph McTell's book is rubbish and that Ralph McTell should go to jail. And each of his witnesses are Lemmy from Motorhead,
Yeah.
Mark Knopfler,
Yeah.
Mark King from Level 42, and they all come on. And they all sort of like Dave Gilmour.
Yeah.
And they come on and they're doing their stuff. And Mark King's slapping his bass, and Gilmour's doing some amazing solo. And they said, "Now, can you play this from the book?" And none of them can play it from the book, and they're all doing like a brilliant Les Dawson impression.
Yeah.
Google it; it's on YouTube. It's a classic, an absolute classic.
If you want to see another good one, is a comedy group did one called Rachmaninoff Had Big Hands. And they use these wooden blocks to play Rachmaninoff tracks on a piano. It's phenomenal because they have to time it. They have to hand off the blocks at the right time to play the song just right. It's really impressive.
Well, it's like Les Dawson, fantastic pianist, and
Well, you couldn't do that if you
he
weren't,
did
could
the he plays all the notes in the wrong places type thing.
But it's done so brilliantly.
I mean,
Yeah.
he must have
The
been
trick is to just hit
brilliant.
it one tone short.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
trick. So you can get that jarring sound.
But that takes real skill.
Yeah, because you do
Richard's in
when
the
you're
chat.
playing it, you do try to correct it, and you have to keep stopping yourself and trying
Yeah.
to play the right note. It's really quite difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and yes, Grace, you're absolutely right. Cresshead's track is really, really good. It took me back to the 80s.
Yeah.
And he said so himself, though. He said it was very much like Sisters of Mercy, or The Cure, or those sort of things. Yeah, definitely. Really great.
Floodland.
I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah.
There was a definite streak of 80s
80s
darkness
goth.
going on there. Yeah,
Floodland was the most
enjoyed that,
amazing
Cressy.
album.
yeah, it's good.
I like watching clips of Sisters on YouTube and stuff when they're bashing the hell out of a bunch of Emaxes. They were great. Is he still going?
Wasn't
Andrew.
that the beauty of
Yeah, he's around. Yeah.
Andrew Eldritch. Yeah.
That's it.
Wasn't that the beauty of the music of that era, though? That it was they were all experimenting. They were all doing different things and making different sounds and really exploiting synths. And it's only now that we think, oh yeah, they were using a DX7 or whatever. But back in the day, it was very much, wow, this is just something new. It's different. It's
Yeah, but I still
evoked
looked at
different
everything.
feelings.
I still looked at everything they were playing and I was going, right, so he's using one of those. I need one of those to make me a star. And
we all did
you
that.
compile
We all did that,
because
Robbie.
hence my love of the DX7. Like everyone was playing a DX7, so if that's what it takes to be a star, let's get one of those.
Yeah.
And look where that ended up.
Yeah, and then
With a
you
room
see,
full of 'em.
then you see Deep Roads with a
quite.
fair light, and you're going, "No, I give up."
It was just like when you're a young impressionable lad and you see your idols, you think, well, if they're using that to make great music, it's the same today when people buy Doors based on the fact that my hero uses Ableton Live, so if I use that, I'll be great.
Yeah, but it's cheaper and
Doesn't work like
easier than it used to be.
Oh, much cheaper, yeah.
A lot cheaper.
Oh, we also dressed like them. That was
Well,
even more.
God,
the
yeah.
more
We
startling
did.
part, wasn't it?
But that was the thing, wasn't it? It wasn't just the music. It was
Yeah,
a
but
whole.
that was the only time you could. I mean,
That's what-
if I went Phil Oakey again,
Yeah, you better have done it.
do you know what I mean? It's sort of like,
Again?
mate, you're 59. Fucking grow up, will you? And I go, no. I'm
The only
enjoying
reason I ever
myself."
have spiky hair was because of Howard Jones. The amount when I was young, my hair was like super fine. It's got a little thicker now, and a little less, but it was super fine. And it used to take literally a whole can of my mum's hairspray to get it to stand up like Howard Jones.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to look like Howard Jones. Because I wanted to be Howard Jones. He
All
was-
you need is
didn't
Fiona
use
to give you
soap,
a
did you?
haircut. That's all you need.
I used everything, and it was only when I discovered Weller Wet Look that things started to actually change and work.
Yeah.
And then I used to steal all my girlfriend's hair gel. It was like,
Yeah.
You know what was fascinating? I had a friend, and he was, I guess you would have called him an unfortunate nerd in his high school, the kind that wasn't popular, and he idolized David Lee Roth, grew his hair out, bleached it. It was beautiful, right? He still had glasses, but he would take them. I got contacts. He acted the part, he played the part, and his whole life changed. Like people were swarming around. He couldn't sing.
Image.
He was awful, but his confidence was through the roof. And I thought it was pretty cool, actually, right? Because he was one thing, and then he said, nah, David Lee Roth, that's it, man. That's what.
yeah. That was like it was for me with Adamant. As soon as I discovered Adamant, it was just like somebody switched a light on, and here's a guy wearing makeup with braids in his hair and skull and crossbone earrings, and
Did you smear Tippex on your face, Rob?
I know I went out and bought fucking grease paint at
In fairness-
considerable cost, proper theatrical grease paint.
In
sticks and
fairness,
everything.
Robbie, you didn't discover Adamant. You were just hit in the face with it. Because
Yeah.
one minute there wasn't
Yeah.
Adam the Ant,
Yeah.
and suddenly it was like, pow!
Very much.
This thing
Very
turned
much.
up, and it's like, Jesus Christ! Because the record was louder, bigger, and better than
It's the
anything
drums.
else out
It was
there.
the drums that did it.
Well, there was
It was,
Burundi style drums that were awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it recorded in mono?
I remember the first time
No?
I saw. Oh, sorry.
Because the
You know,
glitter band used to do that, didn't they? Record the drums in mono.
It's like the first
Get out.
time I saw Killing Joke or something, right? And they just come walking out, and you're just, it's just,
Yeah.
it's life changing, and they hit
Yeah.
those keys, they hit the guitars and everything, and you're
The
just
spaghetti western guitars and all that.
But you don't see.
Like, and he comes, oh man, that band, jeez.
I feel that the kids today. So listen, the old man, the kids today, but they don't have. Well, certainly it doesn't. I mean, having observed two fully grown teenagers over the years, none of them have ever gone for. They've never discovered a band or a genre, a movement. Like we had punk, and then we had ska and two-tone, and then we had the New Romantics, and there was always something. And it wasn't just the music; it was the fashion, it was the books you read, it was the everything about it.
There's no group experience anymore.
No,
We had
and
disco
I'm going to
as
say
well.
this. I was just going to say that. Oh, bloody hell! Wagyu.
Wagyu sounds like
kind
it's
of
on
a
the
noise is
train
that?
somewhere.
Wind tunnels.
Hi, I'm not on a train, no.
That's 19-inch track.
Hell,
Sounds like it.
Turn your game down a bit, Wags.
Sounds like you're on a
Get out the
737.
wind tunnel.
Turn everything off.
Oh, just how's that?
Awful.
No, it's still there.
Still awful.
Still
Right,
like
echo
35,000 feet over the Alps.
Did I do
Back
this?
in your racks.
No, it's not
No,
you,
you're
Rich.
flying, Rich.
First step.
Yeah.
How's this? Echo cancellation?
Yeah,
That's
that's
better.
helped.
That's a lot better.
And
You're
bring-
still a bit hot, Wags.
Yeah, bring it down by about 40
Ooh,
dB.
And a bit muffled.
Turn it down to deafening.
There was the train horn.
Hey, Rich.
Hi, Richard.
Hey
How's
guys.
this? Any
Hey
better?
everybody.
Yeah, Rich.
Nice to see everyone.
Rolly Rise 2.
Wait a minute. You've got a Rise 2 there?
Yeah.
You
No.
bastard.
He has a Rise 1 and a can of spray paint.
Yes. I'll send you the colour code.
No!
So, is this to
Lush.
say that they're arriving sooner than expected?
No, but the spray is.
Did
I
you
can get you-
literally spray your old
I
rolly?
sprayed it this afternoon. And it sounds a lot better now.
You went to a lot of trouble to break my ball.
No. It's mate, it's
Sounds more
eight
analog.
eight screws, and went. Wait for a dry, 8 screws back again.
Okay, good.
Inspired.
I guess. I mean, I wish you had gotten it, but okay.
Yeah, no, but it'll match the other one when it turns up in November, December.
January.
February.
Which of course is very important for your overall vibe and presentation.
Exactly.
I understand.
Which year, November?
Yeah, there is that too.
Because when you're appearing on the largest stages of the world, you really don't want your gear not to match.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. You can't have it any other way.
Well, for me, it's very important that all my rack gear doesn't match.
I see.
Which is why there are 4 pulses, which all look very different on the faceplate.
So did you buy one of those Moogs then? Those ugly Moogs? The grandmother, was it? With the different color modules?
That lime green is definitely something.
Isn't it?
You missed
though?
it at first with those learning synths.
I did buy one of those eyesores.
It's supposed to be a really nice synth, to be fair.
I think it suits the grandmother because it's
Yeah.
based on the Moog modular circuits, so it sounds really good.
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean,
good.
let's be
Yeah,
honest,
well,
Lisa Belladonna sold me on this because her demo absolutely destroyed the Guitar Sense demo.
okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
who
she's
could not
very
buy
talented.
one after she did that?
Hey, Wagyu, it's nice to hear your voice.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, mate. Well,
Oh,
you
come
hear
on,
my
you've heard
voice all
his
the
voice.
time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, lots of times.
4 times a week these days.
But
How's
isn't
the
that
studio, Wagyu? Put anything in for racks yet, or are they still standing there empty?
I bought a Chord Prophecy last night. I
Wow.
bought a second VC 340 today, so I'm thinking of dual stacking them, like modifying the side cheeks so they have like two layers of VP 330 style string machine loveliness.
I see.
Oh, to be a tax exile in Switzerland.
Yeah, but it's cold.
So Wagyu, is the strike back the same except for no voice part?
The strike fact is
No vocoder portion, but otherwise pretty much the same.
how do you mean the
what was-
strike fact? The strike fact is a Waldorf, so
Oh, you meant the Behringer, sorry. But there's
Yeah.
the Behringer, there's the Waldorf version as well too. The
Yeah.
yeah, I have
but
three.
if-
I think I have 3 strike fets and one of the what are they called? The big like Blofeld style Waldorf.
What, STVC, string?
yeah,
String
STVC, that's
vocoder?
it, yeah.
You've got 3 strike fats?
yeah, for layering.
Take 2 strike
Wow.
fits into the shower.
Well,
Well, it's fun to, you know, layer
one
stuff.
per bathroom, right?
How strong a string synth do you need? That's a lot of string.
The string is strong with this
String
one.
is lovely.
Yeah, the string is
Wags.
strong with this one.
How on earth are you going to ship all this stuff to Japan?
Shipping container. Big 40-foot shipping container, and then transfer that into a storage
I would go
facility,
inside
which
that
is based on
container.
shipping containers.
Yeah,
So it's
better go
like,
inside.
You just build your studio in a shipping container, and then you ship that container wherever you want your studio to be.
Yeah, just cut some windows and you're done.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that. Come on. You can put an inner you can put an inner shell of a container, and at the end door just have your hermetically sealed inside door, and then of course you need to strap everything down properly. Because if you've ever gotten a container that wasn't strapped down properly, that is some interesting damage to deal with. You're surprised how unstable 21 mil plywood is. You'll only find out after you get it back from when it wasn't tied down from ship, and your flight cases of 21 mil with whatever pack horse puts on top doesn't look very nice afterwards.
Oh man!
I'm gonna bob out for a bit. I'll be back in a mo.
All right, dear.
So yeah.
He's gone to listen to the track that Grace has just uploaded.
Yeah. I was sneakily uploading whilst talking.
You back in Yorkshire now, Grace?
No, I'm in London again. I've been home. I had a really nice day at my allotment on Saturday. I planted loads of potatoes and peas and beans, and then saw kids today, and then came down to London. I've got work all week here.
Alright.
Quickly is that Inky who's just appeared?
Evening.
Inky.
Turn your mic up a bit.
Oh, hold on.
That damn cat.
Yeah, is that better? Better? Louder? More?
Bit more.
Little more, please.
More?
That's pretty good.
That's good.
It's an old school DJ mixer, so I'm glad to be appearing on Celebrity Squares in Kent Spong's pub, and I've got to be honest, I'm not quite sober, and it's lovely to meet you all.
Well, our host seems to have left anyway and left Hans in charge.
My internet's so behind, people have left, and I'm still speaking to them, so you know what I mean?
You do live in the sticks. You're in the boondocks.
Well, I'm on tin cans and strings round here. I mean, modular is looking easy. It really is. They keep sending me, would you like a new update on your internet value? Upload speed. I've got an upload speed of 0.42.
Jesus.
0.4. People say, well, you could do a podcast or something, and I'm going, heck, I'm glad you're hearing me. It's tin cans and string, mates.
Well, you strictly speaking, you could if you use StreamYard, because you can get by on less than 400 megabit.
Yeah. Yeah. I know, but seriously?
400 megabit?
I mean, seriously?
Let's say at least there's a 42 in there. That's the answer to the universe.
I don't.
0.42 was in gigabits.
It's true, but I don't even live in a. It's not like I live in a field in the middle of nowhere. I actually live on one of the most conducive bus terminals.
Congested roads in the planet.
Well, no, not really. It's just like, well, it's not quite Manchester Piccadilly in terms of trains, but we have bus services that goes to everywhere in Cornwall.
And you do get newspapers.
Quite unusual. And we can buy milk. And we can, and there's a local shop without buying a horse to go and ride. But yeah, you'd think it'd be easier than this. They keep promising, we're coming to a place near you. 32 quid. I mean, I don't mind. I'm skint, but 32 quid.
Can't is
My
5G.
phone, my phone is only 4G, but if I bought a different phone, it would actually, if I could get a bigger screen so I could talk to you now, I'd be a winner. It would
Don't
so
buy a
much
phone.
no-brainer.
Just get a what do they call them? Wee Me's.
A cow,
Get it.
a solar thing. I don't know.
Get a
It's like
5G data module.
And the are you talking about that like thing that has octopus legs like a mofo? Like what?
No.
What
No.
the travellers use? It's
A
like a big box.
No, a
It's a
MiFi
big
device.
box. Yeah, no, but there's a monster one, and it's got about 8 arms, and you just put your SIM card in it, and it's about 300-400 quid, but you just get when they give me 5G round here, that's what I'm going for. I mean,
Right.
I can't stream on here, so anyway. Sorry, what were we talking about before we overtook? Hello, Grace.
Hi, Inky.
Hello, Native. Hello, Rob. Hello, Ken. Hello, Wagyu. What you?
Ahoy.
Hello, Sir Rich. But what I want to know, what's Wagyu doing in Wagyu Towers?
Those doggies are all
Well, I was talking to a Amstrad CPC 464 obsessed man about 8-bit computers. I didn't realise the stream was on, so I'm 3 hours late.
What you were talking to a machine? Hold on. Were you talking to a? I mean, this doesn't surprise me. Wagyu.
Just a nerd that lives on
just
Dartmoor.
we need to know. Just for
You're talking to a machine now, Inky.
No, I'm not. I'm talking
Yeah, you
to
are.
Wagyu.
Well, through a machine.
No, you're not. You're talking to a machine.
No, I'm talking to you, Ken. You fucker.
No.
Yeah,
you're
he's a
talking-
machine.
No, you're talking to a fucking computer.
Ken, but Ken, I don't go out my house. You don't go out your house. What's the
Yeah, it's
difference
dangerous.
between me fucking ringing you and saying hello, mate?
Hello, mate.
There's no difference between this. I just want to know what's going on in Wagyu Towers.
Oh.
Wagyu Towers is a bit creep. Wagyu has been talking to a computer for the last 3 hours, and he's had Wagyu has. I've got to say, Wagyu has
Everything.
fucking beer runners. No, yeah, he has everything, including beer runners. Wagyu waves fucking some chuffs out of his window, throws them down his towers, and some small little boys go and buy fucking him beer and deliver it.
I've had no need for beer runners today, Inky.
You haven't broke your leg again, have you?
No. I just have a large stock of beer already.
Ah,
Well, it is Easter. You've got to get prepared, don't you?
well, would you mind passing one down here?
Yeah.
There's a man in need of beer.
It's your afternoon for you, Rich, isn't it? It's early. It's early. Take it easy.
It's early evening now, yeah.
It's
we
beer
just
o'clock.
finished the family celebrations, and now it's evening time.
Here it's exactly
Midnight.
right now. Tomorrow.
Stroke
Tomorrow.
of midnight.
Well, timing. Timing is everything. Timing is everything.
So now you turn back into Inky the cat at midnight, right?
No. No. I just want to know what Grace is up to. Why are you in a place in Islington, and what are you doing?
I'm starting some rehearsals tomorrow for a show that I'm doing for the next 6 weeks.
No. That's too vague. What show? What show?
What show? It's a show called
No, we
Young
want
Boys.
details. Give me some details, please.
There is no glamour involved. There's no hijinks. It's a show called Young Voices, which is actually a really cool thing, and it's thousands and thousands and thousands of primary school kids in mass choirs. And
sounds like hell.
it is. It's 2K hell.
Could go right, could go wrong.
2 kilohertz, needle in the ear every day. It really, really, really hurts, but it's really
House
good for
fire,
the kids.
anybody?
Yeah, it's so cool.
It's really good for the kids. They have a lovely time, and they have different children every day. And we do about getting up to 200,000 people across the 6 weeks in the show. It's absolutely insane. Yeah.
So good.
I've been doing it for a long time, many years.
And I can imagine not only that's so soulfully rewarding, but that also musically you've heard a lot of things that you've had to try and be positive about, but then the reward is seeing when you try to be positive that then they grow. Yeah, so that's awesome. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be inclusive here. David, what you up to? You look like you're wondering. He's wondering. David, is that David? And is that over there? He's wandering over. He went to a synth. He was bored. He started playing a synth live. What you up to?
He's taking a drink.
It's a new Roland M1 you got, innit? Yesterday or today, or innit?
You're muted, David.
A few drinks.
Making a lot of mistakes today. Yeah, I got my system green, Inky. Yeah, it's very green, but I think it's just the right amount of green. Actually,
Green's not bad in some circles.
Right.
Green isn't a bad word, except Ira.
So it came with a plug out, and I think it's the SH101, but I have to be honest, I got to listen a little bit more. I was like, I'm not really sure. No, it's not the Pro Mars, but it's probably the 101. But
SH101 is default in the System 1.
yeah, well, they stopped doing it, I heard, though, in the later ones. So then
They're all worth getting if you can get them. I have the Pro Mars SH2, the System 100, all those plugins. They're really good for that.
So how does the System 100 work, though?
Part of it's virtual. If you want to do real crazy patching and stuff, you got to go VST for part of it.
Oh, it sounded nice, though.
It sounds great. I mean, it's really fun.
That's the kind. But I like them all. I mean, for different reasons. But when I heard that System 100, maybe because it just sounds more modular, it just sounds a little more out there. I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. I wish I had the patch point. I guess if you had the 1M, maybe it works a little better.
Not really.
You still don't have enough knobbage.
It's pretty
so,
similar.
Yeah.
Never enough knowledge.
You've turned into a robot, Inky.
You have turned into a robot, Inky.
Now she is a computer.
You're a Dalek.
She's in Glitchland.
What have you done
You're
to her,
Dalek,
Wacko?
Inky.
Sample her while you can.
Exterminate.
She's got the crusher. She's got that Rowan crusher on her, man. Sounds
I just
like
wanted-
that.
I just wanted to jump in again just to say.
Oh, hey.
Sorry, David. And Wagyu, I know you've just popped it, but I'm actually going to jump out properly. I disappeared quickly because I needed to, as the saying goes. So I want to say good night, everyone. I'll see you all at some point soon. So, Richard, if you want to jump back in, feel free to jump back in. I really just wanted to say a good night properly. So that's all I was doing. So. I'll see
Cheers,
you all soon.
Andy.
All right.
Good night.
Take care, dude.
See you later, buddy.
Let me know when you're in London to pick up that stuff.
I'll be down to see my brother in Harpenden at some point to pick up that stuff. Sounds like a stash, doesn't it? Cool, blimey. Thanks, Robert. You're a star. Anyway, I'll be in touch. Take care, folks.
See you, Andy. Enjoy tomorrow.
Actually, I have to duck out too. I got an Easter family thing to go check out. So good chat with everybody.
Nice
All
to
right,
see
you
you,
lost
Andy.
yourself.
See you all
Good
later.
seeing you, Andy.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Take care.
Exterminate Lee.
Here, Robbie, you got your
No,
messenger
I've
there,
done
mate.
Have a what? Sorry.
Got your messenger there.
I believe I have.
Believe you have.
So, Wagyu, when you go to Japan, whereabouts?
Well,
are you moving
Japan
to?
is locked down right now, so you can't go to
Yeah.
Japan.
You can't go
So-
yet, can you?
I think technically I could get in because my wife is, because I'm married to my wife, so I could get in by that.
Generally,
method.
how it works.
Well, if you weren't married
Yeah.
to your wife, I'd be worried. It's,
But there's a way to get in by that method.
I
But
don't know.
generally,
Yeah, in
you
Utah.
cannot get in. Like Japanese people can get out for holidays and get back
Yeah.
in. But there's rumours it's going to happen after the elections in July or something. I'll
Wow.
probably go out for like a month and then plan moving out there probably next year or so.
It's a big move.
wow.
Yeah.
Will you be working for the same company if you go to Japan, or are you?
Yeah. Well, I work from
Wow.
home anyway right now, so
Wow.
it'd be similar.
So, can I come and visit you when you move to Japan?
Sure. And go raid hard off and find
Exactly. Yeah.
SK30s and all this kind of thing.
I can buy all that junk.
Exactly.
Trying to find CS80s and GX1s.
Yeah.
I've been to Japan a bunch of times.
It's one country that I would love to visit.
I think you'd enjoy it. It's crazy.
Oh, the food, the people. Yeah, one of my friends used to live there, and she just raves about it. Even though it is quite a, dare I say, misogynistic and somewhat racist country at times, but the culture and the food, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
I've
Welcome back, Rich.
Whereabouts is that, Robbie?
You'll either have to open up a new instance of StreamYard, and don't know how that's going to affect what you're doing. You could just open up another StreamYard window, and that should automatically take you to your dashboard.
Right. Okay.
And then on the left-hand side, you'll see a list of.
Yes.
There you go.
We're all going
Okay.
to die.
Are we going to upgrade?
Yeah,
or?
this stream might go dark.
sucked into the vortex.
It might go horribly wrong any moment.
Switched on.
So I've been to Japan a lot. Between 1996 and, I don't know, 2011, I've probably been here, 35, 45 times, including 3 weeks after the Fukushima disaster, we went there and played,
Wow.
which was very interesting.
It's a hot gig.
So there's been a lot of time spent in Japan. I love it there.
And you miss Okonomiyaki.
Okonomiyaki, yeah. It's not a regular thing with me, okonomiyaki, but it's very good when you have it. It's kind of an interesting take on an omelet, in a way.
It's things that usually don't get fried in the West,
Yeah.
and they work really well.
Oh yeah. The food is awesome at its best, and there's a lot of it that's even the average food is really good for me, and
Yeah.
I love it there. And of course, most of the time we've been there, we've been playing at the Blue Note clubs in various parts of the country, and they tend to have really good kitchens with really good chefs at the Blue Notes. So we eat very well when we're working, and then when we're not working, we have friends there who take us to other places that are really fun to eat at. And, been around Japan quite a bit and love it there.
Richard, you must
Recommend
have,
it highly.
you must have done those record label taking you out for dinner extravaganzas that they do.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Or
Banqueting.
even just us and crews. Like there was one night we went out with the crew to some midnight pizza joint, and some other crew guys were there who turned out to be working with King Crimson at the same time while we were there. And you start to meet people who are working with other groups at the same time. and it's it's a wonderful place, Japan. It really is a beautiful country, fascinating culture. Took me a little time to get used to the differences between what we expect in a Western culture and what is prevalent there, though that's also been changing over the many years that I've gone there.
Yeah.
It's a great place. Recommend it highly.
My first visit to Japan and to the USA happened within a few months of each other on a tour in the 90s.
Well, that's a study in contrasts.
What a hell of a contrast. But you know what? Afterwards, I reflected and I felt there was more in common with the Japanese somewhere in here than there was with the Americans because of the island race mentality. And as a Brit and the island race thing that we have, and that once you get past the language barrier and the food differences and the fact you can't read any street signs or any writing and all that stuff.
I get a bit of that impression, like Japan is segregated from Southeast Asia and obviously UK is segregated from Europe, so
yeah, it's very subtle. It took me a while to figure it out, but it's obviously, you know, the cliche about the US and the Brits is two nations divided by a common language, isn't it? And but it was very interesting afterwards to go, oh, you know what, there was certain elements of familiarity about Japan that I didn't really expect to find. And
also Japanese, like heavy music culture is ruled by Kiss and Deep Purple. Going to Japan, they were the first two bands to go there, and they fall in love with those two bands, and they just still are in love with those bands, and just there's so much love for them there in Japan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and their interest in what I'll refer to broadly as Western music is immense and deep and passionate. At least the people I come in contact with, who who I come in contact with because they're there to see our show, but they have a depth to their passion that's coming close. I find that the social passions are coming closer to the surface as years progress. I wouldn't say it's becoming more Western, but it's different. It's changing, and they're more demonstrative at our performances than they used to be. In 1996, we finished this dance extravaganza, and at the end, everybody be like this, and last time we played at the Blue Note, the chefs were around the back of waving their hands in the air. I mean, the whole place was on their feet. They've become much more involved and demonstrative.
There's been an ongoing struggle to teach them how to behave as a crazy crowd.
How to misbehave.
We've been happy to dispense lessons in that over a period of many
years.
Here's
the thing, though. Here's the thing. I mean, you're right. It can be quite weird, can't it? And the crowd sort of sometimes don't know when to clap and go nuts. But what you forget in this conversation is their shows start at 5 p.m., 6 p.m. People go and see shows before going home. And that's one of the big cultural differences.
Well, there's many concerts in the 80s where you see, like, businessmen who have just finished work.
Yeah.
And they've got a concert.
Yeah.
And they're just standing there, like, mildly enjoying the show.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas these days, I think bands like Baby Metal have really encouraged the crowd to go crazy. They've encouraged, like, Wall of Death and Death Pits and all this kind of thing. And they just really showed Japanese more how to express themselves in a crowd environment.
Yeah. I've had this conversation with other artists who've played in Japan as well, that at least for a while there, we would feel like we had to tell people what to do, like how to respond in a way.
Yeah, how to enjoy yourself. Yes.
Kind of. Like, no, that it's okay for you. Come on, you can get up out of your seats and you guys can dance with us. And you have to sort of create a space where that's okay. And this is a long time ago because now they're quite deeply involved in our shows. So I assume that they're demonstrative all over.
But it's that culture of deference and respect that we don't see in the West anymore.
Yes, well, somebody once described it to me this way, that there is in certainly I'm going to talk from a position of having grown up in American culture because it's what I know best, and you can filter it through whatever cultures you're actually dealing in, as I make this case. So in our culture, we've been taught our whole lives to emphasize the individual and your uniqueness as an individual, and sort of roll your life's path based on your skill set developed as an individual. At least that's how I was taught. And then, so you're at the top of some kind of theoretical pyramid, and then there's your family, and then there's your community, and then there's the town, and then there's the county, and it kind of goes out from there in terms of how we're taught to ascribe importance. And my experience in Japan, and this was explained to me by a Japanese person this way, so I'm not originating this theory, is you basically take that and flip it upside down. And the individual is taught that they are not the most important thing, and that's why you're not described by your given name, but more by your surname, because your status as the offspring of your parents makes you more important because they're more important than you are. And then outside of that, you have the community, and you basically just flip that whole pyramid I described upside down. And that's the deference comes from not wanting to basically shame those people who are more important than you, which is your family and your community and ultimately the world, with your behavior. So that's my oversimplified cultural breakdown.
That sense you can bring shame on your family because of your behaviour, not because of theirs. Yeah.
Well, the classic cultural thing is the nail that stands out gets hammered down, which means, don't stand out from the crowd, align with the rest of the group and all that kind of thing. So that was very much in prevalence in the 80s and 70s, but I feel like they're breaking out with that a bit more now.
Agreed. So. Absolutely. My experience too.
I dealt with a very large Japanese company, but here in the UK, and their culture, their business culture, is very, very different to what we would normally expect. And I was both impressed and appalled at the same time.
It's interesting, and I've also spoken to other Americans who've gone to work for major Japanese corporations and lived in Japan and worked with Japanese people there, and now work with Japanese people in America. And the dynamics of those relationships were, at first, at least for him, very hard to sort out, and eventually did come to a point of settling. But there's so much difference in what we expect in those settings, at least as far as American culture goes, that there is a meeting point that has to be achieved where you have to understand what is appropriate behavior in that setting, essentially.
Yeah, very much.
It's weird how much the Japanese love America, considering they nuked them twice.
And don't forget about Commandant Parry beforehand.
Oh, come on.
But they're in love with American culture,
No, it's fair. It's a very fair observation. Absolutely, 100%.
Well, twice and once to themselves.
Pardon?
They also did it to themselves once, didn't they, as well?
Well, can you imagine if America nuked the UK? We would never forgive them for that. Never.
We can't forgive.
I think that's testament to that's
we
what
can't
we can't.
Germany
for bombing the chippy.
For bombing the chippy. Yeah. We can't forgive Argentina.
Germans, they bombed our
for
chippy.
The hand of God.
I know. So it's testament to the it's testament to the Japanese people that they are that kind of people.
Well, I think they realised they were on the wrong side in that conflict, and so just embraced the future.
I suppose it depends on where you stand. Cause where the Japanese people are seen as, very gracious and reserved and blah 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 blah. When you talk to a Chinese person, they go, no. They don't see it that way at all. they see the Japanese people as being the aggressors, and and not as polite and kind and everything.
The classic
Chinese were.
the classic colonial image that Britain has everywhere else of the world.
No, I mean this is even from when you watch the Chinese film.
The sun never sets on the British Empire.
There's almost no
never rises
correlation
either.
between those two cultures that I have observed in my time in each country. They're no more similar than we are with Switzerland, for example, let alone England. And there's a tremendous history, thousands of years worth, of animosity.
Yeah.
So it's hard to have a proper contact. Like perhaps that's true, what they say, and perhaps that's just the result of thousands of years of animosity.
How they treat each other, right?
Britain and France.
No. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
There's a good one.
There's a lot that goes back a lot.
I think. Well,
The
Chris,
thing is-
Chris had mentioned Agincourt there in the chat, didn't he? So.
Yeah.
The whole British French thing is
We do own Brittany.
is a tiny little thing. I mean, the amount of people I know that are British people that live in France, they love France, they want to stay in France. And this whole thing, like, we bloody hate the French. No, we don't.
No, we hate Parisians. We
We've
don't
had
hate
French
the French.
kings, for God's sake.
Yes.
I lived in France.
But
and
everybody in France as well had
Exactly.
the Paris elite.
that is the point, Robert. When I lived
That almost
in
imperial elite that they have there.
yeah, when I lived in France, everyone I knew hated the Parisians. French, English, Germans, everyone hated Parisians
I mean, about
Because-
everybody in Paris as well.
because France is not Paris.
Excuse me,
Paris
very
is
much
Paris is the London of France.
no,
That's all I'll say.
It's so much worse.
But Sasquatch, we've kind of talked about this before. You travel the United States, and it's vastly different where you
Yes.
go. Vast. I mean, like, you can't say. Well, I don't even like saying American because that's already kind of an oxymoron. We're not. There's no.
It's the United States.
The United States. If you travel it, you can't. You just can't pin it down to one type of person.
No.
It's just
No.
absurd. to
No,
do
but
it.
there is an arrogance to Parisians that I don't think is equalled anywhere else.
But it's a fond hatred. It's like it's been so long that hating them is almost like a meme now. It's just like it's fun to.
Well, that's what it
celebrate
should
that.
be, right? It
Pass
should
on
be
enough.
more.
It's an old ingrained meme that just won't go away because
They
certain
keep
people
working
won't let it.
hard to. They keep working really hard to maintain it. That's the problem.
Well, no, yeah.
Mm,
Well,
nah.
you know, and then we know that there's a lot of messaging going on now. I saw something the other day talking about people who live in tall buildings are, not good because as you
They
go
look.
up the
They look
building-
down on people. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been to some pretty bad areas where there were people looking down, but the only thing they weren't great at swords. So it's kind of a absurd analogy that doesn't really make any sense really once you experience firsthand. But it sounds great. Sounds great.
I have
And
friends in
aside
both
from that,
countries.
that Frenchman who copyright struck Ramsey the other week.
Yes.
And the only real animosity I've had is people in Paris insisting on speaking French, which is not really a bad thing
Right,
on balance.
right.
It's funny that that guy who copyright struck Ramsey for including a snippet of his video review of Codemo Infinity, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I did the same. I shared that clip. I
You
got a
didn't play
message.
video though. You had like still images, I think.
No. Played the video clip,
Hmm.
and he responded. He actually put a comment
He
on.
did comment, yeah.
He commented on our thing saying, So he was explaining why the subtitles were bad and what he was using, but then he had to leave a little snarky comment about, but at least we tried to put subtitles. Wink.
Why can't you subtitle your English videos in French?
Yeah, something like that. But we never got a copyright strike, so I don't know what the difference was between us and Rands, but
hatred of kangaroos.
Sorry,
insulted in some way.
An inane hatred of kangaroos. That's probably what
I
done
don't
it.
know what exactly was said because it's been deleted, so nobody can know.
Exactly.
But he felt insulted in some way about his reporting us and nonsense like this.
Well, the thing is, we said on our
Is
video.
that a clever thing to do when you're trying to promote something?
Well, the thing was, it
to
was a
go
third
around
party.
sucking off the people that are promoting it.
It's a third party. It was like if me and Ben went to a show with a video camera and went up to a manufacturer and said, "Can you tell our viewers on ProSynth Network about this thing?" And that's what this French guy was doing. He runs a thing called Les Sondiers, and that's his thing.
Right.
But that was the only kind of footage that was coming out of Synthfest France, and so he was doing. He does. Effectively, he's like Nick Bat, but French. He's a French Nick Bat.
It's not that good.
No, but he's the service. The service he's providing is like when Nick goes to NAMM or when Nick goes to Super Booth. That's what he's doing.
Right.
And I didn't ask permission to show his clip because I actually thought this was a Synthfest France official feed.
Okay.
So that's why I just thought, well, they won't mind because it's promoting. But
where did you get the clip from?
From the Les Sondiers YouTube channel.
Yeah.
That's pretty much out there, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's public.
Yeah.
But I've even linked to his videos from previous years on like Super Booth coverage.
Yeah, his
Not
stuff's
like you
been
broke
shared.
into his server and stole it, is it?
His
also
stuff gets shared around everywhere.
Yeah, but the subs were really quite funny.
Well, they're also translated, aren't they?
Well,
Google.
He's using PowerPoint. He used PowerPoint to do his auto translate, which is. Will Joseph just said apparently Ramsey complained about something like Aftertouch, so they got mad at him. Well, that's if he complained about Aftertouch, he's complaining about the manufacturer. The manufacturer had nothing to do with the video whatsoever. And that's the only thing that I was a bit puzzled by with what Rand was saying. That he'd written to the manufacturer, Kodomo, and I know those guys, and they had nothing to do with it. They can't influence any decision. I mean, yes, I'm sure they could, drop this other guy a message saying, "Hey, look, we've just got this email and blah blah blah."
Well, if you look at that Infinity video, on the pinned comment, I had it out with him, and I said, "Why did you do a copyright strike?" And he was saying, he felt personally insulted and all this kind of nonsense.
Oh wow. Very odd.
I have no memory of him being personally insulted.
Was he Parisian?
I mean,
it's all a storm in a teacup, though. It's just
isn't it always though?
The other thing I could think of was that the presets weren't brilliant, but how many times have we seen that?
But it's a prototype
preset, exactly. Like the Quantum, it took about 18 months before we saw anything good sounding out of it.
Stefan, who's the guy from Kodomo who was there demonstrating it, was there about 5 years ago with Essence FM.
Yeah.
And it looked cool, but it didn't sound great.
So he was also offended that we called him an engineer instead of the boss of Kodomo.
Wow.
Yes, because us engineers are lowly creatures, really.
Yeah.
We
the
get
thing is,
bread and water.
technically, because Stefan has pretty much engineered this thing.
Well,
he's just,
engineer.
But yeah, I mean, it's just silly. I think somebody's popped the
kind
arse
of
somewhere.
escalated nonsense. Sounds like
It's one of those silly things that nobody's really in the right or in the wrong. And yeah, I mean, I suppose you could go and ask permission to show the clip, but we just don't have time to do that. And if it's
just
something
add into the adage that adults are just kids with age.
Look, if Universal Music Group can back down on their claim against when we interviewed Mick McNeil, and we didn't actually air the audio of, I think it was Alive and Kicking. We showed the video clip because Mick was talking about how they filmed this video clip with a CP70 at the top of the cliff. And it was an amusing thing, and so we showed the clip in the background, but we muted the audio because we knew that would get us a copyright strike. Well, of course, the wonderful AI bots at YouTube saw the video clip, I guess, and just hit it with a strike. So I then just responded to UMG and said, we used this clip because we had Mick McNeil on the show, and he was talking about the video. I just explained everything as it exactly was, and like within 24 hours or so, they lifted the claim, and that was it. Everyone was happy. Nobody lost face. Nobody got
And yet on
upset.
here, I can't get arrested.
Well, do you know, that's something I was going to say to you, Kent, by the way. I went to hit, because I never get your announcements come through. I'm subscribed to your channel, but I never get your announcements because you set your YouTube channel as safe for children. And I think that might not be the case. So I think you need to go into your YouTube channel and set it as not made for children, not made for kids.
No, you shouldn't do that. Because
why not?
Well, okay. I think there's two things. If you set something specifically for children, then you cannot post comments. There's no comments in live stream. You can't write comments. But yeah, I think
but you have to say that your content is not made for kids, and that means that it won't get promoted to
Kent used to upload with 4 kids, and then nobody could write a comment on his video.
Now, everything that we do, obviously we've got it set up as an automatic thing, so it's just not this not made for kids, and that just means it doesn't get spread and populated on young people's.
Oh,
feeds.
is that why I don't get comments on videos?
I think it only gets on the young people's feeds if it's like no comments allowed.
Yeah,
It's
but
only
I was told by YouTube, Kent, that your channel, I can't have notifications from your channel because it's. I'll tell you exactly what it says.
Kids channels, you cannot have the bell ticked.
Yeah.
Unless you unsubscribe, resubscribe, then tick it quickly, and then it works.
Oh, I just thought it was because all the videos were shit.
But yeah.
I mean, that as well.
Before Kent started streaming, he used to have every upload as for kids.
So it says it says this action is turned off for content that is made for kids.
Yeah.
So technically, you're making content for kids.
But it's not like he should set everything to adults only. It's like he should disable the 4 kids thing.
Yes. But you can say that it's for adults. I mean, obviously, you're not monetizing this at all.
No.
You can't because you haven't got that many subscribers. Well, that came out right. You haven't got the required.
That came out really wrong, Robbie.
No. I get it. I get it.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You would think that a synthesizer video would be fine for kids.
I know that.
It's not. It's fine. It's not like a fine for kids. It's like a children's TV program specifically for kids.
Yeah.
It is kind of whacked how they do it. You kind of lose out if you say no kids. I think that's what Waggo's saying. So,
but the thing is, I mean, I've got no sympathy. I've got no sympathy for YouTube in many respects. However, they are trying to make sure that appropriate content is viewed by the appropriate audience, and it's not easy to manage something like the YouTube service. When you've got millions and millions and millions of users of hours of footage and all this, it's like the new regulations that have come in. They've got these new regulations that have come in when it comes to monetizing your channel, and you have to go through a whole list of stuff and say, my channel or this video doesn't contain excessive bad language. It doesn't promote this, that, and the other. It doesn't, promote terrorism. Doesn't advocate for
death to the West.
That kind of thing. Yeah. And you have to say no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And then submit it. And so they're actually handed that to the user to actually take care of. And then they say when you go through this process that they will randomly check. A human will randomly check those people that are saying they're all clean and safe, and just to make sure that they
but that's human in the loosest terms.
Well, we can only take them for what they say. Nobody genuinely knows apart from those people at YouTube, and there's nobody here to speak up for them. But so they tell me that a human will do it. Yeah.
Is that like $1,000 at home? This sneaking around shopper on YouTube.
Yeah, because somebody said to me, they said to me, why don't you monetize your channel? I'm going, but that means I'd have to put content in it.
Well,
it's like,
and you would be massively,
not doing that.
Yeah,
I don't think I could ever get a job at YouTube because I
They know
believe
you.
in free. No, well,
Yeah.
there is that, but I believe in free speech.
Yes, but YouTube isn't a free speech platform.
Exactly.
No, nothing is.
It mainly frustrates me if
And
like, you want
that's
to go
one of
free
the issues.
free speech is free speech, but free speech without consequences, that's not. Yeah.
No. But I'm talking. I'm talking American Constitution free speech.
But you want freedom of application of speech.
Yeah, but that only
It's
works
not
in
the same
America,
as-
doesn't it?
I completely believe in free speech, but if I own YouTube and you come on my channel and you promote something that is morally abhorrent or
Which
illegal,
they do allow.
yes, yeah. Like I said, I'm not making excuses for them. But if I'm running a platform, and you want to air something that is morally abhorrent, that is violent, beyond the extreme, that shows horrible things, you're on my platform, and I can kick you off.
Your mind. You're
Yeah,
not speaking your mind anymore. You're.
Have you seen some of these kids' programs that they promote?
I'm
That
52
have
years old. Of course I'm not.
multi-million. Yeah, but
seriously.
That was a
but
trick
this-
question. You passed.
But this is the issue, that there are programs or videos on YouTube that people put in front of their children thinking that it is safe content, and it is anything but.
So do they get reported?
Yes, and do YouTube do anything about it?
Well, fuck
No,
all.
And your
because
evidence
the
for this is what?
advertising revenue is paying.
Well, here
That's
are.
it.
All right. If you download a game, any game, from the App Store on your iPad, okay, and it's normally one of these games where, when you go to the next level, there'll be a 30-second advert you got to go through, right? Now, a lot of those adverts are, how would I put this? Disturbingly
Not suitable.
not suitable in terms of how women particularly are portrayed on them,
Or it's just based on your browsing history.
right? No, it's not. It's not. No, because Fiona gets them as well. And
I've seen her browsing history.
yeah, I know. It's pretty grim, isn't it, really? Yes.
Well, what do you get then?
It's all about penis enlargement, I believe.
No. It's not, no. Look, it'll be like an advert for another game or something, but the object of the game is directed at girls, and what they do is they play this, and they've got to make the girl in the game as pretty as possible. Otherwise, the guy isn't interested. And they make the girl as ugly as possible, so you've got to shave her beard off and all this sort of thing.
I don't get those.
Make her exercise so she's thinner and all this.
I've
bollocks.
never seen those.
Yeah, it's all those sort of games. All those sort of
I
games.
mostly get the lava, water, and enemy crap.
Oh, those things,
Where you
yeah.
have to remove things in a certain order.
Yeah.
And weird local things like Sepultura advertising concerts to me, which is good because it's like it's relevant to me vaguely. So bring that on, but
Yeah, but it's these games seem to these adverts, I should say, go by seem to go through uncontested. And they're quite prolific.
Yes, so clearly they align with your high moral standards of Apple.
Yeah, the trouble is, I mean, most of these adverts, there's definitely an Asian tinge to them. They've got that kind of angle look.
It isn't that just an art style, but that is popular in the video game industry.
No, it's more about the wording that makes it look like it's second language kind of stuff. But there's
Well, a fair
there is-
amount of content is created in the Far East and in the Indian subcontinent, and so the language is likely to bear some resemblance to.
Yeah, it seems
second
where
language.
the
well,
origin
nobody
is
stands
from.
a chance against a cartoon, and nobody stands a chance against Barbie because it's just unrealistic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, if these adverts were on TV,
Yes, but TV. This is the thing. Comparing TV to YouTube or comparing TV to an app store it's apples and oranges, because a television channel has a process in place to in terms of the content of its adverts and the advertisers it associates with. And we certainly here in the UK we have the ASA, that if any advert upsets or offends, you can report it and it will get removed until the ASA have adjudicated, and then it's either put back on or it's never put back on. It's whereas something like an app store where you've got billions of users, or YouTube where you've got billions of users and billions of videos and billions of items to sell, the adverts are going to, the adverts are a lot of the time driven based on not your browsing content, but certainly, using the trackers in your device and in the software that you use, that they're building a profile of you, and they will offer adverts to you based on that. And I'm obviously not suggesting that that you're looking or purchasing or using stuff that might generate those sorts of things, but that's the nature of the game. That's what it's all about, profiling you as an individual and offering you content that they think will appeal. Now, it might not all the time because the algorithms aren't perfect, but
Fiona downloads these match 3 games. She'll
exactly.
download
There's always
these,
a payment for something.
Yeah, she'll download these match 3 games, and she gets those adverts as well. And it's just, it seems to be, it's been built into that content that if you download this particular, match 3 gem game, you get this load of adverts with it regardless.
But there's also this naivety as well that, like Sasa said, there's nothing is for free. There's always an exchange of something, and in most cases nowadays it's information.
Have you
it's
heard
your personal data.
You heard the phrase data exhaust?
Oh yeah,
which is really what Google figured out. Is all this stuff getting thrown away out of the back of our life on the internet, which is the exhaust of our data, and they worked out that it's really useful, and that's how this all came about in the first place, was them tweaking that. And it, there's nothing you can do about it.
No.
Exactly. All information is useful in some form, and
we
will, as long as we use the technology, there will be a data exhaust. So.
I still found it quite surprising that me and Fiona was sitting on the lawn in the garden, and we were talking about going for a wooden shed along the fence, and you'd have to be so big by so big, and go, should we get a wooden one or a metal one? Go, no, we'll get a wooden one. It'd be nice. They're kind of warmer to look at in the garden than the metal ones. And then when I came in, and my Facebook was full of shed adverts. Now, my iPad was in the front room.
Yeah. Well,
how?
Well, in that case, it can't pick you up. It wasn't inspired by that.
No, of course not.
Because it cannot.
Just like Amazon Alexa doesn't listen to what you're saying. Honestly.
But when you... says the man with an Amazon Alexa next to him.
What are they doing?
Alexa.
So...
Well, but it's interesting. Yeah, there's definitely... Well, I was joking earlier about the Novation Launchpad, all the colors, but I was half in jest, right? You show me all those colors, right? And I'm just like, my mind is already going full throttle between kids and jobs and synthesizers, and I'm just like, I can't do this. Oh, you can learn this. I'm like, of course I could learn it. Like, for God's sakes, I could learn all sorts of things, but simplicity, So they're just pumping us. With so much data, and the kids. We could talk about free speech all you want, but there's just kind of not good behavior that some of these businesses are working under, and
they're evil.
They can hide behind free speech all they want. The same way you can say that it's just business, but we all know as people that there's a line of morality in life of some sort. Right, we can all.
And they've all crossed it. All the technology companies have crossed that boundary.
Right. So then let's let them. Then at some point we have to screen them. Right.
Remember that Google's company
everything can't be okay to have.
Don't be evil.
Right.
It used to be don't.
Yeah, they dropped that, didn't they, Wags?
Yeah.
It's not okay to say whatever you want to say. It's never been, to be honest with you. So why? That's what I look at it.
Well,
But isn't the irony delicious that we are having this discussion on the platforms that we're having this discussion on?
Yeah, there is.
Well, I don't blame the platform personally. I blame the people making the decisions.
I blame the
You know what I mean?
legislators. It's all about legislation. Companies will exploit, just as individuals will exploit every loophole that they can find, because that is human nature. But if the legislation, Section 230 legislation in the States regarding the likes of Facebook and Twitter, etc., are they a platform or are they a publisher? And that difference in meaning is substantial. And until legislation catches up with technology, we will always be in this situation where the consumer is the one who is being exploited.
I can remember back in the early days of Facebook and approaching it in, virgin-faced, and you say things, you make statements and stuff like that. And I was always one of those sort of people that like to make a statement where people would go, "Oh, dear me," kind of thing. I was always like that. And Facebook seemed like a good place to do it. And that's when I realised, although it took a little time, and Richard, you will probably remember some of the posts that I've put up where you've pulled me to one side and gone, "Dude, do you know what I mean?" And funnily enough, this explosion of communication that there was with Facebook, where suddenly you found that what you were saying was being heard by all sorts of people, that you had to reel it in a bit, because you never knew. You had to make sure that what you were saying wouldn't accidentally offend somebody who, in a direct way, not necessarily, not a stupid sort of BBC offend way, a proper offend way.
But people choose to be offended.
Yeah, no, I know, but sometimes you could say something which seemed quite innocent from a cultural point of view here, that could be very offensive in a different country and with a different set of people. And I found that there was times when I was really upsetting people on Facebook without really realising, not intentionally trying to upset them or anything like that.
We saw that in an earlier show when we were joking around with 1970s UK humour, and Zoe dialed into us off.
So, and I think if anything that helped readdress certain things, so I was able to communicate with people more generally and take in larger amounts of people without walking on toes. Because back in the day, it was very easy to talk about, for instance, about the gun laws in the US or something like that, which was always a classic one. They go, "Oh no, they must be made all gun crazy and all this sort of thing," without realising that there was a huge amount of people in the US who were really not into guns. But when you go by what you are not taught, but exposed to here, you get the impression that every single American was carrying a gun and shooting them up in all fucking directions, and it was just a rife and crime everywhere.
But it's like
without knowing,
Grace and I can disagree on, I would imagine, probably quite a lot, but it doesn't stop Grace and I having that conversation and continuing to talk.
You're talking about a different thing here. I'm talking about where
he's talking about
you think you're, when you talk to people down at the pub, when you do it on Facebook, there's the people that are on the receiving end of that.
Yes, but this is the point.
Bring it back.
But people take offence at what other people say. It's very rare that people deliberately set out to cause offence, because all they're doing is communicating, and some people might choose to be offended by what someone else is saying. But my perspective is that if I've offended you, great, tell me. We'll talk about it. Just because I'm offended or you're offended doesn't mean that the conversation stops. And the problem is, these days, that it's too easy to shut down those voices that do not fit in with your view, and therefore there is no conversation. And that's where we get bubbles forming. And that's why I keep saying this, but I love the format of this show, because people can say things. Some people in the chat might take offence.
The show has a format.
No, but
isn't it?
But the format is that we all have a voice, and just because we say something that someone might take offence to doesn't mean that we don't have the validity of saying it. And actually, that improves the conversation, because we are talking about it rather than blocking our ears and saying, no, I don't want to hear that. If you have the wrong opinion to me, I shouldn't listen to you. Actually, no, I should listen to you, because you never know, I might learn something. You might learn something. Everyone listening might learn something.
But that's what I'm saying.
Can Richard get his? I can see him
So
itching to
there's
get him.
a few things. First of all, to speak to Ken's point, the reason why I recognize that is because when I first got on the internet and attempted to interact with people, I was horribly cruel, and somewhat famous for it in a very, very small group of people. And
not as bad as Ty.
And worse, much worse. And I really mishandled my relationships with those people in the beginning, and through having done that, I learned to recognize it in myself, which is what led me to recognizing it with you. Now, the distinction I want to draw here is that we are currently here in what is a perceivably safe space where we all sort of know each other a little bit, and we know most of the people in the chat room, and it's a different sized playground than what happens when you get on Facebook and just say shit to the public.
Yeah.
And my bar for the say shit to the public thing has now become, do I want to have to defend this to strangers? Like, in other words, I can defend things to you guys, and you guys have been watching me talk about shit for years, and you have some idea who I am, and that I'm probably not an axe murderer. So there's some sense of context for the statements that I make in this space, because we all know each other a little bit. I've been talking to Kent for years. I've known Robbie for years. I've met, the rest of you through Tonic Talk in one way or another, to one degree or another. But the point is, different size spaces, as would be the case in public spaces, require different levels of decorum and different kinds of decorum, and in terms of how you approach them. So our conversation together, Sassy, or me with Grace, or me with anybody, Steve in the room, or Robert, Wagyu, it's a different thing than just going out in public and going, blah, and then waiting to see what happens.
Yeah.
There's a reason I've never ever joined Facebook, and I think you've verbalised it very well there, actually, Richard. And I've never wanted to do it. I've never wanted to broadcast to the world, and I think that's a really good way of putting it, how you talked about there. I can feel safe being me, and I'm living an unusual life, and I can come in a situation like this because I recognise it's a safe space in exactly those ways. And I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for the welcome that I've received this year, as I talked about with Dominic. And it is an enclosed and safe space, actually, and it is a finite number of people.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it's funny
think-
because I was saying to Robbie only yesterday about. I was pointing out that the family, the community, if you like, of
Family.
Commonality.
You get out and they drag you back in. Right? You got the guys in the chat. It's the usual guys, shall we say? All the
And
guys
girls.
and girls are in the chat. And you see them in all the shows, and you get to know all these different people and stuff like that. And then you guys, and you come in and go out, and depending on what you're doing and stuff like that. And you got this community, as it were, and it's it's very special. I really warmed to it because once I got into it I think it all started going on President's Network when you asked me to come on, and I was exposed to this kind of interaction with people and stuff, and I got a lot of good feedback from people saying, I was expecting to go, who was that twat you had on last week? But I didn't get that at all.
That's what I thought.
But, yeah.
He's
But
called
as
Sasquatch.
But as I said to you yesterday, Kent, everybody has known about you for years. They might not have known your face. I mean, I knew about you, as I said, when Dave was saying, I've got to take this to Kent, or Kent fix this for me. And I'm like, who is this mythical Kent Spong?
And it's one of those names.
Is that
where
his
you go-
real name?
Yeah, it's not like it's Dave or Colin. You go to Ken. No, that's a specific kind of name, isn't it?
Can you
really?
tell me what's wrong?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Yeah,
If you
I
read
get
it
that
on
on the
your
mail
Facebook
now.
thread,
But yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how many
Kent
people
Spong,
actually
Kent
knew
Spong.
of you before they knew
Yeah.
you, the person.
Yeah, true enough.
And yeah,
I probably
and
knew
even
about
myself,
Kent
you know.
Spong 10 years ago, but I didn't know who he was.
Yeah. And
He was-
but I must admit, and it's sort of did this, as it were, and and there's all these lovely people,
It's miraculous what's
Isn't it?
going on here across all of these forums, including Sonic State, including ProSynth, including
Yeah.
this, including Wiggly, including all of these
Ramsey,
things that I've
Jamie,
started
yeah,
to
exactly.
interact with.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's the same people in the damn chat room every day, every
Yeah.
time, and we're all like wrapped. It's part of everybody's life now, and it's a miraculous thing, if you ask me.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm very
So-
thankful. I couldn't be more
I
thankful.
could have done with this 30 years ago.
Well, I said to you,
Yeah.
when you started doing this is Kent Spong having people over to the house, basically.
Yeah, exactly, because that's how it always had to be, So, like 30 years ago, when I'm stuck here, and you had the landline, but don't use the phone because it's 10p a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, Mum, I won't use the phone. Always like, you couldn't talk to anybody, couldn't see anybody, and it's sort of like just me. And I must admit, so the internet, Facebook, was allowed me to socialise literally for the first time, well, since the last time. When I was about 19, 20 or whatever it was when this happened. And it's been great. There's all these people out there. It's like, yeah.
Well, what did you use for social media before? Like for me,
Shout out the window.
well, for me, like from
Hi.
the late 90s, I got an IRC and I was talking to friends on IRC and that kind of thing.
No,
There's also
I didn't. I
news
couldn't
groups and
afford a
that kind of
computer or anything because
I was using ICQ.
Oh mate,
Yeah,
I-
I met my wife on ICQ.
yeah.
I,
well, you
I
see,
met a lot of people on ICQ.
I didn't have a job, so I couldn't afford a
Forgot
computer.
about ICQ.
ICQ. Uh-oh.
You forget about that.
I
could-
remember ICQ.
I can
We all
still
like
tell
to
you my
forget
ICQ number, 27531296.
Right,
is
just
that
making
you?
a note of that.
That's me. No. But the thing is, I wanted to get back some years ago. I thought, I wonder if ICQ is still going. Googled it, and yes, it had been taken over by AOL or something. And I said, look, here's I did the whole forgot password thing, and because I couldn't. I think the email address that I'd used to sign up for it in 1990 something was no longer available. I couldn't get the password to it. They couldn't change the password because of. I ended up going round and round in circles. I just forget it. But that was an amazing little application, certainly for the
Yeah, but imagine if you could
It's
get
the
on it
first
now.
internet-
It's just loads of Russians going, the brown fox
Well,
lands
I-
tonight.
Use potato.
Do you know what's-
I remember Usenet before then.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
God,
But you know what?
isn't it?
This is all post radio amateurs. This is what radio amateurs
Yeah,
used to
yeah.
do.
I
Before
was a
all
radio ham as well.
Yeah, and I listened to shortwave. I never did the exams, but I used to listen to it all when I was young.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
It's one
fantastic
of my ways into
platform.
electronics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
It
mean,
descends from that for sure.
Well,
but
'cause,
the
I mean, it was-
camera aspect makes it even more
Yeah.
profound.
well, mate, I mean, there was one day last week when I'm sitting here listening to you playing guitar in Connecticut,
Oh, that was fantastic. Yeah.
That was
Yeah?
cool.
It was a great collaboration.
and it was
Really
like,
good jam.
when could that have ever have happened other than on these kind of platforms? You know?
It was even funnier because
Well, we
you were
wouldn't have
playing
even
radio
known each other,
connection.
would we?
When would I be able to speak to someone in Connecticut, someone in Switzerland? David, I don't know where you are.
not
Grace is
telling
in Grace is in London. Robert's in London. Rob's somewhere in the
Middle Earth.
the boondocks. Kent's in Epsom.
Mordor.
I'm up in the northwest. When would we ever have got together?
Oh,
The answer is never.
Same.
It wouldn't have happened.
A plane crash, perhaps? I don't know.
Who
It
are
only
we
takes
eating
half an hour
first?
for me to
Yes.
get to
Martian takeover. Man.
Yeah.
I
No,
don't
because
really
I
just
even
come
had a friend in
Well,
in
we had pen pals.
Indiana, she's in Goshen, Indiana, and she goes, "Oh, you know you're in Goshen because all the horses are up on bricks."
But do you remember in the 70s, we used to have pen pals?
Yes. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. I remember filling out the forms in school.
Yeah, and
Yes.
you would have a pen pal, and you would write letters, and it would take weeks
No,
between you sending one and getting a response back.
Well, I used to send letters
seen
to
my
my
spelling,
cousins
I
in
didn't.
Australia.
In the 1990s, when I was in my 20s, my parents emigrated to Argentina and worked out there for a decade. And when they went, the internet wasn't a thing, emails weren't a thing. You know, they were in academic circles, but not in general use. And we used to write letters to each other because a phone call would cost an absolute fortune.
Yeah.
And it was rubbish as well. And so I'd write a letter. It'd take a couple of weeks to get there if it got there at all. They'd write a letter back. It would take a couple of weeks to get home if it got there at all. So sort of really sporadic communications, really normal. And then suddenly email appeared, and my dad got a computer, and I had access to email where I worked in Cambridge, and
Yeah.
it overnight transformed our entire relationship.
Well, we didn't have free phone calls in the States. You had free local calls.
Yeah, you did in
And-
Hull.
And
Oh yeah,
there were-
Kingston
well, yes.
Communications.
And they also did in Swindon, I think, under NTL World. I think it was in Swindon.
Yes, but to the general public in the UK, they didn't know that there were free local calls in the US. And we used to watch films and go, how can those kids be on that phone that long?
Exactly.
My dad
yeah.
would have come in and smacked him round the back of the head with a chair leg.
Never
by
mind
now.
that. How did that cable work being so long on the phone?
Yeah,
That's
they were
And-
really
and
long
we
cables,
only-
weren't they?
We only had one phone in the house. And there was none of this wireless shit, you know.
All the kids had phones in their rooms, didn't they?
Yeah,
But
we used to have these
everybody-
prearranged things. Like my auntie would phone my mum on a Sunday at 2:00 in the afternoon from Dublin, and it'd be like, "Hello there, Carmel. How you doing? Well, you can't speak long because you know it costs a lot of money and all that." And it'd be, "Oh yeah, and your auntie Pat has shot herself again. All right, okay. Well, you have a lovely time. Good night, Mill."
I remember us having to book time on
Yeah,
the telephone for a call to our family
Get
in
off the phone, I'm
Australia.
expecting someone. Yeah.
Yeah. There's another.
Oh, the
We
next
actually
thing that
had to
happened,
book
though,
it.
The next thing that happened in my life was having arguments about using the dial-up or having a phone call. Like
Yep.
you need to get off the computer
Oh,
'cause I want to make a
absolutely,
phone
yeah.
call. There was that kind of thing happened at some point.
Yeah,
I
because
consider
back in
moving
those
to
days you could
Hollywood
lock a
because,
phone.
Yeah.
It had its own telecommunications company away from BT, Kingston Communications.
Yeah.
And they offered local calls free.
Yes.
So you could dial up to the internet 24 hours a day.
I can still remember our Trill phone with that lock on it.
I still
So you couldn't get
have my
past.
300 1200 Burroughs modem.
Do you know why Kingston Communications exists?
No.
Anybody know? Yeah,
God.
only the Brits will know this if they do. The reason is that when the UK was setting up the telephone network, they couldn't they weren't allowed to cover the whole of the UK, otherwise it would be considered a monopoly. So they had to pick one area in the UK that wasn't covered by
Yeah, I remember
the
this,
GPO. And that was Hull,
That was
and that's where
Kingston.
they formed. That was Kingston Communications, and they
Good
still.
old
And so they had what colour were their phone boxes? Green,
White.
white. Yeah, they're a different colour. Yeah, different colour phone boxes, same style, but different colours.
So Kingston
I think they
Communication was
really
in
benefited
Hull,
in the dial-up
Hull.
area.
Yes.
whereas
Kingston
Kingston is in Surrey.
Kingston upon Hull.
Kingston
darling.
Kingston upon Hull.
Kingston upon Hull. There's
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
upon Kingston upon, isn't
I
there?
think they really benefited.
It's
in the
Kingston
dial-up
upon
area.
Jamaica.
They lost out in the broadband area because
was awful,
Kingston was
sorry.
so slow in making broadband.
Can't hear you,
They
Wagner.
took a really long time to broadbandify Hull.
Yes, yeah, they were. I used to work for BT, and it was very interesting when
Didn't Mercury come out of the Kingston upon Hull?
No, that came out of 9X, didn't it?
Was it? Yeah.
No, I
Mercury.
think,
no,
Mer-
Mercury.
Mer-
No, 9X
Mercury
bought
Communi-
Mercury. Yeah.
Yeah, Mercury. I think Mercury came out of. There was also Rabbit as well, which was pre.
Yeah, that was but that came out of BT.
Yes.
Rabbit.
Yeah, and then there was the famous Ionica, which I could tell you all sorts of things about because my ex-wife
It
used to
wasn't
work
famous.
there. It was for all the wrong reasons.
It was quite
no, it was a
iconica.
bloke in a shed. A bloke in a shed came up with a way of doing like point-to-point communication. So you'd have these little substations with little aerials, and everyone had an aerial on the roof. It's a hexagonal aerial. And the ironic thing about Ionica is that in their launch advert they were talking about the freedom of this and how it was better than BT and all this, and there was a picture of two doves sat on an Ionica aerial because it was some sort of symbol of connection.
Shitting
between-
all over
yeah.
it. Yes.
What they failed to mention was that if two doves actually sat on your Ionica dish, you would
It
lose
wouldn't
connection.
work.
Shouldn't it have
And
been two Busbys?
yeah,
Well, you see,
Wrong company.
I do come from the old AMCB when it was illegal, and then I got my first FM CB license, I think, in
Which was shit.
1981,
Hmm.
and I had an 18-foot dipole.
What about your aerial?
I had a DB27.
My aerial was stiffer, I think, but
I tell you what, Sass. I had a DV27 attached to a biscuit tin.
Yes,
Oh.
I had mine was attached to a biscuit tin.
Yeah, it had to be attached to a biscuit tin because
yeah.
that was my car.
that was the ground plane.
Yeah,
Yes.
you need a ground plane for all that cars to go somewhere.
And it was all that CB stuff, especially when they legalised FM, which was shorter range and crap. But it was pushing those communications companies to go, look, we're going to have to do some sort of cheaper rates because people were using CBs rather than use the phone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I
we hacked it to BT
had a
and
25-watt
Mercury.
amplifier.
Yeah.
We hacked into BT to get their free call number because all the BT staff had an 0800 number. Direct
Yeah.
to the
Oh,
internet.
okay.
So we hacked
Yeah.
into them to. Could you use a standard BT internet account to get in?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like an 0800 number you could dial.
Yeah, that was the only good thing about working for BT is you got free everything.
We before the days of CB, we used to tap out the BT access code in the phone boxes
Yep,
using the receiver
cut off.
handset,
Yeah.
and to get free calls.
Yep.
You know, it was like
Gents, I'll go to bed. I've got work.
Cheers, Grace.
All
See you
right,
later.
buddy.
Bank
Take
holiday
care,
for
okay?
most. But yeah,
Bye-bye.
nice to
Cheers,
meet you
Grace.
all. I will catch
Good
you
night.
on.
Look after yourself.
You're very
Look
busy
after
this
yourself.
week.
Take care.
Yeah.
Nice
chatting.
seeing you.
Dada, man.
Cheers,
Bye.
guys.
Bye.
Ta-da.
Yeah, we used to tap out the BT access code to get free calls.
Mhm.
in phone boxes. Remember those?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Did
remember
most of
peeing
my
in one.
phone calling in a phone box. My stepdad was a mean bastard. He went away. They went away on holiday once, and instead of putting, remember those little locks that used to go on the dials?
Yeah.
Those little cylinder things that just used to go into the hole and lock them there. He wouldn't use one of those. He would literally just wrap the phone in gaffer tape or whatever he had around it. It was just so I couldn't use the phone while they were away.
I remember
That's how
our next
mean
door
he
neighbour.
was.
He took the dial thing off the phone.
Oh right.
And he'd have it with him at all times, so the kids couldn't use it while he was at work. So he just had this no phone. It's like
Mean bastards, weren't they?
Well, my mum used BT call barring, but I could just use redial and then record it into a PCM recorder.
There's always a way around these things. Always.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
making it audio tones was not the most secure way of
Yeah.
getting this done.
Yeah.
Well, but in the UK we didn't use audio tones. We used clicks. So
Well,
it was a binary on-off.
Well, when it was rotary, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
which it was up until about 1996, I think.
No, we were
Really?
using tones before
98.
that.
Oh,
But
we
it
had
was
tones
dual
in America way
usage.
before
You could do
that.
tones or clicks.
Ah,
Yeah,
most of
we
them
had
actually.
tones for in the 80s.
Because there was loads of
Yeah.
like programs where they say dial in and you can you can control something with a pulse phone or with a tone phone, but a pulse phone wouldn't work.
But we didn't have that Captain Crunch 2600 hertz.
No, we didn't have that.
I remember when I took out my first proper adult bank account, they gave me this thing like this with a keypad on it, and it had a speaker on the back and then a grill on the front. So you'd actually have to hold this thing over the mouthpiece of your phone if you wanted to access their online, or not their online, but their phone banking or something. You had to put a code in because a lot of phones back then that you were still buying didn't have the tones on them. They just operated off the clicks.
Yeah.
So you had to have this thing that you just literally held on top and then just dialed your code in. So the services would respond to tones, but not all phones had them. So
I see. Well, it occurs to me, as I look back on it now, that they probably thought that by making each button play more than one tone, that would provide enough security.
Yeah. Because we got excited when we had a phone that had an aerial and no cable. We thought that was fuck me, this is the best thing since dinosaurs.
I was playing in a band in 1987 with a guy, this saxophonist who used to play with Screaming Lord Sutch and Long John Baldry, and he was also a second-hand car dealer during the day, and so he got into the whole mobile
quite a
phone.
resume.
Oh yeah, his name was Dodgy Dick or something like that, or Tricky Dicky. That's it, Tricky Dicky.
Hello, John got a new mobile.
But he actually had one of those mobile phones in a case, and then he would sit it down, lift up the lid.
Yeah.
And we were just like,
bloody
wow,
red
this guy's so cool.
Yeah,
has
that's
to carry
early,
and it was
early
heavy.
80s, isn't it? That is.
I did have a mobile phone in a briefcase.
Yeah.
I'm sad enough to say. And then when
How
I had the
James Bond
first
is that,
car,
eh?
I had the first car kit fitted in a Volvo. Oh Jesus Christ, what was it? Volvo 240, I think it was 240 Estate.
Not the 440.
And, no.
Oh
It was,
man, 440. That's a nice.
It was
piece.
solid.
Motors, 440s.
And the calls were 50 pence a minute.
Jesus.
Yeah, back then.
Yeah. And anyone with a decent radio setup could hear every word I said.
Yeah.
Well, same with the aerial home phones, because anyone with a scanner could just list in.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
the 900 megahertz or 880 or whatever it was.
Well,
yeah.
if you had a guy next door with a 30-watt amp on his CB radio, you could pick him up on a fucking washing machine. It would bleed over everything.
Well, any area connected to
Just about
something
anything.
that demodulates.
Yeah.
Oh, I do love analog electronics.
Yeah, it was it's like that bloody that show at where was it? I think it was in Battersea. It was Rick Wakeman playing on stage, and the engineer running on stage every 5 minutes, messing with the memory mood because it was picking up the taxis pulling up in the car park outside the venue. You know,
Nowadays, that would be like
just broadcast it straight out. Into
that'd be
the
part of the
audience.
act nowadays, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I still have an analog receiver for my guitar thing, and sometimes I get like taxis or like tour buses barking out of my camper via like the lamp. It's very amusing because it just happens sporadically.
I don't think it was that. I don't think they were that careful about it back then, because we used to have guitar amps that would pick up cabs pulling up out here.
Well, so did Fillings.
We had this Dynacord. It was we used to play with a guy called Anthony Caddell, a brilliant bassist, and he had this huge Dynacord amplifier, massive thing, bright red, and he had this fretless Ibanez, and he would be giving it all this and everything, and it'd be 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Mum's upstairs asleep. We're trying to keep it as quietly as possible. And I think, and then this cab would drive past and go, yeah, go on, all blasting out of this, all this business. Turn it off. You'd have to turn it off because it didn't give a monkeys. You know?
Dynacord make a lot of under the radar stuff because they have like delays and reverbs that nobody really seems to pay attention to, but they're really like interesting.
Yeah.
So, Dynacord was a weird German company. I mean, they were like sort of, the stuff was cheap in Germany, but then they, they did a very early digital reverb.
DRS-78?
Yeah, 78, yeah. The third digital reverb after the two EMTs came even out before the 224.
Yeah.
And then they did another digital reverb later in the 80s, when actually Schröder, after he came back from the US and then was working in Göttingen, he actually worked on that reverb in the 80s, which is quite hilarious. The inventor of the digital reverb, actually for the first time being involved on a commercial product. And it doesn't sound that great, but that's all I'm going to say.
Can I just say, you mentioned legendary bass players. Sorry to just go off completely on a tangent, but if I don't say it now, I'll forget. In the last few weeks, I've been discovering Guy Pratt's YouTube channel.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and if you don't know Guy Pratt, he's played on. He's the touring bassist for Pink Floyd.
I discovered it about 2 months ago.
Yeah,
so many great videos on there.
The reason I discovered it was because of the Toy Matinee album, and I was just like googling it, and it came up with Guy, and he was just replicating his bass part, and that guy, what a legend!
I discovered it because I got obsessed with Jimmy Nail's album.
Yes, yeah, because he played on
It
that.
was
Yeah.
really, really good. Yes,
and he does Like a Prayer, and I never thought for a minute that wasn't some just cool piece of programming. And that bass line, he just plays this, and he's got it on the octave pedal as well, which gives it that lovely edge. And he's just like casually just doing this amazing bass line. And then he does some of the Toy Matinee stuff, and Earth Song he did as well, Michael Jackson.
And he was on the new Pink Floyd track too.
Yes, yeah.
It's funny how fate goes, because I mean, Tony on bass was something to behold, and yet he became a bus driver in Sweden. So instead, he didn't really follow it on.
No,
he dabbled. There was a few. I mean, he was originally, his family were from Jamaica, and he could do some serious bass, reggae bass lines. It was just like, it's beautiful. And his mum introduced me to rice and peas.
Rice and peas.
You don't look back after you've had traditional Jamaican rice and peas with chicken, and it's I just love her cooking. But yeah, and he just started going. He says, "Nah, I'm bored and fed up trying to get into the business. I'm going to move to Sweden." And he became a bus driver. So,
stepping back to radiophonics in guitar amps. In 2002, I was producing a record in upstate New York at a really nice studio that was built into an old Baptist church. And coincidentally enough, one night we were about to record lead guitars, and I open up the fader, and there's all this radio going on about, and it's a religious program. It sounds like Baptist Christianity, and I immediately started rolling on this, and recorded a good couple of minutes of it, and it ended up starting the album. Is the stuff I recorded off the guitar wire acting like an antenna.
Awesome.
wow.
And I found it, I don't remember exactly what the quote was, but it was something we ended up using, and it was really, I just kind of still dig the idea.
And nowadays we have companies building entire kind of instruments that are designed to tune into a radio frequency and then sample it and then allow you to manipulate it.
Yeah.
Straight in the box.
Who'd have thought? Yes.
I know.
I had a cool PS3200 that would do that. You went up to the front panel and you spoke into the front panel. You came out through the audio path.
Does anybody ever remember the moment that you discovered that you could plug a set of headphones into the microphone socket of something and use them as a microphone? I was only about like so tall. I was like, oh my god!
Yeah. And wearing it like a respirator in Batman.
I found it funny that there was a company some years ago, maybe they still make it, which was basically an inductive pickup. I just mentioned it to Steve Elbows. That basically you could record electrical noise and then feed it into a sampler, synthesizer, or whatever. And I thought, well, I've been using an inductive pickup to detect noise and circuits for, I think, 25 years. Just hook an inductor up to a couple of diodes and feed it into a mic circuit, into an amplifier, and use that to sniff out the crappy component. It's nothing new, and yet I think they launched something on Kickstarter and raised a couple of $100,000.
Or just taking an old guitar pickup and wafting that around.
Well, what's a guitar pickup? Oh, it's an inductor.
Well, it's depending how they're built, it's multiple inductors or just one in a very terrible form factor.
But in its basics, it is an inductor, and the field is disturbed by the vibration of the string. So there is absolutely nothing new in a lot of this stuff, and yet people smarter than me are making a lot of money out of using technology that we've been using for decades.
But that's because everybody forgets about inductors, particularly anybody younger.
In the radio space, web SDR is the most interesting thing lately. They just scan all the frequencies at an incredibly high rate, and you can explore the whole radio spectrum. There are free websites you can go and explore the radio spectrum on and record to WAV directly, so you can get weird noise-based modulations and that kind of thing. So
well, just get an SDR and plug the audio output into your door.
Let's get a WIN radio stick and plug that in. If you want to be fancy band limited to what you want, then frequency drifted to where you want, maybe, if you want to be really fancy.
So, just on a different note, Am I the only one that didn't realise that Madonna's Like a Prayer had a very different connotation?
What is it?
What way?
Well, something about being on your knees in front of a man.
Oh,
I can't
Okay, I see the penny dropping
haven't
across the faces in
actually-
front of me.
I haven't actually paid that close attention to the story structure. Of
Nor did I, but I just picked up on it. I was listening to a compilation of
Not surprised.
of hits from the era, and it really struck me. I mean, you know, bearing in mind that Madonna was producing some shall we say, tracks that had a sexual element to them, and the Like a Prayer.
Did she
it
produce
just-
any that didn't?
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Well,
they all have, haven't
Yes. Yeah, but the Like a Prayer one, especially with the religious iconography, I just went, oh fuck, I've missed that.
Wasn't she into Kabbalah at one time?
Yeah. Have you seen it now? Have you
Oh,
seen
is
it
that the
lately?
Well, yeah.
is that the fighting style?
Well, she's a 60-something-year-old woman. Let's give her a break, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
but-
she is now, but I mean, she was a
No,
bloody kid in
understood.
those days.
Well, I'm
thinking of
huge.
Capoeira. Yeah.
I always thought she was pretty cool.
I always loved Madonna. Always loved
Couple of,
Madonna.
and I always thought she could sing, and I took a lot of
Yeah.
interest in that. But you know,
I used to have a Madonna
I didn't think she
pillowcase.
had a beautiful trained voice. I think she can deliver a song,
A Madonna
Oh,
song.
absolutely,
and
yes.
that's more important to me as kind of just a hack. No,
I,
but
I,
The special sock.
no, I'm with you. I think Madonna was a fantastic artist, but it's just
I heard that. Why is it?
it's just
How did it go there? Really?
on your knees. I think. It's,
Oh,
have you ever seen in bed with Madonna? It's like fairly obvious.
All right, Sasquatch.
Yeah.
no, I
The whole thing,
think
telling her
she,
sexuality. really.
she was a phenomenal performer,
Oh
and I
yeah.
think she had some absolutely cracking hits, and deservedly so.
Oh.
But it's just how did it take me God knows how many decades to work out what the fuck she was singing about?
I was listening to Like a Prayer in the car yesterday, basically after listening to Guy Pratt. It just gave me a renewed appreciation. I mean, that and the whole Pat Leonard thing. I mean, she is
Kevin
an
Gilbert.
incredible... Yeah, and Kevin Gilbert. I mean, the fact that she is an immense talent, and she really can sing live, and she can hold a tune, and she can dance, and she was just full on. She was just like
The
superhuman.
whole package.
Yeah, absolutely. But she also was very clever and surrounded herself with the right people at the right time. She made all these choices. She made all these decisions. She completely controlled her pathway through,
Lady
and still does
Gaga.
to this day. Yeah, but no, you see, a lot of people sort of every female pop star now, especially if you're American and you're white and you're blonde, will get compared to Madonna, and that's going to happen. It's inevitable because Madonna was, the first global pop
Breakthrough.
superstar.
Yeah.
That was a strong, powerful woman
Right.
who made no
Well,
excuses and no
sexual.
compromises.
Well,
Right.
Debbie Harry.
Sexual, right?
Yeah, but Debbie Harry was part of a band.
Debbie
and-
Harry wasn't. Yeah, she
But
wasn't-
Debbie Harry's amazing. Don't get me wrong. I adore Debbie Harry, but she was part of a band, and so therefore, yes, she was certainly, kind of, as most front people are lifted above the rest of the band, but she was part of a band. Whereas Madonna was this one solo artist who came over to. I remember when she first came over to the UK, and she was on Top of the Pops. It was just her, and then these two dancers behind her, but it was just her. She had what it took to go out on stage up front alone and do her thing, and there's no pun intended there, by the way. And she was just amazing. But she surrounded herself with amazing writers, musicians, and and then this comparison. Sorry, yeah, because we're comparing Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga is an equally immense talent.
Yes,
The pop
it's way
thing,
different.
the pop thing is almost secondary to everything else that she does. I mean, if you've ever seen her sat at a piano belting out something, and she's incredibly gifted.
She's gifted.
Yeah,
She's not
and
Madonna, in my opinion.
no,
If I had to pick one for, you know what I mean, to sing or write songs for, not to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's Madonna any day of
but
the week.
I used to
Patsy
think that
Cline.
maybe. I used to think that maybe Madonna was less manufactured than Lady Gaga, because Lady Gaga's clearly
Yeah,
gone through the
that's
process.
true.
But
Yeah.
when you think about it, no,
no, no,
let me finish.
Madonna
Let me finish.
set
Let me finish.
the
Let me finish.
stage.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
No.
Madonna was, you know, she wasn't. It wasn't just her. I mean, you know, a lot of her songs were written by lots of other people, and she put, you know, she had clearly had her input put into that. But she did go through the whole process of being, you know, modelled, but she was almost, she was in control of that. So I don't know. I love her. I love her.
I don't know if they wanted her singing so much about religion and some of the stuff. They probably
They might not have wanted, but she was going to do it anyway. Wasn't she?
I think some of the executives would have probably said, "Hey, can you back that up?" It's my guess.
I think there was some rebellion against their Italian background, you know.
Yeah. The whole
yeah.
Catholic stuff.
Well, I
yeah.
know a lot of Catholics I know some Catholics right now who hate her. Right? If I say her name, they just like, well, they don't hate her, but you know what I mean. They'll say, "Oh yeah, she's," you know, they just dismissed her because of that side. But I think that was her whole point.
Yeah.
Partially, right?
But
F that.
I Sing the Body Electric correctly points out that she debuted on the Tube in the UK.
Yeah.
And I remember that performance, and it was nowhere, well, same as Frankie Goes to Hollywood when I first heard them, nowhere near as polished as she very, very quickly came. And I think it was Like a Virgin she sang on the Tube.
That's pretty
and
early.
it was
No, it
very
wouldn't have- it
very
would have been-
raw and basic.
It would have been, if that Tube performance was something off the first album, so it would have been like Lucky Star or Borderline or Holiday. It would have been that.
Yeah, maybe it was
earlier
Holiday.
stuff.
Actually.
Yeah.
But we would have never held Debbie Harry to that standard, right? We would have said, she's in a band, you know what I mean?
And that was the difference.
I never saw Debbie Harry as that. I saw her as her, basically because I fell in love with her. But I didn't see Blondie as the band. I saw Blondie as Debbie Harry.
Really? I
always saw it as a
Maybe
band with a girl singer, you know.
Yeah,
Was
I
it
don't think many
Plumber
people
or
even knew her
something?
name was
Yeah,
Debbie
no.
Harry for the first couple of years.
No, they were a band to
I
me.
did.
They were like the ultimate band, you know, New York, kick-ass, you know, awesome.
No, I still reckon Patsy Cline.
Patsy Cline.
Oh, no,
What the?
Julie London.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, so Rich says
Dusty-
he's met Madonna. So why
Nobody's
don't you-
mentioned Dusty Springfield
Here-
Ah,
yeah.
Dusty.
Talk about meeting Madonna.
and Aretha.
Puppet on the street.
That was Sandy.
Oh,
I mean,
Sandy
Sandy
Springfield. Oh,
Well,
right.
hear Rich talk about meeting Madonna because he has first-hand experience.
Who was Muddy Bank?
Yeah, I've met almost all of these people we're talking about in one
Talk to
form or
us.
another, and we play Madonna songs in our show every
Well, yeah.
night. So, not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but it never meant that much to me. It means a lot to the rest of the world, and I'm happy to play it, and I enjoy playing them. But it never really,
yeah, the music was. Yeah, I would hear what you're saying. Yeah, I mean,
never really carried my love. But I've met Debbie Harry, and we're talking about Debbie. I know her a little bit, and the chat room's going on about Diana Ross, and I spent a lot of time recording Diana Ross.
Oh, wow.
So
Don't order the cappuccino.
know these.
now we're just throwing out females. We're not
I think
really.
Yeah, but I've worked with a lot of
now.
them.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
Diana
awesome.
Ross.
Rick. That's awesome.
But I mean, I think in Diana Ross, I mean, she blazed a trail in many ways, because she was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, but she embraced the fact that she was popular within the game community, really, in a big way. which not many people were brave enough to do at the time. Or am I wrong? I don't know. That's always how it seemed to me.
You're saying, I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Diana Ross, that she kind of blazed the trail because she embraced the fact that she was huge within the gay community. Her
That
music
came later. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
oh yeah, late,
Supremes
yeah,
was
obviously, but yeah,
way before
yeah.
that.
Yeah, well, I wasn't born then, you see.
So the gay community link, apparently, as it's been explained to me, came with the Diana album, which Niall and Bernard
Coming Out.
produced,
Yeah.
with the song "I'm Coming Out,"
Yeah.
which is really what made that transition. I would say, or at least solidified, if not made the transition into being an icon in the gay community, which was emerging as a more potent public force because things were starting to come out of closets a bit at that time, socially. I made a Supremes album for Diana Ross that nobody has ever heard.
Oh, wow.
And spent 10 days recording lead vocals alone in a room with her.
Wow.
And know her
Is
very
that the
well.
one? Is that the one you played stools on?
I did play stool on it.
You played
yes.
stools on there, yeah.
The chairs, yeah, we're talking about it. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
I
He's
needed
not
to
sitting
be-
there patting a shit.
I needed to be tapping on something. I'm looking for this right now. Just because, why the hell not? All right, somebody name their favorite Supreme song.
Baby Love.
Baby Love?
Yeah, it's a classic.
Oh,
Drums.
wow.
Incoming copyright strike.
I've got an entire right. I've got an entire album of this stuff.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And these were all like re-recordings.
Pretty much everything you just heard is me playing. There's not
Wow.
much that isn't me playing. There's some horns on the record. Niall plays guitars on a bunch of it. I play one guitar part on it.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was
Richard, if I didn't love you before, I do now. Can I have your babies? Please.
You're barely
Well,
scratching the talented surface.
So
But
you wanna
I
hear-
mean, just wow. For those of us not in the industry, for someone like me to talk to someone like you
come on.
who has actually been involved in the production of music that is so iconic, it's just like wow.
Well, these were, just to be clear, these are remakes that I did in 2002 and 3. And the idea
How
was,
good?
Well, thank you. But what the idea was, she had just been publicly sort of shamed for being arrested in some alcoholic stupor somewhere in Arizona.
I know that feeling.
There was that whole there was a whole sort of let's give her something positive and easy to do that she can own, because she doesn't own any of the original recordings.
Yeah.
And so one day he came to me and said, I want you to make the greatest hits of the Supremes so that she can come here and sing on them. And then she can use the tracks for whatever she wants to use them on. And that's what I did. And there's like, I don't know, 15 songs on this album or something.
Nice.
Wow.
Very sad
And it's
when
never got
artists
released.
It's never
Don't
been
own their
released,
original
and it
recordings,
never
they have
will
to
be, as
re-record.
far as I know.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's
But
my
it's
own
sad when
personal
artists
demo.
have to re-record
Yeah.
these things because they got screwed over on their original record deal. That kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Right.
It's a common thing these days, isn't
Well,
it?
she's not even the composer of any of this, or much of it, if any. But boy, could she stand in front of a microphone and deliver them like it was remarkable to watch her deliver these songs, because she knows them so unbelievably thoroughly, and
Yeah.
she was so incredibly good at it, and I was just blown away by her ability. And it was a great challenge for me to try to make them indistinguishable from the originals as much as
She's
possible.
supposed to be coming over to the UK, isn't she, this year?
We're actually doing a festival that she's on this
Nice.
summer in the UK
Oh, wow.
somewhere.
Yeah,
I
'cause
think
she,
Lionel Richie's on it too.
She put that album out, didn't she, back end of last year? I haven't heard it yet.
I haven't heard anything recent by her.
Yeah, it was like her first album since 2015 or something.
So, for those of you keeping score at home and interested in technology, it took a little bit of doing to get her to sound young again. And if you've ever wondered why...
Speeding up the tape.
No, well, if you've ever wondered why your vocal software contains something called format shifting, this is why. And so,
Really?
in order to get her to sound 21 years old again, I had to format shift the vocals quite a bit because she's much thicker and huskier sounding now than she was when she was in that age.
Yeah.
So there were some vocal processing tricks that went into it. And at the end, as I was mixing, I realized there was one song, which I believe was You Keep Me Hanging On, which had a doubled lead vocal. It was the only one of them that had a doubled lead vocal. And so she had to come back in to sing the double for me. And she came in. And one of the greatest compliments I've ever received, and typically the best compliments I receive are when the person doesn't know they're complimenting me. It's not, hey, Rich, good job, pat on the back.
Yeah.
It's something that they say about what they just heard or what just happened to them. So at the end of her singing this double, she takes the headphones off, she opens her eyes, and she says, I was 21 years old. I was in that basement in Detroit. I could feel it. It was just like that. And I'm literally, I'm tearing up now. I started crying because I had managed to create that for her.
Yeah.
And that was an awesome way. You know, that's much better than good job, Rich. You know, for me, that was just like, holy shit. She just.
So what did he use to do that? Because I know Jamie Liddell has a video where he format shifts his voice into a female voice using Soundtoy's Little Altar Boy.
Okay, so I used the predecessor of Soundtoy's Little Altar Boy, which didn't exist in 2002. In 2002, it was Wave Mechanics, not Soundtoys yet, and it was some other piece of software, the name of which escapes me at the moment, but it had format shifting in it. And I wasn't doing anything but format shifting it. It was and you had to, line it up properly so that...
Actually, it just reminded me, I've got to go and check, see if Soundtoys are doing a version 3 yet.
Version what?
Is it going to be 6 next?
No,
you mean?
of the VST.
Oh, I see.
So the bugger will work again in Cubase.
I can check. I'm a beta tester for them.
It's still blacklisted.
Last time I checked, they were still saying it is coming. Because still not sure when.
I don't know if I have. Well, you know what? I can
Snippety sniff.
I'll go and check.
I'm just going to open this VST3 folder and see.
Lots of love for Kate Bush in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I still think.
Oh, she was phenomenal.
What do you mean was?
Her last album, I mean, that's probably one of the most played albums of the last decade for me.
I haven't heard her last album.
50 Words for Snow, go and listen to it immediately. It's so amazing.
It's very good. Very good.
And also Ariel in the mid-2000s, which was like, when anybody says in the 2000s there was just shit music, listen to that album.
I'm still listening to Anne Dudley, so I haven't quite moved back to Kate Bush. So
still, I mean, for me, The Dreaming, and then obviously Hands of Love, and The Sensual World, they're just like, just utterly, there's nothing wrong with anything on any of those albums.
Actually,
and when you think that she went from The Dreaming to The Sensual World, obviously via Hounds of Love, but the difference between all three of those albums, because The Dreaming's bonkers, absolutely mental. It's Kate discovering the Fairlight, and then Kate. It's kind of a Fairlight journey, isn't it? Kate discovers Fairlight. Obviously, she did use it on Never Forever, but when she got to The Dreaming, that was just like virtually all Fairlight, and then Hounds of Love, she masters the Fairlight, and then Sensual World is another level. It's just unbelievable.
I've asked this question of Kent, and I'm going to ask this question of you now, Richard. Have you met any star that you have been starstruck by?
Sure. Of course. And
I mean, you know, that gibbering mess that.
oh, my hand!
You
there's
just
a
think.
There's a picture of me on a couch sitting next to Eric Clapton, and we both had Stratocasters in our hands, and my hand turned to solid stone. I was looking at it like, have we met before? I mean, I was, but I mean, there's lots of, yeah.
I just love it.
If you're in
we're
the
all
presence
human.
of Diana Ross, you're gonna be struck by who that is.
Oh,
And
yeah.
If you're in the presence of David Bowie or Bob Dylan or Elton John or any of these people I've worked with, you have to have. I do tremendous. I'm a huge music fan, so I have great respect for these people, and it takes a second to. And there was a chic gig we played in near that gallery in Hyde Park in one afternoon, and Niall comes walking up with Paul McCartney, and
As one does.
as one does.
Yeah.
And there was a moment where we were going to get to shake hands with Paul McCartney, and it came to be my turn, and I froze, and the voice in my head said, "You're about to shake the hand of Paul McCartney," and he's looking at me like, "Are we going to do this or what?" And I walked forward, and I shook the man's hand. But I mean,
wow.
there are some moments where I've just paused and said, "Pinch me." How can this be happening?
I love that. I absolutely love that. It's humanity. Yeah.
I think you'd have to be, comatose not to feel that way.
But
Ken's got cut and mouth with Kate Bush, haven't you?
Yes. I sat and had a beer with her.
Oh,
talking.
you bastard.
Yeah, she what? It was. We were in a pub having a little natter, and a group of people came in and sat in the corner, and we were just chatting, doing our usual things and everything like that. And there was a couple of people over there who suddenly realised who was sitting over there. It was basically Kate with a couple of other band members, I suppose you would call them. And eventually we realised that it was Kate. And my mate was saying, "Oh, it's Kate Bush, it's Kate Bush. I'm going to go over and ask for her autograph." Okay. Oh, God, yes, she's never heard that one before. Which he did anyway, and got her autograph. Come back, go, "Yeah, it's her." I thought, okay. I said, "Well, I'll go over there and say hello." So I went over, and instead of saying, "Oh, hello, Miss Bush," which sounds weird anyway, it's so instead of saying, because as I'm walking over, I'm going, I can't call her Miss Bush. That sounds wrong. So I went.
Case is too personal.
Yeah. Well, I walked up, and she's got that sort of face of like, "Oh God, another one," like that. And I went, "Kate, so how are you getting on with Paige R?" And she goes, "Oh, you know about Paige R?" Yeah. And she goes, "Oh," and started talking. Then sits me down, and then get another round of drinks in. And of course, my mates were over on the other side going, "Fucking." And we're chatting away like that, and we were in there quite a while, chatting away about Fairlights and stuff, and going, "Yeah," I said, "I haven't got anything that good yet." I said, I've got a Prodigy, and I've got a Poly 6, and a few other bits and pieces, and an old String Man, and all this sort of thing. Yeah, and it was great. So, and it was really nice. But you get to meet people, you do, and it's sort of like you either get starstruck on the outside or starstruck on the inside, but you don't show it. But some of the really famous people I've met, I didn't know they were famous.
That's the best way. Yeah.
I often that happens to me a lot.
Yeah, but this is, in fairness, this was because I was young. Because I apparently I sat on Richard Todd's knee on a bus. I've sat with Richard Burton, I've sat with Tommy Cooper and all sorts of people who would, back in those days, it was all right to ride the bus to the film studios. They didn't have private cars and all this business. Just get on a bus. And I've sat with various film stars and stuff like that. And it's like, wow.
Well, I have a couple of claims to fame. One is that I had a client who was best friends with John Barnes, the footballer, back in.
Oh, yeah.
Hold your head and do it at the right time.
Yes, yes.
You can be
And
so fast, but
The amazing rapper John Barnes.
I know absolutely fuck all about football.
I believe there's a ball.
sounds John Barnes.
And my views of footballers was, should we say, less constructed than it is today. And I was sat there with John Barnes and my friend, and I was ranting about how I thought all footballers were a bunch of I'll say puffs, which I think was the phrase I used at the time. Which
You're thinking of Italiano.
I accept is not a phrase that I would use today. So I was saying that, basically compared to rugby players, they were not quite as sophisticated and capable or athletic or
Rugby
human.
paper's sophisticated.
Well, actually, most of the rugby players I knew were all studying medicine. So I mean, So I'm sat there, and throughout this whole dinner, I'm absolutely wrecking on football. And John Barnes said, "You obviously have no idea who I am." And I said, "Well, you're just John." And then he took me downstairs in the hotel we were in, and I'm actually on camera with my mouth hanging open as he introduces me to the whole of the England team.
Nice.
Who's still trying to get out of the lift.
Yeah, well, I'm just going, "Oh, so you're a footballer," and I've just called you a puff. And
he's not just a footballer. He's the best rapper in the England team. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and all your mates are puffs, and compared to the England rugby team, you're a bunch of puffs. And I can actually be seen on video, just going, "Oh, fuck." So that was one thing, and the other was being chatted up by Cliff Richard when he was in London, performing at a bollocks.
And of course, you submitted to him. Who?
The play was, but I was at the Athenaeum Club in London, and Cliff Richard came down, sat in front of me, ordered his breakfast, and invited me up to his room. And but he's not gay, obviously.
That's not.
No. He's married to Sue Barker.
Yes,
and Elton John was married to that lady,
Ivanka Trump or
Renata.
whatever.
Renata.
Yeah. Renata. That was it.
Yeah, but of course Elton's not gay at all.
So I was embarrassed both times, and I met Cliff, really nice guy, lived next door to all of my friends, but it was that was quite bizarre.
What kind
I
of
didn't.
Could have been worse. Could have been Jimmy Savile.
It's a good story.
Well, yes, but I watched that documentary on Netflix, and I thought, I always thought that there was something really creepy about that guy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, even though I watched the Jim Fix-It shows and all this sort of stuff, I always thought, the
He's
guy's
odd.
a bit dodgy. It's a sort of the sort of man that your parents would say, "Don't go near." Charlie says and all that. But,
Charlie says. No, I used to watch Jim will Fix It, and I used to watch anything that he was in, and you think, he's Jimmy Savile. He's a bit of an odd fellow, but
he's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
He's a bit
I never liked him.
eccentric.
I always found him creepy.
Yeah.
And I must have been like 7 or 8 at the time, and I just never found him. I always found him like creeped out by him, and I never saw like the 1970s Top of the Pops shows until later on.
I used to like sitting very close to those young girls.
Mm-hmm. And they jumped in the air for no reason.
Dead or alive.
Yes, that Top of the Pops clip. Jesus Christ, yeah.
No, I suggested, the missus said, do you want to watch a film? I said, yeah, okay, what do you want to watch? So I don't know what's on. I said, well, there's that new Jimmy Savile documentary that's on Netflix.
Yes,
She says,
the British Perverse or whatever it's called.
Yeah, she says, maybe not on a Sunday night. I said, okay, we'll watch The Joker instead.
Same thing.
Which was brilliant, by the way.
But the one thing that really jumped out at me, and I remember it at the time, was the Louis Theroux interview with Jimmy Savile.
By that point, we all...
And he sat there basically saying, you're a paedophile. How do you feel about people calling you a paedophile? And Jimmy Savile's like, oh, well, yeah, don't worry about these things. But my trial's next Thursday. It was that sort of...
wasn't the wording...
hiding in public.
Well, that thing about his trial being next Thursday, it was something... Something until next Thursday. I'm in court until next Thursday. And when you take the letters of court until next and Thursday.
Yes.
And it was just like, oh, was that just coincidence, or was he really just throwing it literally in people's faces that because it was the Have I Got News for You episode as well, where,
where he sat next to what's his name from Private Eye, Hislop. Ian Hislop. And Ian Hislop's just got mouth open, just sort of, what the fuck?
But he's basically admitting to all the things he's done. He's like trying to double bluff, isn't he?
Yeah.
And it worked, because
it did.
Nothing happened until after he died.
He was taking the sting out of it.
Yeah.
If he could...
I'll get you'll think I'm a pervert. Well, yeah, I'll say I'm a pervert.
And then just go with it,
yeah.
He's the lovable pervert.
that guy with the Mac, the one who's naked underneath. Just stay away from him.
With his Hungarian translation book.
Yes.
But as somebody's just pointed out in the chat room, there's that interview with John Lydon, isn't
there?
Oh God, yes. 1980. Yeah. Not the Piers Morgan one, but the one from 1981 or something.
Yeah.
When he's talking about, and he specifically calls out Jimmy Savile.
I'd love to know what exactly John Lydon heard, because so many people have heard rumours about Jimmy Savile, but what exactly did he hear?
Probably what the rest of the BBC heard.
Yeah, but it wasn't actually rumours. It was like well documented, really.
Everybody, everybody knew. They just didn't
for sure. Yeah. Absolutely knew for sure, but they weren't saying anything.
There's been a lot of knock-on effects
because he was a powerful man.
About it.
Yeah,
he was highly regarded. There's been lots of jokes around Jimmy Savile since.
Yeah,
he's just based on rumours without actually having.
But whilst I will not defend Jimmy Savile, I will say that during the 70s, young girls as groupies would throw themselves at the likes of Radio 1 DJs and rock stars. I mean, how many members of Led Zeppelin can honestly say they didn't sleep with someone under the age of 16?
Yeah, but maybe so. But when it's a sick child in a hospital ward...
absolutely.
Now it's a different kettle of fish altogether.
That guy was really sick. Don't get me wrong on that.
Ooh, as they say.
But groupies were definitely a thing.
Sure.
And they held it with pride, unfortunately.
Still are, I suppose, up to a point.
That's just as Bieber.
It's like it's like groupies were, a part of the thing, you know. But
Yeah.
dead people and sick people are very
Yeah.
different.
Yeah, it's a different kettle of fish altogether.
Yeah, Chris
You all
says
right, Danny?
Gary Glitter, and actually that's in that documentary, the clip that showed Jimmy Savile and Gary Glitter discussing. I think Jimmy Savile said that don't worry, I've got them lined up on the beanbag in the back. You know, it's sort of how obvious do you have to be?
And if Gary Glitter wasn't so stupid to fix his own computer, he'd never been caught. Took it to PC World or something.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot. Yeah. Mind you, Hunter Biden did the same. You know.
But I used to absolutely adore Gary Glitter and the Glitter Band.
Oh, the gang shows.
If my laptop
Christmas
breaks down, I'm
gang
just going to
shows.
set fire to it.
And Rolf Harris too. I mean, Rolf
yeah,
was...
well.
And the one that surprised me the most was Stuart Hall.
Rolf was different though. That was a 17-year-old friend of his daughter, I believe. So,
Well, I used to forgive Rolf as well, but you look into it a bit deeper, it's not so clear cut. And even
but
though
then
I don't like
Stuart
things,
Hall.
well,
Yeah,
I don't
that was
like
one that
things
surprised me.
Yeah, but what
prosecuted,
you got to
20 or
remember is
30
these
years
are the
later,
ones that
but-
you got to hear about. You see, then normally if
Well,
there's
John
a-
Peel marrying a
there's a
15-year-old.
Yeah, well, it's the same with old
You know.
Woody Allen.
Lest we don't mention Jerry Lee Lewis.
Yes.
And his
Or Fatty
underage
Arbuckle.
cousin. Yeah,
but
they're
I
all
mean,
bloody
it's from the mountains. It's a different kettle of fish.
Well, how old was Priscilla when Elvis married? Or when they
15,
met?
14,
Yeah,
15.
14, 15, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was more. I think it was more. What's the word? It happened.
But
How old was Luc Besson with Anne Pario? He was like 12 when that relationship started.
Yeah.
Well, I dare I say a certain Rolling Stone.
Whose car I valeted. I valeted Mandy Smith's car.
And how old was she? 13 when they
Yeah,
first
13,
met?
14, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
Yeah. Mind you, there's been some very advanced 13 and 14-year-olds.
Well, quite.
Well, I mean, these things do happen. You know, it's sort of...
Well,
but
yeah,
you
the
can't
thing is,
excuse them.
When you got a 30-odd-year-old bloke, it doesn't matter how advanced the 13-year-old is. You go,
Yeah, no.
there are things that one do not do.
There are boundaries that should never be crossed.
Yeah, so
And
it's
if
not,
you
it's
wind
not her
time like
fault.
10,000 years, then people chose their
But
partner
her
based on
parents-
how previously they were. But
Her parents were complicit.
but certain common senses have come into effect since then.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Either way.
moving on.
Yes. Right, moving on from paedophilia, let's go on to something else.
What I relic from Beringer and
Yeah, I was just going to say, sort of, where could you go from paedophilia? I know, Beringer.
No, that's surely worse. Ty's going to call in any second now, isn't he?
I doubt it now. No, yeah.
You're going to be ratting, no, paedophilia is totally okay. Beringer is the thing that's
It's much worse. Yeah.
They should legalise it and get rid of Beringer.
Yeah, what Beringer did to Tom Oberheim is worse than Michael Jackson fucking a 13-year-old.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
He's dead. I don't care.
His estate might not.
Oh dear God.
Oh, they can sue me as much as they want. Yeah, I don't care.
Well, they can only see you once, really.
If they can find me, yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Oh man.
There is a benefit to hiding behind a photograph. That's all I'll say.
So when are you making the first anaglyph, Kent?
Oh, about the same time as the Osmos appears.
Never.
Never.
It's not going to happen. Oh, I don't know. I think there might be a few other bits and pieces I might do first, to be honest with you, Buds.
I still think, Kent, you should build a very simple 2-joystick 4 DOF, I think they call it, MIDI controller, so you can buy really, really cheap joystick control modules from China for like, £5 a piece, and just MIDI them up using an Arduino or a Teensy, and as long as you can set the CC channels really easily, I think there's money to be made. I think you can knock those out at £150 a piece and make money.
Possible.
Did anybody else see that? It's a TX816 on a Raspberry Pi. Basically, someone's come up with a piece of code that runs on a bare metal Raspberry Pi, so there's no OS involved.
Yeah.
And it's basically 8 adapted versions of the DexZ plugin, which is obviously open source.
Yes,
they've done it.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, and you just have a Raspberry Pi, and it's a 3 and upwards, and you just you load the software on the SD card. You just have to buy a couple of little add-ons. Use a rotary, a knob that's also one of the ones that you can push in as well.
Yeah.
And a little display. And you've basically got a TX816, 16-note polyphonic per unit, 8 of those, 8-part multi-timbral.
I still fancy doing a controller for the OBE, I must admit.
Yeah, that would be nice.
We would all love one.
Well, how would you do it? Would you?
I've already got the processor board to do it.
Would you have 8 SAMs, or would you just have one and then buttons below?
No, you have one. No, you'd have the one and then just have the 8 selector buttons on the top, so you can change from one SEM to the next. Do all the controls from there.
Would you then do encoders so you can do nice offsets, or would you do them on normal pots, the SAM?
I think I'd do them with normal pots, to be honest.
LED ring encoders?
They're annoying to get, unless you ask Uli whether he gives you some.
Yeah. No, like I say, I still like the idea of having it where you got the SEM on one side and it's on a stand, and you can flip it, and you got the zoom in on the other side. So you got those extra controls are available, but there's no room for them on one side. So they flip. Then it just leaves a sequencer, but I suppose a sequencer you could leave as is and just operate it normally. It's just about making up sounds, I suppose, more than anything else. But I know that the processor board that I got, that still got left over from the old controller, would fit it perfectly and run it. It'd be nice to do it all, all 8. And do a big one, but nobody really wants a massive, great big bloody controller on their desk. So
we all do, we just don't want to pay for it.
No, it's not that. You just got to find room for the bugger.
Yeah.
If you made it the same size as an 8 voice, it'd like. No, I'd probably do that. Just for the hell of it, not worry about whether it's financially viable. Because to be honest with you, these days nothing is financially viable. When you got that kind of competition out there, it's going to be really difficult.
Apparently, making small fader controllers with 4 faders is financially viable. I don't know how, but apparently it is.
But also look at the Sonicware sampler. They set a target of 40,000 on whatever the fundraising platform is, and Kickstarter, and have raised just under $500,000. So
they manufacture in Vietnam.
There's money there.
Yeah.
And that's only from what, 1,500 backers? I think it is 500,000.
I remember
Yes, but-
Ty saying to me one day about, he said he went back through his records to find out how many things he'd done crowdfunding with, and he said about 55% of them never came to anything.
But Sonicware do deliver.
Yeah, but
You
there's
know,
loads of others that don't, you know.
Yeah, but it's that sort of, if you can start off with one small product and actually ship it, then you build the confidence amongst the customer base. And they did that with the Living XFM, and I think they did it with the Living Beats or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you start with the product and actually deliver, you build that customer base, and then you can do something else. So if you can produce something for about $150 and crowdfund it, then you've actually got those customers, and you can almost guarantee a sale for probably 60 or 70% of them.
Yeah.
I've probably backed about 30 projects, and 29 of them, well, 28 of them have been delivered. One of them is still waiting for, and like very delayed, and one of them is probably not going to be delivered.
Yeah.
Anybody else waiting for Electronic Voyager?
No.
Well, I wonder what I'd be doing now if that whole Spectrasonics controller thing had gone through. So I still got the designs for it, but and it was pulping after touch as well.
I just think
Beautiful.
if you're going to offer something, don't overpromise. You know, so stick to a deliverable product. And as I said, you know, something as simple as a MIDI controller, but just using proper, decent joysticks. I actually think there is a market there. Because, you know, if people are going to fund that, what was that sort of wooden, it looked like a shoe former. The
Touche.
That was it. Thanks, Rob. People funded that quite happily. So, you know, simple MIDI controllers that aren't ridiculously overpriced or overly complex will sell, because everyone wants something that they can add an additional tweak to what they have. So, you know, if you've got something like a, you know, dare I say, Craft Synth 2 or whatever, you know, if you can hook up a very simple MIDI controller which has got 2 joysticks and 4, you know, 4 DOF or whatever they call it per joystick, and alter, filter, resonance, you know, VCA or VCO, just by twiddling a joystick, it's going to sell. People will buy it.
Well, I think the key, don't you think, Sasquatch, the key is pick something that is under, the interface is limited, and then you can add something nice to it, you know, like what some of the people did with those FM synths. You know, even the reface, you could buy that cool little thing on top and had all the connections. That kind of stuff is, to me,
and that was more expensive than the reface itself.
Yeah, but you know, right? But I think those kind of things, people like that. Like, maybe to your point, people like to add on to what they have. You know, make it better. It's like the deluxe. If you go the KMI and Macmillan thing, and you kind of just have this controller thing, you know, it you know, you use it, you try it, you hook it up, it ends out in the closet. But you know, I think when you can add something to, in fact, I should get that reface TX. I don't know why. I gotta go, guys. I gotta.
But you're not gonna make money by making a synth. It's about adding value to what other people have. So it is the controllers. It is the you know, the DX7 interface that sold for $1,200 or whatever,
D-Tronics, yeah. They're the same people who made the
I must admit,
Reface one.
one thing
Yeah,
that's
cool.
I'm
I get
finding a hole in at the moment is that it's very hard to get a workflow control over a lot of these orchestral and string libraries. In terms of because they like to do it with key switches and stuff like that. But when you know that's all very well and good when you're doing track upon track based composing, but when you want to do actual playing, there's a whole bunch of keys on the keyboard you can't use, fair dues. But when you're playing something, you can't just suddenly jump down and do a key switch and hope you hit the right key anyway.
MIDI bass pedal.
Exactly. So I want to make myself a pedal controller that allows me to get a lot of control over, like Spitfire's front end, and some of the other, because they're all doing their own front ends now, but get but really nice resolution on these things, because I've noticed with a lot of the expression pedals now, the resolution of the expression levels is quite jumpy and it's not nice anymore. It doesn't seem to be very smooth. So
Yeah,
at least one decent high resolution pot for the expressions and stuff like that, but be able to do things like instrument key changes and stuff like that, but via pedal systems. So basically just a metal, as you say, a MIDI pedal board that will be able to do the job cleanly.
Well, I've been considering many times just a MIDI bass pedal for transposing sequences whilst playing something else.
Yeah.
Actually, depth of electronics for the cheap, shitty plastic guitars. You can buy really cheap Untermann with two of those.
Yeah.
Like,
You just retool them. Yeah.
And I mean, they're quite disgusting on many levels, but they sort of do the job.
Yeah.
And
Because I know that. I mean, these what are they? The FH7 Yamaha FH7 expression pedals. I couldn't believe how bloody expensive they are.
Well, I use the dub for FP5, so it's still like, ugh, this is a lot for a very ugly, massive pedal, but it does the job really well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same. The M Audio ones is the same kind of thing. They're kind of okay, but you don't get that smoothness that you need for expression and vibrato controls. You've got to have a really beautiful, smooth movement. So at least those pedals have got to be like really, 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 really good. But so I was thinking about putting something together for that, even if it didn't do anything else with it, but just basically just for my own use.
I think anytime you map any kind of controllers, like what Arturia obviously did, anytime you map something for people, a controller they can use for any software, and you say, here is what you need. Right? There is a market. There's always and everyone can sit there and say, oh, it's so easy. You just use MIDI, learn, you do that. Believe me, there's always a market that just does not want to mess around with that crap. Right?
Yeah.
A simple MIDI interface is going to win. And I've just been chatting with Original Synth in the chat. The Behringer BCR, I use the 2000 and the BCF 2000 as well, and they are really good, but they are quite clunky compared to the modern day devices.
They are pieces of shit that do the job really well.
But they really,
yeah.
The only thing around that do the job. Yeah.
Well, as long as you don't want to change anything on them, they're fine. If you do want to change anything on them,
but they were cheap enough that you could buy. I mean, I've got 3 BCR 2000s and 1 or 2 BCF 2000s, and you just set them up and you leave them. They were £100 and something each. It's like nothing. And Behringer are going to produce their new BCR 32 or whatever they're calling it, which is going to have the sequencer software built in. And if they can put those out for 120, 130 quid, I will literally buy 4 or 5 of them. Because you just set them and forget. And,
But you know what?
You program them for whatever synth you want, and you just continue using them. And they work brilliantly.
If someone charged $250 and already had it set up, I'd buy that. It's my point.
Yeah.
Not to take away what you're saying, because that's it. But the next step is just having it ready.
You see, this is the one
We're
thing.
still missing the ultimate sequencer, aren't we? Because like 2 years and pay 4,000 for a Circlon. There's the MIDI box SEQ V4 Plus, which is DIY only. So they have the unit and plus the big like mechanical keys.
Just going to check on the missus.
That's the thing. Looks like we still seem to be hunting for the ultimate hardware sequencer.
But there isn't one. There isn't an ultimate hardware sequencer. Unless you make one tailored to the way you want to operate it, there isn't one, and then you might still sometimes feel, oh, but today I want to work slightly differently. So you just surround yourself with a lot of sequences that you definitely like, and try use the one that suits your mood of the day at that time, and hopefully it's the right one.
A door is like a pair of shoes, you know.
You could argue the door is the ultimate hardware sequencer.
Yeah.
Why can't we have that?
But it doesn't have that tactile.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there's still a lot of live musicians that just want to grab some crap.
Knob twiddle.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I mean, I look at myself as just a very typical musician, right? And I want to come in, I want to get inspired and play. And if I got a fiddle, I don't mean like learning modular or something, but even within the modules, I don't want to, I better pick it up. It better be relatively intuitive pretty darn quick.
Well, this is it. I mean, not everyone wants to learn SysX or NPRN or, they just want to be able to plug something in and twiddle a knob. And it's that sort of, it's getting down to basics. I mean, if I want to, talking about the Craft Synth 2 sounds absolutely fantastic. What an utterly shit interface.
So is the sculpt, though. I was playing that today. This little sculpt. It's the same problem. I just stare at it sometimes. I press it and I start turning something, and I'm like, okay, that's not right. And I just go, I that's my perfect example. I'm like, dang, it sounds beautiful. And I'm like, then I read the thing, I go back, and it doesn't stick in my memory because it's not, there's something lacking with it, where, let's say the reface, I pull up that little interface, that little digital screen is so easy to understand. It's like, oh, wow, okay, yeah. Here you go.
But for me, the ideal is a controller that just works, that I don't have to think about. I just go, this synth I want filter, this synth I want resonance, this synth I want, ADSR on these, this synth I want X, Y, Z.
But isn't that what Arteria did pretty much with their products? Wasn't that the brilliance of it? They just put out that controller.
I mean, the interface of the Arturia, same with the Native Instruments one, it tries to be overly generic. Where I think what SAS is more on is something that is tries not to be so generic. Tries to have more of a familiar layout that makes more sense for those parameters, which of course then for all the other parameters you can't have, it becomes annoying at that point. I think anybody making a controller just wants it to be as generic as possible, rather than limited in a certain way. Which is again what I think in Spectrasonics, when they did the update, where you could just they make a whole bunch of profiles for whatever sent out there. That is like the most ingenious way of
Yeah, that was
using whatever you have as a controller, and
Yeah,
you know the
brilliant.
layout.
It makes me want to use it. It immediately, when I looked at it, I was like, oh, I got a Pro 3. I have this. I was like, okay, maybe that's the software I want. Just because it's going to take that hassle, away to some degree. Because I don't
It's
want
still a
too many.
pipe dream, right? The ultimate controller, the controller that can beat field naturals for any VST, and it doesn't exist.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Dex Edge for the DX70. You want something that gives you that hands-on interface to whatever it is that you're trying to do, whether it's hardware or software. And it's a real stretch. I mean, especially when it comes to VSTs. That there's no standardization almost for a lot of this stuff, and you think that I wonder whether it is a missed opportunity for VST programmers to ignore the hardware side.
I mean, you could shout at them and say, why the fuck is there not always a default mapping which acknowledges the default CC mapping that was agreed upon by the MMA many moons ago? But that is a reasonable thing to shout at any company, that why, if they have a MIDI mapping, does it not take the cutoff control and map it to the corresponding parameter? Why isn't main volume mapped to number 7, and so on and so forth? That is, in theory, a reasonable thing to shout at your manufacturer of, like, why are you not sticking to the standard that has been around for 40 years?
Well, doesn't that bring us right back to CD and all that stuff, and why it's so awesome?
But again, there's no standard there with CV. That's like, where you have your whole thing.
Except for chord and some of those.
No, but like if you go back, if you go back to the start, let's not even talk about the amount of standards that Buchla had until the mid-70s, when it sort of settled down. But like that was all over the place. What sort of voltages were going anywhere? The only standard there was that audio levels were consumer and later professional line levels. Moog levels, they were, it's a switch trigger, so don't care about that part, but the normal levels, they were very low voltage levels.
Anything between 5 and 15 volts, yeah.
Moog audio levels are very low. You're lucky if you're going to get, but same as Buchla, realistically, because that's just line level. So you're lucky to get more than 1.4 volts out of anything there.
Yeah. Well, Will Joseph raises a very interesting point there.
Yeah, MIDI 2.
MIDI 2. So this is something that people have been talking about, raving about, discussing, blah blah blah, and yet all the synths that I see coming out, certainly in the last 24 months, no one has said MIDI 2.
I mean, most people seem to be aware that their transceivers should be capable of whatever added speed there is, but it just requires MIDI 2 being completely finalized and completely ratified.
Finalized and ratified, and then we got told later that it got out of ratified status and it was still in kind of limbo. So
yeah, I haven't checked my emails from the MMA for a while, what they're really saying about MIDI 2.0, but maybe within the next 5 years, it should be properly there.
But
I mean, I don't know if we really have a problem, though. I mean, right now there's a hell of a lot of options. We're tweaking around the edges right now, and I do like the idea of MIDI 2.
I mean, the bidirectional aspects of MIDI 2, although they are definitely less than they were originally suggested to become a lowest common denominator. So I don't think that's going to be the savior there. But then again, we have a MIDI standard which tells us which controllers you should normally map to something, and everybody seems to ignore that nowadays. Anyway,
but also I keep forgetting that there is a very clear delineation between what I, as a really shit amateur, might want in terms of trying to impress myself in what I think I'm capable of doing, and someone like Rich, who is a professional, who just wants a product in front of him that works, and there's no fucking about, there's no twiddling knobs. It's just sort of, I need this and I need it to do X, Y, Z when I want it to, and not complicate things. So that I think it's sort of if we move away from that 70s analog knob twiddling to what it is that the professional needs and what it is that I, as a complete amateur, wants.
I mean, let's be honest, it's mostly having a controller that can find out about what it's controlling. That's what we want.
Well, you have that with Native Instruments doing that, and the Turia sort of doing that, and I mean, Novation sort of trying to do that with Automap in the past.
Yeah, sort
I
of
mean,
trying to do that. I mean,
and I mean,
it just should work, you know?
Native Instruments got the closest with NKS, but it requires you to use that something NKS compatible, but then it can map some parameters to those knobs. Then it can interrogate for some other data. But then again, I don't know how reliably that works. What once
yeah, I
you
don't
get,
have a controller that does
But
that.
I don't think it's so much that it reads it. I think it's just like a set standard. It's like with these
Yeah, I think-
complete controls. I mean, those controls are already like it's like preordained.
It's very dependent on what supports that thing, and it would be with Wiggly too as well. But you know,
But,
it's
yeah,
the
but,
standard,
I mean,
so-
it's ultimately you're always at the mercy of there being some form of standard, being it
course,
an
yeah.
official or something that Native Instruments made up for themselves and other people adhering to it, or some people always thinking they're very clever and ignoring it.
Well,
Yeah.
Can I ask Rich?
Good night.
What?
Happy Easter, everybody. Sorry, Sash.
Take care, buddy.
Take care.
No worries. Cheers, David.
Bye-bye,
Take care.
David.
No, mate.
I was just going to say, Rich, you know, as you're a professional in this situation, what's your view on this?
Well, it came in the middle of the conversation, but as it relates to Novation, at least 10 years ago, I said to them, what you need to be doing is providing templates for all the gear out there so that these things map instantly to the existing stuff. And it's a finite number. It's a lot to do, but it's a finite number of things to do. And once you've done it, then it's a small matter of keeping up with new releases and stuff like that. They looked at me like I was out of my mind. Oh, no, it's easy. All you got to do is grab this and do that and turn that and then map this and name that and save it and then start over again with the next freaking knob. And I said, no, I have no interest in doing that.
Yeah.
I would rather just continue to work the way I do. If you want me to adopt this, I need your help. I don't have that kind of time, nor the interest, quite honestly, until you guys make me interested. And that's kind of where I left it. So, if that, to the extent that I understand what this conversation's about, that's one thing pertinent in my life that took place a long time ago, and I don't see anybody like rushing to do that. Now, has it become easier to write maps and in your own interfaces? Yeah, sure. And I get that some people want to take a lot of time and do that. It's not that big an aspect of my performance life. I mean, Rolly is enough, but it's not that big an aspect of my performance life that I want to spend time.
I imagine though, there's still a thing though with Apple where they need to turn on the bidirectional again in their MIDI,
I see.
because that's turned off in Mac. There's actually a lot of the MIDI functions are turned off on the Macs that aren't turned off on the PCs, for instance. So there's a lot more communication goes on between a PC and a piece of MIDI equipment than it is if you plug it into a Apple product.
I've never felt this giant hole in my life where more MIDI data needs to go.
Well, you did it. You know that controller behind you?
Yeah.
If you plug that into a PC, it's far more useful than if you plug it into a Mac.
How so?
Because the bidirectional communication is turned on, so the things like the lights on the controller actually change when you change the presets. Because it reads what is turned on and what is turned off in the software on the computer, but it won't do it on a Mac.
I see.
Little things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. You know, they're talking about MIDI 2. What they should have been doing is talking about just standardizing the feckin' MIDI we got now.
Well, essentially, they gave it a name, but it's built on the shoulders of what's there now, is it not? As I understand
Well,
it.
true enough, but I mean the thing is, like,
And
there are
backwards compatible.
there's certain CC commands that are industry standard.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, you have your official list of like.
And then there's a huge gap of them that are completely programmable instead of being set.
Right. Good.
Yeah.
And then you have all the weird ones that might that certain things might react a bit weird to.
Yeah,
like
there might be
all
weird
those-
things when you get up into the NPR selectors,
into one
bank selects and stuff.
Yeah, and NRPNs start appearing, and you
Be
accidentally go in there.
Yeah, you very rarely need to go anywhere
Well,
up
in
near
the
the weird
hundreds.
ones. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is it easy to write maps out for every bit of equipment you've got? Technically, yes. Do you want to? Technically, no. And I can't see why, when a manufacturer makes a piece of equipment, that he can't supply it with the map.
And
And just have a
healthy
preordained
collection
map.
of them, and a healthy collection of them, so that your customer base is likely to find one that suits the gear that they happen to be using.
Or what I said earlier, at the least have a default map for your product that adheres to the standard MIDI CC assignment, so that cutoff is always going to be 14 or whatever it is.
Yes, absolutely, Robert. Absolutely.
That is like the bare minimum you should at least try to do.
Well,
that
there are already there is standard for the filter cut-off now, isn't there?
Yes.
And a few other bits and pieces. And,
but many
things like
people
ADSRs, ADSRs are pretty standard, and they could have had standard CCs for the ADSR controls.
Well, what it is, 73 controls the attack, 72 is release, 74 is filter cutoff, 71 is resonance.
Yeah, but I've got a couple of bits of MIDI equipment that won't react to them.
Well, yes, but
on those controls, they would rather be blank, and you have to assign it rather than have the standard. If they could instead of messing around trying to get MIDI 2 to work, it'd be much. Well, they can carry on doing it, but why can't they just standardize the MIDI that we have now?
Yes.
Properly.
It's too late,
go,
isn't it?
right, this is how it's going to be, and everybody moves along with it.
Set it in stone, but add bits to it.
Well, I mean, it was sort of set in stone for a long time before MPE came along, and that was then sort of bodged on haphazardly a few years ago. But before then, it has been quite standard for at least 10, 15 years.
Yeah, but
Well,
the issue
only
with
parts of it have.
The issue with MPE was the data rate.
Yeah, well, they get around that. I mean, you get around that even on the PCs by just putting it on any channel, so you can get access to all 16 channels, even though technically
should be
it uses 15 and one for master.
They
so
used to do it on USB generally.
But also don't use the cheapest, shittiest optocoupler you can find, and just use a reasonable converter at the end. And when you're 31 kilohertz, if you're doing a standard 1-bit, 100 kilohertz converter for it, then you won't have too many dropouts, and it should be fine. Even transmitting that amount of data.
But there is still a separation between what someone like Rich wants and what everyone else wants. So what is the demand from the professional market? Because at the end of the day, that's what drives the product line.
Is that what really drives it?
As opposed to us amateurs.
But aren't there more consumers willing to buy a product than professionals?
Right.
But the professionals sell the product.
Yeah, but maybe you're putting too much emphasis, because I mean, like when I talk with Richard about a product, we tend to seem to want the same things. What makes Richard a professional and me not is he gets paid for messing around in the studio. I don't. As far as interaction with any particular piece of equipment.
I'm not sure my particular preferences have that much to do with whatever level of professional I might be as compared to other people.
Yeah.
For me, in the creative process of bringing about a piece of music, having to design the instruments is not something that I'm particularly interested in doing at that moment, which is also one of the reasons why I haven't gone off the deep end with modular, because the whole thing is basically about redesigning the instrument every time you use it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, some giant wave comes and washes your sandcastle back into the ocean and you start over again. So this not really reflective of the way I want to be working when I'm trying to create a piece of music. I want to be working from some concept, some idea, and be able to move forward from there. It's a little like what I used to say is, you ask for directions to the local delicatessen and somebody starts by teaching you how to walk. It's not the way I want to work. But I respect that there are people who love that, want to work that way, and for whom it's very well suited. And I don't necessarily assume that falls under various strata of professionalism.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify that. And it's, for me, I just like things that I can use as tools. I want to start from a bunch of paints in front of me and a blank canvas and just start going. I don't want to have to gesso the canvas and prepare all like I try to get that out of the way in advance so that I can actually just start making music.
Yeah, because with a lot of this CC stuff, it's almost like you've got to mix your own paints and then get all that sorted out first.
That's what I'm saying. You're
you can
basically
just paint.
designing your environment before
Yeah.
you can work in it, and I don't really want to have to redesign my environment every time I want to get some work.
So am I then the only one who
works?
When I get a new software or whatever, or I normally, if it's anything orchestral, I assign it to the same controllers I use across everything else and save that as the default. So every time I will then load it up. So that's the first time I've bought it. I try it out. After having a few hours of fun, ideally playing around with it, I then assign it to the parameters I use every time on the touchscreen template I have in front of me, all those things that they are assigned correctly. And that's one of the first things I do before I put it into any other project. Just so that I can use the one thing I put a bit of effort in beforehand, that is the one bit of preparation I do, and I have it nicely documented for myself, the way I assign those. And it is basically the old Spitfire BML standard, slightly sanitized.
Yeah.
And by doing that effort every time I buy a new thing, that's fine. Of course, if I were to now retroactively have to go through and do it for 150 libraries, that would be very painful.
Yeah. Yeah.
The main thing
You've also got to think where a couple of libraries work
because,
differently as well, haven't you? Because, like, for instance, you could set it up to work with the Spitfire interface. And that's fine, and there's a kind of standardization there with a lot of that that interface.
Yes,
but then when you call up something like Capriccio or
Capriccio is a very special case, though.
Yeah, exactly. But you get these things come along, and suddenly the whole thing just like all right, I've got to redo this. Or you've got to go, all right, I'm going to go back to key switching for this particular instrument because otherwise it'll just be a huge pain in the arse.
Or to be fair, I still haven't advanced to key switching yet. I'm still at the one track per articulation stage.
Yeah. But it's interesting that the key switching is still MIDI data again. So if there was a way of reading the MIDI data from the controller that you're using into the controller system that you want to control the instrument with, and it learning from those switches. Do you know what I mean?
I'm mainly interested in sending MIDI data over Ethernet. So I can use standard switches, standard networking equipment.
Yeah.
And just it's an easy way to distribute MIDI around the place.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, in theory, if you set up yourself correct expression maps, then you should be able, if you assign them correctly, then all your VST expressions should be able to map up, and you could, in theory, build a generic remote that controls your expression maps generally in Cubase.
Yeah. But it'd be lovely, wouldn't it, if you could actually go to the software's website, and they go, here's your expression map for Cubase, here's your expression map for Logic.
Some companies that do expression maps, and I don't think anybody's done Logic environments for years, any other companies, but in the past, some companies used to give you a Logic environment that would be helpful with the product you've purchased, or going to the same age when companies used to give you a MIDI device panel for Cubase 20 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about, I'm talking about MIDI too, is that there would have to be this, I would imagine there would have to be this point where you have to abandon everything that you have and start on this whole new standardized format.
But the problem is, MIDI 2.0 is quite clever in the way they did it, that if it fails to communicate over MIDI 2.0, then it automatically reverts to MIDI 1, which is probably one of the most clever bits of getting rid of MIDI 1, that if you can't use it, then it just automatically reverts, but it doesn't try to, per default, take over any of the historic idiosyncrasies of it.
Yeah.
But then there's going to be a problem. How many people are going to continue to use MIDI 1 because it's easy and it does the job?
Yeah. Well, the whole point about a standard is that
to ignore it.
It works, and it can be, if it's implemented by everyone, then it just works. I mean, Synthetic in the chat mentioned, MIDI, the A and B standard for the 3.5 mil.
They're not standards.
MIDI.
We should be careful and not call. They're not standards. We should not call them. As
yes. That's the problem. There should be a standard, full stop, and everyone sticks to it.
There's a standard that the MIA that uses 2.8 millimeter gags or 2.5, and it is, I believe, a B standard, so the one that nobody uses normally, and on a connector that nobody ever uses.
But I can't tell you which one it is.
Yeah. But there should just be one.
Yes,
but it sounds like you have to throw out the baby with the bathwater and start again before it works.
But there again, you have a problem that it was companies just doing their own thing before, just like, a DIM plug is big, let's use a 3.5. I mean, technically, the MIDI spec does allow you to use 3
and charge them extra for the dongle. Yes. It's a bit like Apple, really, isn't it? Clag nuts.
No, like Arturia actually includes their adapters. That's quite a difference. Like with Beatstep Pro,
don't defend them.
But there's something quite nice if a company that forces you to use an adapter actually gives you the adapter rather than forcing you to
So
pay extra
why
for
not
it.
just build it into the fucking product in the first place?
Because have you seen how thick a Beatstep Pro is and how thick a 5-pin DIN is?
I think it's
Yeah,
just a bit sad that MIDI-DIN has unused pins, and those were never taken advantage of.
Well,
It's
but the
gonna
only
be-
reason
it's gonna
the only reason the 5-pin DIN was chosen because it was really cheap.
And
I
it
mean,
works, and it's solid, and it's dependable, and
I mean,
fixable.
I mean,
Expansion
the other connector that the MIDI spec allows you to use is 3-pin XLR, which apart from Voyetra, I don't think anybody ever did.
Right.
Who of us here would not happily take a gun to the head of whichever twat invented the mini USB?
No, mini USB.
You know,
is
seriously.
fine. Micro USB is the micro USB is the person who deserves.
Well,
their
micro
entire
mini.
extended- No,
I would happily put a gun to the head of that person and pull the trigger.
Excuse me, it was designed by committee. Have you ever used it?
Mini is
Yes, well, I'd shoot the whole fucking committee. I mean, you know, for God's sake, what a useless fucking interface. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Something that devious can only be designed by a committee.
Yes, yes.
The problem's not the micro USB port itself; it's the implementation of it. In certain things, it's fine. In musical instruments, it is not.
No, but the micro USB with
it's just shit.
The micro USB with its prongs that need to be released is not a very sensible connector to be long lasting.
Micro USB is a shrunken version of mini USB, and the cables always fail. They always become unreliable. It's just a fact, and
it's designed in. Yes.
Phones getting ever thinner.
Well, no, it was designed to be plugged into a phone that people wanted thinner.
If you have a cable which never failed after 5-10 years, then your socket's probably going to fail.
Well, I think it was actually designed for 5,000 uses.
Still going strong.
When did you buy that?
That came from an old Samsung mobile phone, I believe, many, many years ago, and I use it regularly with that.
Yeah, well, I have that, and it's very unreliable. I have a artery key step in front of me.
Yeah, but just
If
like
I
everything,
press
you
it
know.
the wrong way, it disconnects from the computer. I have so many micro USB cables that are so unreliable.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of micro USB. I'm just saying that in certain applications, it's absolutely fine. Where it's been implemented in musical instruments generally is awful.
2 months old. It's not a good connector. It's an unreliable connector. It degrades.
And the mounting to the PCBs is not designed for longevity.
Yeah, but I can wheel out an Arturia controller with a USB B connector where it just lifted off.
Break off just as easy.
Yeah.
Sockets.
Yeah.
It's
lead-free solder. Lead-free solder is the problem.
Yeah, lead-free solder and not using connectors that, particularly with beads. If you don't use one that you have a proper holes drilled and then the prongs going through them and have them completely covered in nice leather solder.
Yeah.
Then you're a twat anyway if you don't use a proper connector that properly sticks to the board. Again, if you really ask me, just put a Neutrik or Amphenol XLR in it, and then I'm happy. And don't use any
I've
other.
had a micro USB socket die. I've had many micro USB cables, plugs die.
No, the socket in my phone is getting to the point where connecting with an older cable that's slightly bent outwards is starting to.
So you have to press it under a book or something.
Give connection. No, I just used a more modern cable that is still bent inwards a bit. Well, I mean, I should just what I can still try and find spare parts, but buy a new data board for his phone and replace that again.
And did you swap your micro USB connectors for mini USB in your Rolly?
No.
What did you do then?
I just sprayed it silver. I'll wait for the proper one to come out in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
But,
No,
but
there's no
that's
point 'cause
USB-C, isn't it? The new one.
Not in the old
Yeah.
one. My
No,
PSP is old.
the season the new one.
Well, that connector isn't that great either.
Right.
After lots of cycles, that
It's
that
better
gets
The
than
big.
connector ain't so bad. It's just surface mount soldered onto the board. That's where the problems start arising.
No, but like
Because that board moves around too bloody much. By the way, Richard, are you still pondering Polaris?
You mean
Spitfires?
buying the software?
Yeah.
I wasn't. Why should I be?
Well, you know they said it was 299.
Yeah.
It's now been reduced to 229.
Well, that's attractive. I don't have as attractive as that is. I don't really need that right now. And if
Do
I
we
did, I
ever?
would go ahead and get it. Well, that's the point. That's
Do
what I was
we
saying.
ever?
How many people are actually scoring films anyway? But certainly not me
Well, I
right
am.
now. So
I'm just
Tie on
they're just not real
Ty
films.
and
That's
Hans
the thing.
was the answer. Ty and Hans.
Yeah.
I've
I'm
used
doing
it for
it-
some. I've used some libraries for some theatre stuff. I think Albion 1 and Albion 5 they might have actually paid for themselves if I
No,
don't take any
sure,
other money from the gig.
I'm not getting that
Albion
kind of work
1
right
is Albion
So-
1 is breakfast in the morning. As,
Well, I
as
don't
far
mean
as
one. I
software
mean
goes.
Legacy or whatever.
Yeah, Albion 1 is
OG
the
Albion.
yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm heading off,
You-
guys.
Yeah, friends, I gotta
Cheers,
go.
Robbie.
Actually,
much as
I've got
enjoy.
people coming
You're
to
off,
put
Rob.
up a bloody canopy tomorrow. I've got to let them in.
On Easter Monday.
Pleasure's
Yeah.
been mine.
Oh, they're
gents.
keen. They're keen, and not
ladies.
Christian. So, so they're not going to bother. They're not going to bother. And they're coming in tomorrow morning.
Passover Monday then. Still, I'm not going to get up for that.
No, I don't think they're not. It's not on their radar at all. So I'm
Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
what there is of it.
I've got
right,
a whole week
friends.
off next week, so
Must go. Cheers.
I'll think about this in the morning,
you.
bye-bye.
and I'll decide if I'm going to get
Good
it.
night, Rich.
Good night, guys.
Good night,
Oh, so
Wags.
for that.
Cheers.
Good night, Robert.
good night,
Good
everyone.
night, Rob.
Good night, John
Good night,
Boy.
Kent. Lovely seeing you all.
Yeah, might be
Have a
back
good
here
day
tomorrow. You
tomorrow.
never know.
Well, hit me up. I'm always here to
Oh, don't worry,
talk
YouTube.
shit.
YouTube will hit you.
What we're doing? We're doing the same thing tomorrow.
Quite possibly.
Well, why not?
My wife has anything to say about it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it
I
depends
can-
what Fiona's up to and all.
Feel like let's come around in person then. But I don't think there will be a last train at this time of her.
All right, sleep
Are
tight,
there
everyone.
Boris bikes around by you, Kent?
Not an option. They get
No,
nicked.
no, I think they've all been set fire to or thrown in the river by now.
Where's that wave gone, Ken? Is it in your garden still or in the
Yeah.
canal? The wave.
Yeah,
Is it gone?
yeah, as far as I know.
Oh,
Yeah.
sad times.
Yeah. Anyway,
Right. Night, everyone.
Anyway,
au revoir
See-
all.
see you
Take
guys.
care. Take care and look
Bye.
after yourselves.
Bye,
okay?
bye, bye.
good night.
Good night all.